Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 351. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 351. Among the vast stars of the endless sky, there is a planet called Earth. Its blue appearance, the flowing clouds, it is very refreshing. Just in the northern hemisphere of the planet, northwest of the continent, called the Europe, the British Isles are here. Our majestic and quaint Hogwarts Castle is situated right in the Scottish Highlands of the north. There is a deep and green mountain range, a blue sky at your fingertips, and sometimes there are sounds of mountains and waters, and sometimes sea breeze. Sometimes, the desolateness here makes people feel lonely, but most of the time, we will sing for this freedom. However, in such a beautiful and moving environment, at the 8th layer of Hogwarts Castle, in the headmaster office where the window is clear, a lush teenager faced a kind old man and reached out to his waist. He touched the columnar hard and slowly extended upwards. As his hand moved, a thick and long thing crossed the small round table and appeared in front of the old man. The old man glimpsed a little, and even when he was surprised, he took the slender stick in his hand and took it back. This is what I have referenced to some ancient literature and combined with some modern want studies. The teenager explained. I originally wanted to restore as much as possible the ancient magic circle of the long stick, but in terms of details, I can't find too much information at all. Of course, these two are obviously Marks and Dumbledore. On the small round table between them, there is a black-green wand that is almost equal in height. On top of the stick, you can see a lot of ancient runes arranged in densely packed. Just because Marks still has a lot of ignorance about the rule rune, it has not been used in it. Only the grey stone that was set on the end of the staff was engraved with a regular rune that represented cooling. To say that Marks has referenced a lot of information in the production process, of course it is true. What is the biggest reference? Of course, when he was given to the Book of Sin by himself in the future, he only saw the staff of a moment. Although Marks still has some doubts about this matter, the real achievement of this staff is undoubtedly the impressive glimpse of the original. Is this staff, is it different from wand? Dumbledore asked with an unusual interest. Marks hearing this, picking up the staff and injecting magic power, the rune on the stick is lighted up one by one. This is actually just a trial work, with two features, he said while gently paused the staff. Just under this stopped, the flames lingered from the top of the wand and entangled each other into a fireball. One is the default spell. For example, this incendio does not require a spell and willpower guide, it only needs to consume a fixed magic power to automatically shape. This is different from the silent spell, which is completely automation. Marks emphasized, but because the preset spell is based on the magic of the stick, at my current level, it can only construct some simple magic spells, that's all. Oh, so, with this stick, even a wizard that won't be a curse can be used? Dumbledore was surprised. In theory, this is the case. Marks nodded. My original plan was to let Squib use the spell. Hey, this is good. Very good. Dumbledore agreed. But there are still a lot of unsolved problems, Marks said. Squib can't use willpower to mobilize its magic power, but to create a wand that can automatically extract magic power. He thought about it and couldn't help with a bitter smile. The Squibs have to run around with a tree. Nothing, this is not still under study. Don't worry. Dumbledore smiled kindly. So, what is the second characteristic of this staff? Save magic power. Speaking of this, Marks is particularly happy. In fact, this is the idea that I only figured out a while ago. He happily said, wizards' magic power is growing too slowly, and the means to make magic power grow rapidly is extremely rare. So I figured it out. Since I don't know how to make magic power grow, why not think about it from another angle? It sounds interesting, it's a good idea. In the morning sun, Marks and Dumbledore have a detailed discussion on this kind of appearance, but in fact it may be a new staff. It was not until Marks suddenly reacted that he had a lot to do, and this academic exchange finally came to an end. Finally, Marks hurriedly left the headmaster room under the gentle gaze of Dumbledore. And Dumbledore, the Elder Wand, was not handed over to Marx. Dumbledore, still sitting by the window, faintly looking out the clear sky outside, with a light smile on his lips. Marx, this child, is indeed on a new path. He rubbed Elder Wand in his hand and chuckled. Perhaps, he really has the possibility to change this world with magic. Also the candidate who was selected by Rowena, Dumbledore and Marx came out with a different journey. Fair enough. After a long time, Dumbledore closed his eyes slightly, as if to concentrate on enjoying the intoxicating warmth of the afternoon sun. On the small round table in front of him, the broken Elder Wand lay quietly on the side of the red cup. In the hollow stick, a touch of grey ash rises with the breeze, and drifts to the sky outside the window. The afternoon, the black market. Some members of Marx and the Order of the Phoenix gathered in the emptied potion store warehouse and carefully checked the main points of the action. Because this goal is infiltrate the Dark Spirit Pavilion Wizard Union, so the first thing to be sure is that they can't make too much noise. As one of the largest buildings in the black market, the Dark Spirit Pavilion not only has a large number of staff, but also many guards. Unlike the ground-based Gringotts, the Dark Spirit Pavilion works more closely with the wizard. The Dark Spirit Pavilion, which is mixed with Goblin, is actually more conducive to the implementation of infiltrate than the guards of Gringotts. The guards of Goblin guards. However, the number of guards in the Dark Spirit Pavilion and the rigor of patrols are much larger than those on the Gringotts wall. After all, the business involved in the Dark Spirit Pavilion itself has an employment team. In order to hold this business for a long time, the Dark Spirit Pavilion's own defensive power is of course indispensable. In short, the problem of infiltrate should be small. But, after infiltrate, there will definitely be fighting. At that time, whether it is the return after the completion of the action or the retreat after the action is blocked, it is necessary to face a problem of combination. On this issue, the plan we agreed to before can only serve as a reference, and the actual situation will always change. In the warehouse, everyone is surrounded by a circle, and Lupin reiterates the details that may exist in various actions. Everyone here, including Marx, is listening carefully. After all, this will inevitably be a rather difficult action, with a focus on coordination. Marx's personal abilities may have a negligible effect. Even so, if everyone is acting together, if something unexpected happens, even with the strength of Marx, it is impossible to save a companion in a place that cannot be seen. After Lupin repeated the infiltrate plan again, Marx took out the prepared package, which was divided into 2 bottles of healing potion and a lot of fairy potions. It's very complicated to do with this stuff, and I can't prepare too much. He greeted everyone. However, there are a lot of Xianian potions. Pay attention when using it, don't make anything to highlight your existence. The behavior of. After all the potions were distributed, Marx thought about it and took out a potion bottle and handed it to Lupin. Here you count the most calm. This is for you. In case of a setback, if you need a wide range of cover, take it to the ground. What is this? Lupin curiously. It's a magic power dust that can obscure sight and detect spells. It can also weaken the formidable power of ordinary spells to some extent. Marx explained. Of course, don't expect to weaken too much. This is a good thing. Lupin nodded his head again, but Marx glanced a bit at the corner. Don't mess with it. The material that makes this magic power dust can't be found. The biggest use is in potion research. I use a little less. Oh. All right. Lupin shrugged said. If possible, I will try not to use it. It's still necessary to use it. Our life is much more valuable than it is. Marx secretly bit his teeth and waved his hand. After a little while, after everyone confirmed that everyone was ready, everyone started disguising. This is a compulsory course in Era's training, and the same is true of the Order of the Phoenix members who often perform covert operations. The action was a total of 13 people, 8 of whom retained the image of the wizard. The remaining 5, under the effect of the polyjuice potion, became 5 short goblin. Be all active, adapt to your body as soon as possible, and then you have to start working. It also became a goblin's Marx, waving and waving, jumping up and down, and speaking with a sharp goblin voice. Everyone looked at Marks and he couldn't help but laugh. "Don't laugh, Marks, helpless, especially four of you. Do you think you can see where you are going?" Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 352. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 352. On the street outside the dark pavilion Wizard, the dimly lit street lights are quietly projecting the lights, and occasionally they will flash slightly, leaving a momentary after-image in the eyes of passers-by. Most of them chose to make a face-lifting wizard. They rushed on this street and rushed for their own affairs. It is worth mentioning that most of those wizards will go straight into the door of the Dark Spirit Pavilion. Every day in the black market is like this, the place where the crowd is flowing. There will be no shortage of people during the day and night, and in those deserted areas, sitting there for a whole day may not wait for a gasp. The Dark Spirit Pavilion is one of the most concentrated places in the black market, and even if it is the least in the afternoon, it still looks very busy. Of course, the black market is underground, and the difference between day and night is not as big as it might be. At this time, among the crowds outside the Dark Spirit Pavilion, a wizard wearing a hooded cloak was mixed in it. This dress may be conspicuous on the ground, but in the black market, it is a more ordinary dress. The unbelievable wizard passed naturally in front of the Dark Spirit Pavilion, seemingly squinting at the inside, but maintaining a steady and relaxed pace at the foot, quietly passing like a murderer. After that, I continued to move forward a distance, and the wizard turned around gently and turned into a small road. Along the road, Diddle-O is already in place. On the side of a wooden shelf in the alleyway, the wizard did not say a word back. "Well, Tonks, make sure you don't follow up, you can tell Lupin that group." A faint and sharp voice slammed behind the wooden shelf and there was no more sound. From the beginning to the end, the disguised Tonks did not stop. Her path has been quite relaxed and natural, and she has not done any uncoordinated behavior. If this is a camouflage sneak test, it will definitely get a good evaluation. After Tonks gradually walked away and eventually disappeared at the end of the trail, it took more than 10 minutes of silence. Then, the wooden shelf suddenly moved silently, and a little elf who was not much taller than the house elf maintained the invisible state and walked out gently. "Time is money, my friend," he sighed with a little bit of nostalgia, and immediately stepped forward, switching the little short legs and heading for Tonks. Goblin is a very intelligent creature, and although the wizard always likes to put them in the scope of magical creatures, it is just too arrogant prejudice. They are not only inferior to human beings, but also have their own language. Even in magic, their unique magic system does not require one to perform, and formidable power is no different from wizard. And because of this, they are more likely to form a coexistence relationship with the wizard. Although the Goblin Rebellion in history has always happened again and again, no one has ever had any injuries. In the case of preserving racial roots, some conflicts have occurred in an attempt to gain more room for profit, almost the same as the relationship between the countries of the Mall. This infiltrate plan, borrowing Goblin's image, will obviously increase convenience to a certain extent, provided that Goblin members become Goblin. Of course, although Marks knows a few words about the pronunciation of Goblin, it is still impossible to communicate with him. Fortunately, this was also considered in the Order of the Phoenix Conference. The transformation of Goblin's 5 people is just a contingency for cover. Except for Marks, who inevitably infiltrate the underground part, the other 4 Goblin will not be involved in the action. As for Marks, the reason why he became Goblin was nothing more than insurance for his appearance. There are many people in the Dark Spirit Pavilion, and he is not sure if he will reveal his whereabouts because of some unremarkable accidents. If the stealth state of the body suddenly fails, can he still get a certain buffer at least? Soon, the invisible Marks followed the heels of the 5 wizards, unobstructed through 2 black metal gates, into the dark pavilion of the Dark Spirit Pavilion. The business here is as busy as ever, and the whispers of the wizards are mixed with Goblin's distinctive sharp voices to create a noisy scene. There are long counters on each side of the hall, and the small Goblin sits on a high stool that is taller than themselves. allowing them to gain more pride while overlooking the wizard. This is the small trick of the goblin race, which is also their common problem. This is the case, whether it is in Gringotts of Diagon Alley, or here. Among the mixed people, Marx forgot a few eyes, and soon found Z. Jones, who disguised himself as a travel wizard. It is also a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and like Tunks, is a female error. Just like Tunks, the gentle and low Hessian has a more skilled skill. When Marx saw her, she was lined up in front of the innermost counter. Marx shunned in the crowd, and sneaked into the side of Hessian, then extended his finger and clicked on her arm 3 times. Hessian, who had been her for several years, maintained a sense of vigilance. When Marx touched her arm, she subconsciously tightened. Immediately, Marx saw Hessian's eyes smashed in a row. The entrance to the underground passage must be in the area where only the staff is active, that is, behind the counter. The counter of the Dark Spirit Pavilion is fully enclosed, although there is nothing at the top of the counter, but a range of protective magic is enough to block the attack of most intruders. In the usual channel for staff members to enter and exit, it is obvious that more spells will be placed. So, Marx simply chose the business window on the counter as the breakthrough point for this action. Take 100 gold galleon, packed in 2 bags. Okay, sir. The conversation between the wizard who is doing business and the old goblin behind the counter is ringing from the top of Marx. Old goblin flipped a thick book with crumpled fingers, signed the name, stamped the seal, then tore it off and handed it to another younger goblin behind him. Please wait a moment, sir. Old goblin screamed. Unlike Gringotts, the Dark Spirit Pavilion does not allow customers to enter the underground vault together. Small items and a small amount of money will complete the business in the counter window, while big guys and large amounts of currency access will be arranged in separate rooms to entertain. If necessary, the Dark Spirit Pavilion will even be responsible for sending valuable items directly to a specific location. Of course, it must be paid. Doing so does make the business more efficient, and it is good for the customer to the Dark Spirit Pavilion. But this also means that the tellers on the counter will not leave the position. As long as the teller has been stuck behind the window, the difficulty of the invasion will rise sharply. Marx can clearly see, and the reserved windows on the transparent protective barriers are small. 5 points clock. 10 minutes. 5 points clock. Marx stood under the counter, calmly watching the team move forward, and it was almost the turn of Hessian. Although tentatively arranged the plan may not be able to catch up with the change. If Hessigia is not successful here, Marx must move to the next place as soon as possible. He looked at Hessigia and then picked up his toes and swept a few eyes on the other teams. Miss, is there anything I need? The old goblin's sharp voice behind the counter remained the same, and in this boring repetitive homework, it looked a little dead. I have to go through a small safe and store some things. Hessian slightly lifted his head and looked at the old goblin. The smallest safe is 18 cubic feet, and the rental fee is. In the mechanical introduction of the old goblin, Hesse carefully took out the wand and shook it gently. The next moment, on the high counter, a stack of papers fell quietly, and it seemed to slide down the counter. However, the old goblin's eye was quickly placed with a wrinkled hand, and the paper then automatically gathered and steadily landed on the countertop. When he finished this action, he didn't even stop talking, and the introduction was as dull as it was just now. When Hessigia saw it, although he was annoyed in his heart, he could not reveal a hay-point flaw on the surface. After completing the silent levitation charm, she quickly hid the wand back inside the robe. It's enough to choose the smallest model, she said calmly. Okay, madam. Old Goblin replied casually, then stretched out a thicker booklet. As he skillfully waved his hand, the booklet immediately flipped the page. After he filled out a form in the booklet, he took the page out and handed it to Hessian with a quill. Please check the name on the line below after carefully confirming that the contract document is correct. Hessigia, hearing this, just a little look at it, he smoothed the file on the platform protruding from the counter, and signed a strange name. Okay, then. Please hand me the item you need to store and the rental fee. I will arrange a special person to check the inventory. After taking over the documents that Hessian gave him back, the old goblin pushed the glasses on his nose and carefully licked it, and then put the page back into the booklet. Hessian, hearing this, immediately put a small parcel in his hand to the side of the window, and then pulled out a stack of silver coin, and placed it next to the parcel. Only when she took back her hand, the little finger slid in secret, and 2 silver coins suddenly rolled over to the counter. At the counter, Marx always pays attention to Hessian's movements. When he sees the 2 silver coins rolling up, his hand slams, and the 2 silver coins immediately collide with each other and then roll in different directions. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 353. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 353. On the counter, 2 silver can be bumped into each other under the operation of Marx, and then moved toward different directions. The old goblin had already reached out and tried to hold them, but after that collision, his judgment was biased. In the spirit of Goblin's natural love for gold and silver, or, in the spirit of Goblin's natural miser character, the old goblin reacted very quickly. I saw him rushing toward one of the rolling directions, and the power of magic made the silver can be in his hands Axio. At the same time, he bent over and reached out the other hand, accurately catching another silver coin that had just fallen from the counter. But when he straightened up again and cherished the 2 silvers in his hand, he didn't know that there was a stealthy hummingbird that had silently slammed into his head and hovered in midair. This is also the first time Marx has entered the counter of the Dark Spirit Pavilion. Although he has been here many times, the space behind this counter is not something that anyone can run in and around. He can clearly feel that starting from here is to ban the apparition area. After coming here, Marx saw at first glance that a lot of goblin had small short legs and ran back and forth, busy. The tellers sitting on the high stools handed some small pieces of paper to Goblin on standby from time to time, and Goblin, which received the paper, immediately ran to the back channel, and Goblin, who ran out of the channel, would use magic to control the floating package or money bag to be carried behind the corresponding teller and to the cabinet next to the teller. At first glance, it may seem a bit messy. If you look closely, you will find that everything is being carried out in an orderly manner without any confusion. As far as Goblin and House Elf are concerned, far relatives who are already a little bloody, at least they are surprisingly similar in their attitude towards work, hardworking, rigorous, but sometimes seemingly stubborn. Marx looked around and looked at the arched passageway at the back. He patted his wings at high speed and flew to the counter on the right side. The dedicated staff access at the end of the right counter is the preferred entry point in this program. The other members of Order of the Phoenix can't come in like a small form of animagus. So, trying to open an entry for Infiltrate is his second task. Well, it really is very different from the magic of the wizard. Marx quickly flew near the staffer passage. He looked at it and found 2 wizard guards standing guard inside and outside. In the middle of the passage, there are not only 2 chains, but the detection magic is mostly unique to Goblin. Although Marx can still sense the flow of magic power, it is still impossible to solve the problem on the spot, let alone whether it can be studied and understood. Even if it can be reversed by the law of magic power flow, it will take a lot of time. It seems that this road will not work. When he quickly considered it, he made a timely judgment and flew back to the rear. On the other hand, after he had handled the rental of the safe, Hessian left the counter without any problems. She used the light to sweep it, and even after the whole collar was taken, she took out a small badge and stayed in front of her. When she came out of the darkness of the Spirit Pavilion Hall and walked around the alley, Lupin, who pretended to be a short wizard, followed. Is the first step successful? It should be a success, but still wait for McLawn's news to come out. Well, then you go shopping, take a break. I will inform the next group into the hall. Lupin leaned against the wall of the alley, and Hessian shrunk behind the debris in the alley. The 2 lowered their voices and simply exchanged a few words, and they each left. However, when the 2 had just walked away, there was a sudden black smoke in the shadow of one side of the alley, and then a silhouette of a black cloak was quietly coming out of the black smoke. The silhouette looked to the left and left in the direction of High Sigia and Lupin, and then turned into a black smoke again, and chose a direction to chase the past. Behind the Dark Spirit Pavilion counter, Marx is moving fast in the arched passageway at the deepest point in the hall. Just as goblins don't like the sun, but only love the dim holes, this passage is not only black and white, but also the brightness of the torch is not high. A large number of goblins are coming in an orderly manner. In order to avoid unnecessary risks, Marx has maintained the shape of a hummingbird and flew overhead. As you can see along the way, there are many door openings on both sides of the passage, and most of them are dark and dark. If you look in the naked eye with your naked eyes, you can't see it clearly. Marx didn't rush into the exploration, but planned to observe the biggest main road first. Probably because the inside is a bit dark, this main road is not as long as he imagined. It didn't take long before he flew, and he found that it was over. At the end of this main passage, there is a black wall. The wall was a glimpse of nothing. But on the ground in front of the wall, there is a rather large downhole. Look at the goblin's entrance and exit in that cave, most of which is the entrance to the underground vault of the Dark Spirit Pavilion. Marx flew into the cave and glanced at it, even though he saw the mine-like track inside the ground like gringotts. It's just a glimpse of the neat rows of tracks, and the size here is estimated to be much larger than the Gringotts vault. After confirming the next infiltrate route, Marx returned again and flew back. If it is a box, it should be in this direction. He hurriedly confirmed the door openings on both sides of the main passage, and found a sub-passage with an orbital extension against the position of the compartment in the memory. In this winding up channel, there is occasionally a car that is operated by goblin whizzing past in those tracks, giving off a huge noise. On both sides of this winding passage, there is a thick metal threshold. Compared to the Dark Spirit Pavilion, this is just a part of the ground, obviously not the scope of the vault. Once again, I think of the situation in the outer box. It is not difficult to guess what is behind the metal door. Each private room is divided into an outside waiting room and an inside business room, and the innermost part of the business room is a small, but thick, solid metal threshold. Marx randomly picked a metal door and dropped it back, and changed back to Goblin's image. After taking a sip of the polyjuice potion, he carefully looked at the door in front of him. Well, there is only magic in the protection and reinforcement class, and there is no other magic power flow. It should be independent. After careful scrutiny, he took out his staff and quickly knocked on the metal door, accompanied by a slight break, and the magic above was directly destroyed by violence. Waiting for a while, I saw no movement around, and he opened the metal door with another wand, and then quickly regained the staff. The magical text on this stick is too conspicuous, and you have to think of a way to go back. As Marx pondered, he pulled a slightly heavy metal door and slid into the door from the small door. As soon as he entered, he knew that his judgment did not go wrong. Outside these metal doors is the private room for entertaining large personal transactions. Occasionally, before and after the auction, these private rooms will also be used to handle the auction and pick up of auction items. Marx didn't stop here. He glanced at the room and immediately walked down the hallway toward the hall. To be on the safe side, although the stealth effect will not end for a while, he still added a disillusionment charm to him halfway. After more than 20 minutes, Marx, Lupin, Hessian, Tunks and Mrs. Weasley came to the private room in stealth. The metal door can go all the way to the underground vault's passage. Marx swung his wand and locked the door in the room. No problem, because Moody and Kingsley have had an accident. The main strength of the Order of the Phoenix is actually somewhat inadequate. Because of this time Mrs. Weasley is also among the infiltrate candidates. Of course, although Mrs. Weasley is always called swearing, he is also a good wife and mother at home. However, if we look down on her magic strength, it would be a big mistake. As for Molly Weasley, no, when she was also called Molly Middledorpriet, It was a Gryffindor with excellent academic performance. Whether it's defense against the dark arts or the curse, she is stronger than her husband, Arthur Weasley, and is not as strong as a star. Like Lupin's evaluation of her, Molly is definitely not worse than me if she is serious. She was the top student of Gryffindor. Seeing everyone returning a positive look to themselves, Marks took out 4 broomsticks and, after handing them to everyone, attached a disillusionment charm to the broom to make them invisible. "There are only mine tracks in the back, we have to fly," he muttered carefully. After entering, "Go straight down, then to the right. Just follow me and fly. It's not far from the underground vault, but the route is a bit complicated. Be careful not to lose it." After that, he pushed open the metal door and immediately stepped on the invisible magic book and went straight down to the bottom. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 354. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 354. To the depths of the ground is a narrow and wide ramp. 5 people, including Marks, were in stealth and flew below the top wall of the ramp. In order to prevent the corners of the clothes from swaying due to the airflow, everyone wrapped their robes quietly on their bodies. At the beginning they could also see that the 4 rails in the middle of the ramp were extending side by side. As you continue to deepen, the ramp has gradually become a wide cavern. The traces of artificial excavation seem to be slowly disappearing. Soon, the 4 tracks were scattered and each showed a distinct arc. This is a natural underground cavern, and it is judged by the naked eye that the depth of this cave is not unusual. In this cave, there are grotesque stalagmites, stone pillars and stalactites. The rails stretched around the rock, slowly circling deeper. On the stone wall of the cave, there are densely packed metal doors, which are stacked on top of each other. The model that goes to the lower door is bigger, and people can't help but want to see how spectacular the bottom door will be. Yes, it's here. The place that Snape's Legilimens saw should be at the bottom of this cave. Lupin accelerated from the middle of the flight queue and leaned to Marks's side. Yes? How deep is this? Because this cave is not straight, it is impossible to see the situation at a glance. I don't know, Snape just said. The following is very bright. Very bright? Marks clicked on nodded and greeted everyone to accelerate the dive. At first, everyone only felt that the colder, the cold wind cut the cheek like a knife, so that people could not even open their eyes. After flying a certain depth, the surrounding temperature began to rise gradually. Stand up. When Marks once again circumvented a stone pillar platform and walked down the magic book, he finally understood what it meant by the very bright. It is really bright and bright. Under the cave, there is a magma lake that is not found in the ground. The tumbling magma exudes the orange-white rays of light, screaming at the large and small bubbles. Occasionally, I saw a few salamanders popping up in the head, and the tongue stretched out and spewed out a small string of Mars. The more you drop, the more you can feel the heat in the air rises sharply. Although there is still a distance from the bottom, the delicious nose has already filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. Stop first. Be careful, fire spells can't let us swim in the magma. Marks yelled back. When he finished, he lowered his head and looked at it carefully. In fact, there is no vault on the way, as it should be by rights. The track has come to an end. The surrounding cave wall is vertically down and immersed in the magma. It is hard to think that this is a stone cauldron filled with syrup. It seems nothing. Tunks, alongside, stick one's head around to look for. Didn't find anything. Well, this is all magma. The magic power is too arrogant. It doesn't make much sense to look at it here. Marks frowned, and took the staff back again. I and Lupin go down and check it out. You are here. Be alert, remember to pay attention to the top. After all, he and Lupin looked at each other and then went down at the same time. As we continue to move closer, the amazing temperature of the magma and even the exposed skin create a burning sensation, as if it will spontaneously ignite in the next second. If this continues, I am afraid that even the magma lake is inaccessible. Under the circumstance, Marks had to wave his staff, and the surface of the stone inlaid on the top of the pole was regularly ruined. and the surrounding temperature immediately fell. This is really good. Can it be cool in summer? Lupin makes fun. It's too extravagant to use it to cool it. Marx hadn't finished talking yet, and suddenly he grabbed Lupin's clothes and then slammed up 10. Almost at the same time, a large lava giant was stretched out on the surface of the magma, and it was dangerously swept over Lupin's soles, melting the broomstick left by Lupin directly. It seems that we don't have to find it ourselves. Marx stared at the sudden cave on the stone wall on the side of the magma lake, and took a broom from his waist and stuffed it into Lupin's hand. After Lupin was seated back on the broomstick, Marx let go of the hand that had been holding his clothes tightly and licked it. You go with everyone to watch the battle together. If the other side has a helper, you will be bothered. Lupin paused, but did not move. Or I still stay? He asked. Marx immediately interrupted Lupin's words. He didn't even leave the hole in sight. He just reached out and pushed Lupin. The guy who just started is not simple. You can't handle it. He didn't go back to the ground. Go up. Be farther from here. Lupin hesitated again, and after all, he raised the broomstick and went up to the height. Someone hiding in the cave seemed to be aware of Lupin's movements, and the bottom of the magma lake was surging again, and then several lavas flew up, moving towards Lupin in direct direction. Marx immediately waved the staff. Just a cold airflow, and the lava of the scarlet lava suddenly dropped, and in a blink of an eye it cooled into a black stone ball. Reducto. Don't use Marx to shoot again. Keep an eye on the following. Mrs. Weasley will watch the timing and release a few Reductor curse, which will blow up the large stone balls of the head. Marx is certainly not the kind of person who can only fight back. Just as the other person manipulates the lava ball, the magical text on his staff stick suddenly flashes, and also controls a large piece of magma, like a wave, rushing into the cave. Just as the piece of magma was about to rush into the hole, the stone wall suddenly swayed, and then it exploded in a very timely manner, reclosing the cave. The lava waves slammed on the closed stone wall, and the students splashed a few feet high. The sparks scattered and burst into a hot golden glow. This tentative confrontation is undoubtedly a beginning for both sides, but it is only the temptation that there is such a momentum, which makes Lupin and the others watching the war on the top. Since you have such strength, why don't you show up? Marx stood on the magic book and shouted, at least let me know. Who is it with? It's a duo of duelit. What? Isn't it Voldemort? Lupin and the others couldn't help but be surprised when they heard Marx's shouts. After a period of silence, the cave that had been sealed suddenly exploded. Along with the sound of rumbling, a stone bridge was stretched out of the vertical rock wall. Then, a handsome-looking middle-aged man walked slowly and stood at the very end of the stone bridge. When Marx saw the other person's appearance, the first thing was a moment of doubt. Then he suddenly crowned his eyes and showed a horrified expression. Blois. Sir? N? The other stared at Marx's face and looked at it. Then he sank slightly. Have we met, Mr. Blois? I am Winnie's student, Marx Middle. McLawn. Marx pointed to his nose. Remember, when second year ended, I went to your home for a while. McLawn. Mr. Blois thought about it, as if he had recalled something in general, and held the nodded position. Well, you are growing up. As Marx remembers, Winnie's father hasn't changed much since. Although the appearance is very handsome, but always a look of unsmiling, this cannot help but feel a little indifferent. Mr. Blois, why are you here? It's not a time to chat, although he has speculated that Winnie is very likely to be here, but when Winnie's father first appeared on the scene, there was a bad feeling in his heart. The estimate was terrible, but I am afraid it will get worse now. Of course I have my reasons, Mr. Blois calmly said. Seeing the other side does not seem to want to say more, Marx cannot help but make it difficult. Mr. Blois, I just want to know, is this your relationship with Voldemort? He asked, wondering. What conditions does Voldemort give in order to get your help? Mr. Blois did not answer anything. He just shook his head with expressionless. Tricky. Very tricky. Marx's biggest headache is to be right with acquaintances, especially the other is Winnie's father. He had made up his mind to believe in Winnie, but now it seems that even Winnie's father has stood on Voldemort. He really wanted to ask immediately to understand, lest he had to fight in a slap in the face. Maybe he would find it was a misunderstanding. And, more importantly, So, Mr. Blois, please answer at least my question. Marx paused, took a deep breath. Warm sulfur smell spread between his nose and mouth. I don't know, because of the high temperature environment here, or because of his uneasy mood. The chest is filled with a burst of heat. Winnie, is it all right? Marx asked earnestly. It seems that I feel the pure and sincere concern in Marx's tone. Mr. Blois's solemn and tight expression is slightly loose, and there is a hint of inexplicable meaning in Marx's eyes. At the time when Marx was a guest at Blois Fort, although he didn't have much chance to get in touch with the student's student, he had a few dinners, but he still gave him some impressions. So far, the daughter has only taken a student home, and that student is the young man named Marx McLawn. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 355. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 355. Winnie, is it all right? Blois looked at the boy who said this, and the plain expression showed a slight softness. Of course, that is just a one trace. Only a moment later, he regained his face and restored the state of expressionless. McLawn, I know that you are working with Voldemort. I don't need to manage them for a while, he said. Mr. Blois faintly said, but today. Look at you as the friend of my daughter, leave here now. But why? Marx said inexplicably. If I remember correctly, that potion is what Winnie did. What happened? If you have questions, go to Voldemort. I can tell you where Voldemort is hiding. I'm disinclined to pay attention. Voldemort now, Marx interrupted. Winnie is my best friend, and my biggest concern now is her situation. She's fine. Mr. Blois still looked at him calmly, exuding a momentum of control, which is the temperament of the high-ranking people who are accustomed to giving orders. Even if Marx is looking down on him, it can give people a feeling, but it is as powerful as he looks at Marx. As long as you don't interfere with her, you can see her again in the future. If you still want to continue to be friends with her, I also welcome you to Blois Fort as a guest. Blois said indifferently, of course, not just now. Marx, hearing this, put some out of a breath, and let myself calm down again. He meditated silently, reorganized his thoughts, and then his face flashed a little hesitation. Mr. Blois, you just said, I can't manage it for a while, so. Marx stared at Blois's eyes. Are you going to make an agreement with Voldemort? Who knows? When I said this, Blois's face did not change at all. Cannot be denied in this case. In fact, there is not much difference with certainly. Marx understands this, and Mr. Blois himself is very clear. For him, whoever trades and who works with them does not need to make any unnecessary concealment. So, this agreement, is it really related to Winnie? Half of Marx's doubts were guessed. After all, through the dialogue just now, he suddenly gave birth to the feeling of maybe like this. But in the absence of a basis for standing, even if he has affirmation in his tone, guessing is only a guess. You don't need to know. Mr. Blois with the slightest hesitation. Don't you leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't think that you are a friend of my daughter. I won't be like you. But Marx didn't care about the plain threat of Blois. Of course he can feel that Blois's killing intent is realistic. Although the killing intent is well hidden, he can understand. When the shot was taken, the man in front of him would never leave a half-ace. Mr. Blois, I know that you made this decision for Winnie, but I have to tell you that Voldemort is not a suitable deal. Marx spread his hands and tried to know what to do. If you need it, why not find Professor Dumbledore? After listening to it, Blois still did not react. I don't deny the power of Albus Dumbledore, but anyone who is good at it or not good at it, I don't think there is anything wrong with my choice. Blois said, slightly frowned. Lastly, ask you once, leave or leave. This is the way the decision makers think. especially a successful decision-maker, who usually affirms every judgment of his own. Although they will also reflect on their failures, they will never negate them casually when making a decision. Now Blois's decision seems to be very secret, without any clues. Even if Marx wants to reverse his thoughts, he can't find a suitable breakthrough point. The most important thing is that this man has no intention of continuing to talk to him. Several thoughts flashed in one after another in Marx's brain, and eventually he still had to decide. Winnie, right now, in that cave? He glanced at the hole that had been sealed and re-exploded, and the depression in his heart could not help but even worse. Humphrey. Blois's light snorted, and the wand in his hand is gently lifted up. A large number of magma balls float in the lava lake below him. There are dozens of large-scale sweeps. Far from the previous pursuit of Lupin. You retreat. Immediately, the farther the better. Marx looked slightly, and immediately shouted without a head back. If you want to be just a pure magma ball, then Marx is not so concerned. But he clearly sensed the magic power of those tumbling balls in the magma ball. That kind of instigation is definitely not as simple as a normal magma ball. Lupin and the others, although there are some unknowns, it can be seen that Marx's shouts are so fast, and everyone who knows his strength is very decisively flying up according to his orders. But without waiting for them to fly high, Blois's wand moved. Seeing that he suddenly picked a tip, the magma ball suddenly started, and went to the place where Marx was. It was only in a moment that Marx understood that at least Lupin was safe for the time being, because the goals of those magma balls were all alone. After realizing this, Marx moved. I saw that he was walking on the magic book, but did not use the advantages of three-dimensional movement to dodge. But the staff in his hand was in front of him, along with the magic power of his with the body. The hem of the robes fluttered, and a visible hemispherical ripple spread. The magma balls that rushed over like a torrent of winds, while they encountered the ripple, each and every one slowed down. This is an enlarged version of impediment Jinx, which is really good in terms of effect. When those magma balls are not close, they are all intercepted. Only in the next moment, Blois casually shook the wand and saw that the magma balls slammed inward at the same time. Then, with a burst of almost overlapping explosions, all the magma balls burst open and set off a terrifying magma storm. The magnified version of Impedimenta didn't even hold for a second, and it was completely blown away by this violent explosion. The Blois family is really unusual, but how can this family name never be seen? Marx completely motionless left in place. The staff sticks in front of the front, and even the posture has not moved. When the aftermath of the explosion and the magma storm spread to him at the same time, they were all blocked out of the range of a few feet, and even a piece of clothing was not hurt. However, Blois's attack was only the beginning. As countless magma and flames swept across Marx, Marx felt it, and a more violent magic power wave hit him. Just as Marx noticed, he suddenly controlled the magic book under his feet and flashed to the side. At about the same time, a long spear condensed by magma swiftly passed by him silently, and the high temperature contained in it spread as a heat wave, and even the skin felt a burning pain. But it's not over yet. After the lava-long spear passed him at an amazing speed, he then sensed the same magic power fluctuations. And also, Marx evades again, then evades again, traversing 6 times in a row, and the next time is dangerous. It stands to reason that in the violent environment of magic power, and the line of sight is occluded, it should be impossible to accurately judge his direction of avoidance every time. At least Marx can't do it by himself. But in any case, Blois can accurately lock his position, he can be sure. Although Marx didn't want to work with Winnie's father, he could go to this place. He is not the kind of person who is willing to be beaten passively. At the moment when the 7th lava-long spear flew from the air, Marx slammed his dowel and slammed his wand in his hand, and a stream of air rose around him. The airflow was still very weak at first, but when Marx then avoided the 8th lava-long spear, the breeze that had been mixed in the heat wave suddenly became a hurricane. The hurricane, with its breathtaking momentum, wraps around the falling magma and swept in the direction of Blois. The hurricane's formidable power, which is like a flaming tornado, is very large. The ninth lava-long spear that was connected to it was also dragged and slammed into the stone wall. After another explosion, a large number of stone fragments fell into the lava lake underneath and fell into a blazing flame. Blois saw the flaming tornado rushing to him with an amazing momentum, even if he did not hurry to swing the wand from bottom to top. Just in this swing, the lava lake immediately set off a dazzling magma wave, and steadily blocked his entire body. The flaming tornado was rolled up over the protective cover of the magma, but it caused only a wave of turbulence and did not cause any harm to Mr. Blois hiding underneath. Although this hurricane is only an enlarged version of Turgio, Marx also consumes an objective magic power in terms of formidable power. Now that I have only achieved such a result, it seems that there is some thunder and little rain. It's really hard. And Winnie's father's full fight is not the result he wants, but in terms of the strength of the other side, it is obviously impossible to solve the problem. Marx is slightly frowned. The staff of the ray of light in the hands of even if suddenly slammed, this just due in name only, but also in reality dual. It seems impossible to end very soon. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 356. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 356. Deep in the crypt below the Dark Spirit Pavilion, the calm lava lake has completely boiled. The magma rushes through the stream, turning up waves of flames. Just above the lava lake, 3 orange-hued dragons radiate thousands of degrees Celsius, flying in the air, and even the air in the cave is faintly distorted. The viscous magma flows on the surface of those flying dragons, and the light looks like it will give the illusion that the eyeball is burned. Lupin and the others looked at the heights, even if they were far enough away, but they could still feel a wave of heat waves coming from their feet. Marx, who is now surrounded by the 3 lava dragons, is still calm. Around him, let alone the suffocating heat, Lupin can even see a glimpse of it. Within a certain range of Marx's body, there are actually a lot of snowflakes. Whenever Blois controls the lava dragon to attack Marx, there is a cold air that turns and flies over the flying dragon body. Only then, the glaring dragon that was originally dazzling was suddenly darkened, and even the movement would become stiff, and then it would fall down a distance. Mr. Blois, can't we talk about it? If I can, I want to do something for Winnie. Marx didn't seem to give up, still trying to convince the other. Although I don't like to boast, I believe that at least I will not be worse than Voldemort. Is it? Blois held wand and said faintly, I have to admit that you seem to have studied the ancient magic and the level of duel is high. But it is not useful. So, we can calm down and talk, isn't it? Marx once again slammed another dragon into attack and continued, I don't just fight. Humphrey. Blois is just light snorted, so there is no more talk, but instead concentrate on attacking Marx. Now, Marx has already noticed that there should be something hidden so much that Mr. Blois is not willing to disclose any information. After such a guess in Marx's faintness, he simply closed his mouth and stopped trying to ask something from Mr. Blois's mouth. In the heart, secretly thought, I'm sorry, Marx's hands are sticking out, and the face is full, and the ruler rune on the stone at the top of the stick suddenly bursts out of the blue-white rays of light. At that time, the ruler rune floated from the stone and gently rotated to stop in front of Marx. Almost at the same time, a cold stream of wind spread out around the rune, and even the 3 lava dragons hovering around were cooled into black stone carvings. The physical state of the objects controlled by transfiguration suddenly changed, and Blois temporarily lost control of them and fell to the lava lake. Sure enough, the rule. Mr. Blois didn't manage the 3 dragons that had turned into stones. He just stared seriously at the rule rune in front of Marx, and the expression dipped for the first time. Of course, the dignity is dignified, but his movements are not in any slight delay. It was only a pause in the blink of an eye, and Blois tried hard to see the wand. With the acceleration of his with-the-body magic power, the lava lake under his robes flew again, and the lava lake was once again violent. The next moment, the magma in the lava lake bulged upwards and quickly condensed, forming a strange dragon that Marx was familiar with. In terms of body size, this long dragon with a long neck and a long tail has surpassed the real dragon. If you look at it with the body's burning magic power, even Marx can't help but jump. This is no longer the scope of transfiguration. At least Marx thinks so. This magic, where have you seen it? During the lightning spark, Marx thought and flew, and almost a picture was found from the depths of memory in the blink of an eye. The rolling grass, the sturdy city, the escaping civilians, the mighty flames, and the huge ancient giant dragon, and the ancient wizard standing on the city gate. Correct. It is an ancient magic used by ancient wizards to defend against giant dragons, summon. Although Marx doesn't think that Blois is using real summon. The appearance of the fancy dragon that is covered in flames is exactly the same as that seen on the murals of Herpo's tomb. Perhaps the difference is that the mural is the ice crystal dragon, and the Blois is the flame dragon. Even if this is not a real summon technique, it must be a shallow association. Although it is not exciting at the moment, I can always be obsessed with magic. Marx, and I can't help but clench my staff at the moment. Let me have a good look, Mr. Blois. While Marx's heart flashed through such a single thought head, he stretched his staff forward and the regular rune, which was slightly rotating at the top, paused for a moment. The next second, a blue-white beam of light entwined with a violent chill, and straightly shot at the huge dragon that was facing his axio. However, when the light column was forced to fly away from the fascia, the dragon swayed through a flexible action that was not commensurate with the size, and avoided it effortlessly. Dodging once did not make it lose speed. I saw that after it was dodged, he took a pair of wings and flew around the light column, and the power went straight to Marx's position. Because of the speed too fast, the flame on the flying dragon body swayed rapidly, dragging a long flame tail behind him. Looking far away, it looks like a fire-red silk twisted in the wind. Seeing the dragon with no difficulty to avoid the light column that went straight, Marx didn't panic, but he hesitated in the battle. Logically speaking, he only needs to sweep the light column to the position of Blois, and he will not lose his initiative in this attack. Whether Blois chooses to dodge themselves or chooses to let the dragons withstand the body, they can introduce each other into their own fighting rhythm. But, just hesitating for a moment, he pulled the staff to the side, and the regular rune took a turn. Under the accurate prejudgment, the light column directly sweeps the dragon wing of the flame dragon. Along with the Hong sound, the sudden cooling caused a violent explosion, and the flames scattered. The dragon was shocked by the powerful impact and slammed into the stone wall. Just above this massive battle, Lupin, Tonks, Hessian, and Mrs. Weasley stood on a huge rock protruding from a stone wall, stretching their necks and staring at the two people who were fighting underneath. Even one sentence. I can't say anything. This incredible wizard battle is something they never imagined. In the modern magic world, the duel between the wizards has always been based on the curse of the curse and the efficient wand waving as the main pursuit. That feeling is like the duel of the medieval swordsman, advancing and retreating, cleverly refined. But they also saw the more intense and more mystery magic battles on the powerful wizards of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Whether it's the dazzling silent spells of the fast break, or the combination of magic spells and transfiguration. The huge dismantling of the charms. There is a charm that makes people sigh. What can be said? It is also a curse application that you can barely understand. However, what are the following things now? Is the flame dragon a transfiguration? Can transfiguration control the mass of such a large body? And Marx, what is the light column that is large one shot? The flying dragon just avoided the first strike. The blue-white light column that flew past fell straight into the lava lake, and frozen the rolling magma. Even after this time, they have witnessed the scenes of Marx. Whatever you can see, it will only make people feel scared when they are scared. Is this still a duel? Probably at this moment, all four people's hearts are filled with similar questions. Perhaps it is God who sees them a little too busy to panic, not too happy to let them take care of themselves. Just as the four men were screaming at the gods, there were several groups of surging black hair on their heads, and they became 6 wizards wearing cloaks, surrounded by 4 people. Death Eater. Lupin found the situation in the first place and suddenly shouted. His warning was just an exit, and the other 3 immediately responded. They no longer have to look at the battle situation at their feet, leaning back against each other, staring at the surrounding black robe wizard. Clean up the intruder. With one of them, all Death Eaters stretched out wand and released a spell to Lupin and the other's lower body. At a glance, these Death Eaters are clearly well trained. They know very well that if the spells are shot flat, if Lupin they dodge, they might hurt their own people. Bang 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 dot. A series of sparks flashed, and Lupin several people blocked the spell accurately. Fly. With Lupin shouted in a low voice, the 4 decisively stepped onto the broomstick that had been held in their hands and dispersed in different directions. At the same time, everyone took out a spell and blocked a few Death Eaters that had reacted first. Compared with the unreasonable battle below, this is more common sense. At least Lupin and the others still understand how they should respond, rather than just watching it, or just waiting to be seen. Soon, the Death Eaters also turned into black air and flew up. Although it was not the power of the enchanting monument, it was also a new curse created by Voldemort, and the flexibility of the flight allowed the broomstick to look up. During a chaos, 10 people from both sides flew around in the air and made a battle. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 357. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 357. In the underground caves, the fierce battle continues. The successive battles have come and gone, and there has been a burst of sound. The flames are mixed with gravel splashes, which makes the large vertical crypts become chaotic. The flame dragon flutters tenaciously in the air, even if the light beam formed by the cooling of the rule cannot be completely frozen. Marx knows that the environment here is the home of the flame dragon. With the constant supply of lava lake, it is not easy to solve it. Of course, under his flexible movement, the flame dragon also can't help him. If this is a normal battle, Marx doesn't have to worry too much, because in this case, magic power consumes faster. It will obviously be Mr. Blois. He holds the staff, he only needs to drag the other party into the war of attrition, then the balance of victory will inevitably tilt to him. However, he obviously cannot do this now. Right now, his enemies are only Mr. Blois. If he waits for Voldemort in a while, he will only be able to return without success today. At this moment, it is him who lacks time, not Mr. Blois. Would you like to learn Gryffindor? Marx was thinking about it while avoiding the flame dragon. Well, although it's worth trying, I'm just a Hufflepuff. Enrolling Hogwarts so far, he only studied with Gryffindor once, but only once, left him with a bad memory. That's right, at the end of the first semester, he went to block Voldemort with Quirrell. There are always some bad feelings, Marx secretly swears, but in the next moment, Quick is fully open. The ability to gain from the assassin is his flesh, and it is impossible for him to fly faster by stepping on the magic book. So he slammed in the air, and then ran along the stone wall that had been blown up by the fierce battle. Speaking of it, because it is too busy and normally, he has not practiced physical skills for some time. At the moment, although the ability is turned to the limit, the speed is not as fast as he imagined. It can be said that in the eyes of Mr. Blois, the Marx at this time is enough to make any one of the wizards surprised. Because Marx ran faster than flying, the flame dragon couldn't catch up with him. Blois slightly frowned, the wand in his hand trembled, and a large number of stone cones were suddenly found on the stone wall. In the intertwined, almost every stone cone is aimed at Marx's footing. God. Marx's eyes are slightly closed, and the eyes are suddenly dark. While throwing away the visual judgment, sound, temperature, airflow and even magic power have become one of the elements that constitute his horizon. Continuous running and jumping, in the adaptation of the stone cone again and again, he gradually recovered the original feeling. The stinging of the stone crumbs on the face, the vibration of the stone wall under the feet, the hot waves from the lava lake, the warm airflow from the ears, the sulfur smell that lingers between the nose and mouth. Everything around him is stimulating his nerves, making him a little closer to the spirit of Gryffindor. He can sense it, representing Mr. Blois's majestic magic power source, getting closer and closer to him. "It's not a lion, but you want to be a lion," Marx complained, and suddenly stepped on his last step. "What am I doing?" It was this step, and he burst out of the greatest force, passing the flying dragon that flew over at a very fast speed, and slammed it straight to Blois. In the air, his arms stretched and his staff pointed straight ahead, and an invisible magic power wave spread. "Humphrey!" Mr. Blois is coldly snorted, and the wand in his hand is also pointing forward. The tip is precisely and quickly aligned with the marks coming from the storm. "What magic?" Marx, who was extremely sensitive to the magic power flow, immediately responded to the moment when he noticed that the whole body was tight. I saw him quickly retracting his staff and suddenly waved to the side. A jet of air was born out of thin air, and he rolled up him extremely violently, forcibly kicking him out. "Hide away?" Mr. Blois whispered. He seemed to be a little surprised, but the wand in his hand did not stop. In the moment of a decisive wave, the flame dragon immediately spit out a huge fireball. Marx barely turned around in the air, holding his wand in front of him, and a shiny ice crystal barrier appeared. Bang! The fireball hit the barrier heavily, exploding a lot of magma, ice and smoke. Among the smoke, Marx, who was subjected to powerful impact, flew out and squatted on the opposite stone wall. Mr. Blois ruthlessly controlled the flame dragon and continued to rush to Marx's fallen position, apparently not intending to leave Marx with any breathing room. It's complicated, but this series of lightning sparks is just a moment's end. So, Gryffindor kind can't learn. In the diffuse dust on the opposite stone wall, a blue-white light column broke through the obstacles of smoke and dust, and accurately hit the flame dragon that swooped away. Another burst of flames. Mr. Blois's pursuit was blocked. Although Marx was very concerned about what magic Blois was doing to him when he forcibly attacked him, he didn't have time to think about it. Once the close combat begins, it is not easy to stop. From the dust, the Marx's staff swung again, and a huge black smog went straight to Blois. Even the soul magic that has not been used for a long time has come out, and the depression in Marx's heart can be imagined. Blois can be ruthless to him, but he can't do that. This is a matter of principle. However, it seems that he is not going to be smooth this time. When Blois, who was caught off guard, collapsed, Marx suddenly frowned. He gave up the best time to regain the initiative, throwing a magic book and stepping on it again. No way. When he realized that the flame dragon didn't attack him, he turned to the other side and he immediately found something wrong. Hesygia, who is fighting above the cave, the injury has fallen. Eyes opened. Eyes. Marx shouted, and his staff suddenly lifted up, and the light column went straight to the flame dragon. At about the moment of the millennium, the light column hit the first moment before the flame dragon flew to Hesygia. Go in. Taking advantage of Mr. Blois's retreat to avoid the magic of the soul, Marx took the staff in time and sent Hessian into the cave on the stone wall. Give me out. Seeing that Hesygia was thrown into the cave, Mr. Blois could no longer remain calm and screamed with anger. Marx certainly won't let him take a shot at Hessian, and a hurricane will fall again, and the flame that Blois rushes between will be disappear without a trace. And in the next moment, Marx rushed to Blois again. Roll. Several waves were smashed in the lava lake, and the hose slammed into Marx. Marx just responded with a good sound, but it was a sham, and he went to the cave. Stop. In another anger of Mr. Blois, a rock giant slammed out above the cave and took a violent temper from the top of Marx's head. Bang! Marx left an ice crystal barrier to stop, and jumped into the cave before the giant hand made a shot. As soon as he entered the cave, he immediately stopped. The tunnel inside was not long. It didn't take long before he found himself stepping into a not too big stone chamber. It can be seen that this stone chamber is probably temporarily excavated. Although the head and chair beds are not lacking, it is decorated like a luxurious bedroom, but it lacks the atmosphere of life. Here, in addition to the one that Marx first sent in by Marx, there is another familiar silhouette. Winnie. Marks looked at the young girl sitting on the edge of the bed, and the young girl was watching him quietly. Good afternoon, Marks. The faint greetings and the expressionless face made Marks feel intimate. Winnie didn't wear the school's wizard robes, but she wore a pink velvet pajamas. The glittering white hair fell from the back and was scattered on the bed. In her eyes, there is a faint sense of incomprehension. Well, yeah? Marks snorted, then nodded. Good afternoon. The voice didn't fall, and the tunnel behind Marks rushed in again. That's Mr. Blois, Winnie's father. Marks walked 2 steps to the side and gave up a position. How to say it again? Not to fight in the face of the daughter. Not to mention that it will definitely affect Winnie, even if it is not, as a father will not be in front of his daughter. After all, Marks is also a student and friend of Winnie. McLawn, take the woman out immediately. I don't welcome you here, said Mr. Blois with anger. But Marks just shook his head, and he looked at Winnie again, and turned his head to look at Winnie's father. Mr. Blois, have already arrived here. Why can't you explain a few words to me? Marks asked earnestly. What is Winnie doing here? However, Winnie's father looked at him coldly and still didn't mean anything. So, Winnie. Marks turned to look at the young girl by the bed. Can you tell me why? Winnie looked at him faintly, breathing smoothly and lightly, and the inexplicable meaning in his eyes deepened bit by bit. Marks, who has always been good at analyzing other people's behaviors and even reading people's minds, suddenly wakes up. He never read her eyes, even once. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 358. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 358. The young girl sitting on the edge of the bed looked dull, and the delicate hands overlapped slightly on the legs. The crystal white hair fell from the bed and covered most of her pajamas. She sat there so quietly, like the Winnie that Marks knew, ignoring the young girl. In the past few years, Marks has not only grown a lot, but even the character has changed with the influence of the surrounding. The young girl, but it seems to have solidified the time. Everything is the same as yesterday. Good afternoon, Marks. She did not answer Marks's question, but repeated what she had said before. It seems to be saying, nothing else is important. I just want to look at you like this, so that's fine. Marks's eyes were gently open, and there was a bit of anxious heart, and it was not calm at the moment. Yes, this is the case with this female child. Quiet, silent, and faintly watching the time elapse. Although compared to Luna, the atmosphere of getting along is always less of a whirlwind, but also an unpretentious silence. Under this faint peace, Marks couldn't help but feel a peace of mind. This kind of peace of mind almost made him give up. Abandon? Marks suddenly startled. It turned out to be abandon. Inadvertently, he first read the idea that Winnie silently conveyed to him. Winnie seems to be telling him not to continue to go deeper, not to stay close, to keep the initial distance. Please give up. This is the only willpower that Winnie wants to express at this moment. When was the last time I was pushed away silently like this? When was it? Marks looked at Winnie's eyes, slightly fascinated. Oh, is that time? He recalled the blue eye that the woman was in the corner of her eye when she pushed herself away. At that time, he thought he had read her last look, but that was just his wishful thinking. The only person who could tell him the meaning hidden in his eyes could never make a syllable. After her death, what Marks did was to arbitrarily choose a grave for her, arbitrarily send her to the land, and arbitrarily recognized her mother identity. Everything is her and infallible. That's all. Because only then can he bid farewell to his past and use beautiful to draw a period there. In the future, occasionally go back to sweep the tomb, and then arbitrarily talk a few recent things, and then leave with nostalgia. In this case, it will not hurt anyone, everything will be beautiful, isn't it? So someone will say anything done for the deceased is, in the final analysis, to soothe the living. The dead is gone, and the dead will not know what you have done for him. Good afternoon, Dimension. The young girl in front of me is silently pushing away him, rejecting him, and is communicating a simple willpower in the way of the young girl. In this case, if it was the original Marks, maybe it has given up, just like when he gave a funeral to the woman. He took the initiative to take a step back after being pushed away, and then chose to deceive himself. Obviously, he only needs to respond again. He can create a false calm, but now Marx can't finish the story because there is another young girl, telling him with his own experience and actions, should not do that. In the face of Mother's silent farewell, Luna did not choose to escape, and did not arbitrarily create a good ending for the not telling goodbye. She can calmly talk about the past with others, and engrave the incomplete ending, meticulously engraved in her heart. If I come back again, Luna is divided into Gryffindor, I will not be surprised. Marx's heart filled with such feelings. It's complicated, but it's not too long. After a little sighed, Marx reinvented his spirit, and he turned his eyes straight to the young girl's eyes. That look, with an indescribable determination, left a deep imprint on the mind of young girl Marx. For the first time, Winnie took the initiative to make a clear response. She avoided Marx's gaze. Winnie, I think. Marx's words just opened, and they were interrupted by a slow pace. He suddenly turned his head back. His brows wrinkled tightly, and the staff in his hand was shining. McLawn, we met again. Looking at the silhouette of the walk from the tunnel, Marx stepped over the door of the stone chamber. I thought you wouldn't have appeared, Voldemort. HMPHO. Voldemort, hearing this in the tunnel, gently sneered a few times. Friends come to my sight as guests. Of course, my master will come out to meet. As a wizard, I can't lose. Etiquette. Voldemort in youth is indeed handsome. The tall figure and the bright smile, the slightly raised chin and the gentle arc of the corner of the mouth, made the words highly proud and friendly the first time with a harmonious carrier. But nowadays, this man hides the sinister intention behind the smile, but it can be said that no one knows about everyone. Oh, of course you. My distinguished guest, Lord Blois, not seen for a few days. Is it good recently? Voldemort walked over to the stone chamber door, crossed Marx's shoulder and gracefully bowed to Winnie's father. Ah, Mr. Blois is snorted faintly, and seems to be saying that he has no interest in coordination. What are you doing here? Marx blinked. I can say it first. Now my mood is not good. Is this not welcome? It's a pity. Voldemort spread his arms and stared at Marx's cold face, inexplicably laughed. It's rare that I came to tell you a good news. Where is the good news from your mouth? Marx curled one's lip. Some are impatient. For me, it's a big good news. Voldemort clapped his hands in exaggeration, and the smile on his face even became even brighter. When Marx saw it, his heart was irritated, and the rule rune at the top of the staff suddenly lit up. Don't do it. Voldemort waved his hand, but the expression was not too tight. It's not suitable for killing, isn't it? I don't think so. Marx's eyes narrowed, and a cold snap went straight to Voldemort, and a white cream was formed in the tunnel. However, at the moment when the rule rune flashed, a voice made his movements solidify. Do you want her to die? It was a male voice, and the thin voice with a hint of green light was never from Winnie's father. Marx kept the rule rune in the air, and he turned his head back, but he saw that one Sigier's wand tip actually reached Winnie's pale and delicate neck, and even got into a little. Leave my daughter. Who are you? The sounds of Marx and Winnie father sounded almost at the same time. Behind them, Voldemort looked like a leisurely squatting head, looking at the regular rune that spun slightly in the air, revealing a curious expression. Sure enough, I care about her. Also, at your age, I have experienced it. How about, is that right? He smiled as he looked at the blue-white rune, which was flashing in ice crystals. It is not suitable for killing and killing here. Voldemort, is that yours? What are you going to do? Mr. Blois shouted with his eyes open. Hey? Voldemort spread his hand, lightly said with a smile. I don't want to do this. Is it obvious? What do you want me to explain? Transaction. Mr. Blois muttered. Do you want to violate the magic contract? Oh yes. There is a magic contract. Voldemort shrugged said. Of course, That's important. Unfortunately, I don't care too much about the consequences of default. Others may be afraid of the breach of the magic contract, but Voldemort is not necessarily. The magic of the magic contract originated from the ancient times, and it has been passed down to the present day, of course, because its effectiveness is extraordinary, so that generations of wizards are trusted. The most advanced magic contract is bound to the soul of the signing parties. If one party defaults, the soul will completely disappear. But for Voldemort, who split the soul and made a batch of Horcrux, although he certainly does not want to lose the soul fragment, it may not be abandoned. I said before, he is not a suitable trading object. Marx knows this, and is not impatient at the moment. Mr. Blois, who was burning in anger, was shocked by Voldemort's provocative provocation, but suddenly he deepened his face and regained his face. "Voldemort, it's not good for you to do this," he said coldly. "You have to think clearly. If you don't want to anger my Blois family, just stop." "Of course, I will, of course." Close. Voldemort nodded. "I only have one request, please break it yourself." "My friend," he said, looked towards the Marx standing in front of him. "If you still want that female child to be alive." The regular rune is still floating in the air, crystal clear, with a faint chill. Marx's hand is like being frozen, holding the staff completely motionless. In the air, in addition to the sulfur smell that came in from the tunnel, it seems that there is still an unspeakable silence. Voldemort was looking at him with a smile on his face. Mr. Blois was also watching him, his eyes sparkling with indifference. The Hazigia might also be watching him. Of course, there is a young girl who is being held up. Should she still sit on the edge of the bed now? What kind of expression is she? Now, Marx didn't dare to look back, because Marx knew very well that the young girl wouldn't show any expression. She has always been like that since she first saw her. Winnie. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 359. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 359. I only have one request, please break it yourself. My friend. When Voldemort uttered this sentence, he looked forward to Marx's gaze, which contained an inexplicable comfort, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Marx licked his lips slightly, and the palm of his staff was pale, but his heart was not shaken. He can't die. It's better to say that no matter who it is, it will face the day of death. Dumbledore doesn't always say, death is not the end, but another great adventure. But at least for now, he can't die. Voldemort is not a credit-worthy person. Since the moment when Winnie was held hostage, he never thought about putting Winnie's father and daughter. Winnie's father is very strong. This is Marx's experience with his own staff. Marx, who also played with Voldemort, knew that if Winnie's father and Voldemort fought, most of the losses would be Voldemort. When Voldemort loses, he will not be Voldemort again, and the bewildered monument will swallow his soul mercilessly. And at this point, Voldemort must have understood it better than him. Under this premise, Voldemort would not choose to let him go after offending Winnie's father. Winnie. Marx turned his back to the young girl and screamed at the volume he could only hear. "Oh, right, I didn't say it just now. I have a good news to tell you." In this silence, Voldemort's melodious tone resounded. "Before you go to face death, I think you still know this news is better. After all, you have been busy for so long, and finally you should always understand the ending soon, isn't it?" "What?" Marx asked in a concise manner. "Our common teacher, Albus Dumbledore, has already taken you to the death-sharing tea party." Voldemort spread his hands and smiled. "How? Is it a great news?" Marx has a pair of eyes. Light snorted. "What is a cold sour joke? Where did you see it?" "The Quibbler." "What a joke." Voldemort's mouth was hooked, but his eyes stared at Marx without hesitation. "Maybe I told you anyway. As for what you want, I can't manage it." He was paused and gestured to Marx. "So, the time is almost up. Please go on the road." "How to do?" "Is the magic power at full speed igniting the Runed's formidable power?" "No. In the case of desperation, he may be able to guarantee that he is seriously injured, but Winnie can never be controlled. So, Is there any other way? For example, use a secretive technique to compete with the wizard that pretends to be a good one. No, although he is confident in his use spell speed, he can't be faster than the opponent's zero use spell. Can the other party really dare to hurt Winnie? No, this is just a bet, and the gambling chips are Winnie's life. Numerous thoughts rushed in Marx's mind, and the scene was rehearsed again and again, and then again and again. Even if it feels that the brain is almost drained, he still can't stop thinking. Don't you still do it, Mr. Hogwarts of Justice? Voldemort was so excited. Really? No way? Really? No way, right? Sorry, Luna. It seems that I haven't broken the decision on the layer of paper. It's right. Marx secretly whispered in his heart. I didn't expect that I would end up being a liar. The next moment, the staff in Marx's hand moved a little, and in the sight of Voldemort's alert, the cool rune gently floated over Marx's forehead. A weak person like me, or a give-up choice? Marx. Winnie's voice slammed as the cool rune drifted away to Marx's forehead. Although the sound line is still dull, it seems to be more when it falls into Marx's ear. What's more? At that moment, Marx's mind only had time to flash such a question, and in the next moment, an indescribable strange wave is centered on Winnie and spreads out in a spherical shape. The speed of its expansion seemed to make time all the same, and drowned everyone in silence. Is time stagnation? No, it doesn't seem like this. Except for Winnie, the faces of others have become sluggish, and their hands are unable to hang down, like being taken away by something. During the time, the stone chamber was silent, and only the uniform breathing continued. Marx. Winnie gently plucked the wand against her neck and slammed her toes. The sparkling white hair behind her, as she moved from the bed, almost fell to her leg. After calling Marx's name again, Winnie silently bypassed her father and stood in front of Marx. Should you come? Young girl looked up at Marx's face, her long eyelashes flickering, faintly authentic. Well, probably, I don't know. As she spoke, she pulled out a potion bottle from her pajamas pocket, the brown translucent bottle, exactly the same as the potion bottle that caused the case outside. No, I am just lighter myself. Winnie said gracefully, cheat yourself. When the voice did not fall, she suddenly extended her left hand and tapped Marx's chin with her fingertips to lift his face slightly. The sleeves of the pajamas slipped silently at this moment, revealing a white wrist. The lost-faced Marx lifted his head and his mouth opened a little. Winnie pulled the cork and carefully poured the medicinal liquid from the bottle into Marx's mouth. The medicinal liquid slipped into the throat, causing Marx to swallow it. Subconsciously, Winnie looked at Marx quietly, and after all the potion had been poured, she lifted her sleeves and carefully wiped the stains on Marx's mouth. Not long after, Marx lost the focal length of the pupil suddenly shrink. Good afternoon, Marx. Still a wave of unrequited greetings, still a dull tone, but let Marx burst into shock. Winnie. Marx was not surprised by the situation, because he had no time to take care of those. What surprised him was the sly smile that appeared on Winnie's face. You laughed. Only today, the exception. Winnie put her hands behind her back, looked up at Marx with a quiet head, and replied softly. Suddenly, Marx hadn't had time to think too much, just like he noticed something, and quickly looked around all around. Then he found that except for him and Winnie, the other three were looked at towards Winnie almost at the same time. The eyes of the three pairs of arrogance with desires made him with the staff of the slightest hesitation, keeping Winnie behind him. What happened? Marx was alert. Voldemort's situation seems to be different from everyone else. Hateful. Voldemort obviously recovered his mind, but somehow he became extremely painful. However, he saw him squinting his head, and the body smashed into a black gas, which turned into an entity in an instant, and even sent out a hysterical sorrow. This is the power of the enchanting monument is again countering his soul? Marx frowned. At the same time, Winnie's father and the faked wizard suddenly looked forward to each other, eyes more and more violent. It seems that the next second will rush to each other, desperately tearing each other completely. What? Voldemort was once again miserable, and then turned into a twisted black gas, rushing straight into the tunnel outside the stone chamber door, and lost sight in the blink of an eye. Marx. Winnie stepped across the steps and stood next to Marx, stunned them. Marx stunned, but saw that Winnie's father had raised the wand in his hand and pointed at the other party. He no longer thinks more. Immediately swiped the staff and sent 2 high-strength stunning spells. With the 2 sounds of bang bang, both of them seemed to have been hit hard and rolled down to the corner. Winnie. Marx, who had no clue at all, reapplied to Winnie. In the face of this situation, it is obvious that only Winnie is alone. All this. Can you tell me now? Winnie nodded, but did not answer immediately. She continued to watch Marx show her smile, as if to want to make up all the past. The smile was a gentle and sultry, and it was incomprehensible. After a while, she looked at Marx and asked softly, "Do you remember that story?" "What story?" Coming back to his senses from Winnie's smile, Marx is stunned. "The story you told. The origin of Veela," Winnie said. Under her reminder, Marx's mind quickly emerged a picture. It was the beginning of the 3rd round, and he came to the dinner at Hogwarts with the teachers and students of Durmstrang. When he talked to Winnie about Fleur Middle. Miss Delacour of Buxbuttons, he followed the legend of the ancient times. It is a beautiful young girl living in an ancient desert country. She seems to be favored by some kind of bad luck, which has the charm of confusing people. That kind of charm can make people fall into a wonderful illusion, and violently mad and self-defeating in the unconscious. As the young girl fled in horror, the horrible chaos spread rapidly. Wherever she went, people rushed to fight and blood flow. Could it be that? Marx suddenly squinted at the 2 people who rolled in the corner. When he puts the legend and reality together, a ridiculous feeling arises spontaneously. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 360. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 360. At the end of 1980, the snow fluttered and floated overnight, accumulating overnight, decorating the whole Paris with a silver-white fairy tale. On the roof, on the street, in front of the store, almost everywhere, it seems to be covered with a layer of white whipped cream, and people who are bulging can't help but want to take a taste. The moles came and went on this cold morning, and the sound of the squeaking sounds on the snow. The water vapor that came out swayed lightly and slid into the air. The rotation of this season is the charm of nature. It was this morning that Blois Fort was also covered with a thick layer of white quilt, which was soft and not too cold. Today's Blois Fort is very busy, and the snow in the atrium has not yet been cleared. The servants hurried back and forth in the snow, mostly with a happy smile, and it seemed that something great happened in the fort. A series of footprints became clearer and clearer in the vast courtroom, and at the end, a wet snow path was stepped on. Is the kitchen ready? The first guests should arrive soon, and everyone is speeding up. A heroic maid stood at the door of the main fort, waving his hands in vain, and loudly commanding a servant, like a female conductor of a symphony orchestra. But after saying a few words, Piper disappeared in place, leaving only a pair of deep footprints on the ground. It seems that she seems to see no big problems here, and then Disapparition went to other places to wave the baton. Miss can be considered alive, and I don't know if the child will follow father or mother. In the corridor on the edge of the atrium, the 2 young maids were almost at the same time apparition. They greeted each other and then chatted while walking. It's called Mrs. It's right. Even if you are following the lady, you should change your mouth. Another maid made a hand to poke her waist and laughed. He said, on the look of the master and his wife. No matter who you are, you can't go wrong. Yes, you said. The maid who spoke at first whispered, is it a male or female child? I heard that master doesn't care about men and women. He is a child. He likes it. So neither the lady nor the master intends to divination. Just wait for Verdo 1 to bless. Hey. Miss is really happy. Don't know where my other half is? Yes, Mrs. How can you always remember? I told you. The maids all exuded their enthusiasm, and they were teasing each other with an envious expression while walking towards the other side of the corridor. In a short time, the earliest guests arrived at the gate, and an expensive carriage was accurately docked in the front square. The carriage was printed with a beautiful family crest. The French Blois family has always been Loc, and no matter how Loc, the new Wren family's wife produces the first child, which is neglected. In the modern magic circle of the Pureblood family, the new student of the ancient bloodline represents the continuation of the noble tradition and is the glory of the Pureblood family. It's just that this generation of Blois patriarch is a bit different, because he is not as old as the old ones. Please profit for divination. Having said that, with the invisible position of the Blois family in the French magic circle, other families will not come because of this little thing. Soon, many of the guests who had done their manners were all led by the servants, and went to the second hall of the main fort. The first group of guests who arrived early, the status is not too high. They are nothing more than a big scene, and they are familiar with a big family that can't be mixed normally. Social conventions like this, whether in the mole world or the magic circle, don't make much difference. But in any case, today's Blois fort is finally really lively. However, the warm atmosphere of the main castle is exactly the opposite. In the temporary delivery room where Mrs. Patriarch is located, the warm air seems to be filled with a sense of tension as if it were preparing for the army. This temporary delivery room was made by Mrs. Patriarch when she was found to be pregnant. She was specially used as a maternity bedroom. Now that her wife is about to give birth, she is naturally used as a temporary delivery room. At this moment, the lady was lying on a soft bed with her big belly, and the hair between her forehead was wet with sweat. Is it almost time? You have to wait. Wait a minute. At the bedside, a handsome man anxiously asked the head nurse of the family that the sweat on his cheeks was not much less than his wife. "Dear, how are you feeling?" asked the man in front of the bed and took his wife's hand. But his wife just shook his head gently, indicating that he should not be so anxious. Time passed by a little bit, and it was really a fight for the young patriarch who couldn't keep up with this torment. Finally, he took the initiative to get out of the room in order not to let his wife feel uneasy. Leaning against the wall of the outer corridor, the man was deeply took a deep breath, and his mouth began to pick up the two names that had just been booked last night. The waiting time is like being infinitely stretched, and I can't wait for the head. The servants who run around the gallery once pass this place once and must bow to him. But now he is full of his own wife, and the child who is about to be born in her stomach. Where can I take care of it? Suddenly, the temporary delivery room was commotion, and it seems that the most crucial moment has finally arrived. Oh, may Virto bless. Male child and child will do, as long as my wife and child are healthy and healthy. The man extended his finger and drew an ancient symbol in front of his forehead. This time, I finally didn't let him wait too long. With a clear cry, child was born. The man suddenly widened his eyes, and the handsome face showed great joy. He jerked his turn and took a step. He opened the door and wanted to go in. He almost ran into a waitress with a wash basin. "Oh, sorry, old. Let it. Nothing, let it go." He couldn't wait, just let him sideways and squeezed past the maid. "Oh, madam, how?" The voice did not fall, and an inexplicable breath suddenly spread in the delivery room. Everyone, including the lady who had just finished production, looked up and lost her focus. In the room, only the baby who had just been wiped clean and lying on the soft bed was still crying and crying. The crying echoed in the room, and it was extremely secretive. At this moment, with the crack of the click, the gemstone pendant on the man's chest burst open. He was shivered, and suddenly returned to sobered up. How? What happened? He looked around, but found that everyone else was looking at the front with a dull face, and the scene was amazing. The man was full of stunned, half-mouthed but didn't know what to say, and who to tell. During the day, he seemed to think of something, violently pulling open the good collar and reaching his chest. Immediately, he took out the necklace that had been hung on his chest since he was a child, and looked at the part of the pendant with amazement. Cracked? Really cracked? He stared deeply at the broken jewel, muttering to himself. The warning recorded on the genealogy page. Is it true? Just as he was stunned, everyone in this room suddenly reversed his neck and looked at the baby who was still crying. The young patriarch jerked back to the sobered up, and he took out the wand that he never left, and he released a dozen spells. But when the tip points to his wife, his arm is subconsciously stiff. How safe is the curse is also a curse. The wife just produced, the body is the weakest, in case the magic effect affects her body. It was just a moment of hesitation. The young woman sitting on the bed suddenly burst into the air and fell down from the quilt and fell to the floor. But she couldn't help it. Her voice screamed in the throat and climbed wildly to him. A Yinhong woman came out from the lower body and fell on the floor, and was smashed into a vague and faint bloody print. General Petrificus Totalus. Seeing that the longer the situation is, the worse it will be, the man finally made up his mind and waved wand to ban his wife. After he had finished the spell, he immediately picked up his stiff wife and put her back on the bed. Then, he hurriedly rummaged through the potion cabinet that had already been prepared, took out a bottle of potion, and opened his wife's mouth and fed it. After finishing all this, he only looked at his wife with a worried look, then he reluctantly picked up the baby who was still crying and ran out. The child is still too small to be able to move with the follower. What he regrets at the moment is why he didn't exercise his body well. There were too many servants along the way, and he had to make a hand out, and while he was running, he cast a spell and stunned or imprisoned all the people he met on the way. For a time, the side castle of Blois Fort was simply a mess. Everywhere he passed, almost every other distance would have someone stumble on the ground and be unconscious. When he was filtering for breath underground, and heading into the basement, it was barely relaxed. According to the family tree on the title page, it is possible that the curse must be a female child. The time of the curse awakening is not fixed. It is possible from the moment of birth until the age of 22. The chances of cursing and awakening are too low. In the last few hundred years, there has not been any instance. The warning on the family tree's title page has even become an inheritance ceremony. Only when you set up the Renemone of the Ren family, will you go out and read the ancient family tree, and that's it. Why? Why is it my child? Why is it my Winnie? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 361. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 361. When the bloodline curse is awakened, the bloodline holder is a woman. The older it is, the higher the charisma that can be expressed, and the wider the scope of the curse, the more timely it needs to be sealed. The reason why my Blois family took this bad luck was because of the strong influence of the external cause. Because my family is the pioneer of the seal magic. In order to avoid the big sin and reproduce the world, my family should develop with all strength, inheritance and never die, and bind the sin to the eternal sin. I will not repeat the disaster of the ancient desert country. The descendants of my family, I hope to remember. The deepest underground of Blois Fort. The young patriarch Eric Blois sits down on the wall of the Chamber of Secrets, reading the title pages of the Blois family's ancient genealogy over and over again. The above texts are written in ancient runes, which translates into a modern language that is quite blunt. But this generation of patriarchs past will be spoken, and its content will not make him have too many doubts. That is, this curse is still the ancestors' initiative to connect. Blois stunned the genealogy to the side, annoyed. Just kidding. To be a savior, you should do it yourself. Of course, no one will take care of you. But why are you bringing in your own descendants? And why is my daughter? By his side, Winnie, who is still a newborn baby, huddled in Mr. Blois's robe and floated lightly in the air about a foot or so from the ground. Probably just tired of crying. Now she has fallen asleep sweetly with her eyes. The young Mr. Blois turned his head and looked towards the delicate and white face of little Winnie, and the anger turned into an endless pity. The title page of the ancient genealogy is very clear. He needs to activate the seal magic array hidden under the Chamber of Secrets to seal the curse of the daughter within the body. After the seal, every time you need to come back to seal the reinforcement. Only in this way, The daughter can live like an ordinary person, and the people around him will not kill each other because of the abominable curse, and cause a greater disaster. The price of Sealable is that your daughter will no longer be able to express his emotions. Not only can't you smile when you are happy, but even the right to cry when you feel sad will be ruthlessly deprived. To reproduce the world for a big sin? Mr. Blois snorted with a smile. HMPH. Big sin? Who is this sin? Is it the sin of my daughter, or is our husband and wife? After a while of silence, Mr. Blois picked up the wand who threw it on the ground because of his wife in the delivery room. Then he re-engaged the daughter into his arms and then pointed the wand to the ground of the Chamber of Secrets. Blois Tucker. This is the Chamber of Secrets opening spell of the Blois family, which only works if the bloodline matches. And as the mantra sang, the ground suddenly trembled, and the Chamber of Secrets split a channel that stretched downward. The things originally placed in the Chamber of Secrets have been overturned, and even dropped directly into the tunnel, but Blois did not care about them at all. He walked straight into the black tunnel. In this tunnel, a first-class step is cut, and every time he steps, a candle is automatically lit on the wall of the passage. The tunnel was not long. Soon, when the last step was stepped on the ground, the front suddenly lit up. In front of him was a stone chamber that had been lit with a circle of candles. Nothing in the stone chamber, except for the unfamiliar pentagram map depicted on the flat floor beneath his feet. Although there are many lines and runes in it, the rune pattern of the pentagram pattern is much more concise than the circuit-style rune image that Marx figured out. The seal of the Blois family is the foundation of the family and the ultimate reason why they are always at the top of the French magic circle. In fact, the Blois family has experienced many times of genocide crisis. Although this is the case during the family relocation, the family's inheritance has also experienced a large-scale loss. But the seal magic that can be used as the last layer of insurance has remained. To this day, the Eric Blois generation, even with only a few furs left, is still enough to make the Blois family stand behind the global magic circle. Even so, when Mr. Blois saw the pentagram on the ground, he could only look awkward. Today, it can only be done according to the genealogy. He looked down at the little Winnie in his arms, and there were some tears on his tender face. When I reached out and tried to wipe the daughter's time, I couldn't help but take back my palm. The hands are already covered with dirty dust. How can he make his daughter stain again? One gently waved, and Winnie even took the father's robe and flew to the center of pentagram. Her sweet sleeping face with a hint of ruddy, seems to have just dreamed of a wonderful feeling. The pink mouth of a small heart evokes a reassuring curvature. Mr. Blois looked at the warm smile of Winnie's mouth, and his heart slammed like a needle. Let her smile for a little longer, just a little while. However, at this moment, his brain was awkward, and the space in front of him seemed to be folded, resulting in incomprehensible distortion. This is not the space is changing. Is his vision. Time is running out. What awakened him in the delivery room was the broken piece of the pendant. But his wake is not as eternal as the ancient Boulai fairy fire. Leave it to Mr. Blois. No, it's time left for Winnie, not much. Defindo. Blois without the slightest hesitation, tearing his wrist. Because of the time constraints, the strength of the curse really did not control. The cross-shaped wounds were deep visible in the bones, and the blood seemed to be spewed out without money. A large amount of blood ran on the ground, and the pentagram, which touched the blood, slammed and automatically pulled the piece of red and smear into every nick in the picture. Under the infestation of blood, the brilliance of the faint blue gradually became redness of horrible to see. Genealogy Axio. Blois waved wand again, and the ancient genealogy that fell on the upper level immediately hangs up and flies in front of him. He tweeted the tip and unfolded the title page, but his distorted vision made him even ugly. He squinted, took a deep breath, and painstakingly interpret every whimsical magic character. The swaying of the vision made him straightforward and disgusting. The lost blood made him lose his strength, but he could only bite his teeth. Each and every one syllables are drawn from his mouth, and each syllable is more popular with the bloody array of rays of light. The rune and lines on the ground gradually broke away from the nicks and floated to the plane where Winnie was. At the same time, the white little cute face, the curvature of the corner of the mouth disappeared a little. When the entire pentagram was complete, with the last syllable in the Blois mouth spit out, the array suddenly swelled and made a bad-sized blood-stained imprint on the chest of little Winnie. Peng. Mr. Blois was black in front of him and crouched on the cold, hard ground. Although the hallucinations in the senses have been completely calmed down, the dizziness caused by excessive blood loss has made him even slightly weaker and more violent. Winnie, my daughter. In spite of the faintness in his head, he slid over his face and lay on the ground, stretching out wand with difficulty, letting the little Winnie still hanging in the air gently fell into his arms. Looking at his expressionless daughter, he recalled the smile of the little Winnie's mouth. In the moment when his heartache could not be his own, he opened his mouth and gave a silent cry of resounding heart. The most incompetent father under his heaven, how can he wake up this poor daughter with the snoring of this most shackle? The fate of the Blois family did not end there, and Eric Blois's misfortune did not come to an end. The birth banquet at Blois Fort was interrupted and all guests were asked to leave the castle. On the occasion of the snow, the pure-blood wizards of the French magic circle, after dinner, surrounded the brazier with family and friends, and naturally talked about one more topic. Of course, the Blois family only gave an explanation that was barely convincing, but the rumors were secretly circulated in pure blood. Of course, for outsiders, this is just the case. But for Mr. Blois, the fate that belongs to him is constantly deepening day after day. Little Winnie grows up in vain. Every day is expressionless, and the hair that grows out is a slightly sparkling white. Mr. Blois's wife, Winnie's mother, has been continuously affected by the illusion, postpartum hemorrhage and magic imprisonment. In the eyes of others, the growth of little Winnie seems to be exchanged for the life of mother during the day and night. Panic, unacceptable accumulation in the servant's heart of Blois Fort. But Mrs. Blois turned a blind eye to the rumors in the fort. She looked at her daughter with affection, and even accompanied her little Winnie at all times, even in the critical period when she couldn't get out of bed. There was always a gentle smile on her face, without a slight shake. Until the winter of Winnie's 3rd year of the birth, the young Blois passed away with a smile as the tiny snow slid gently over the spire of the tallest tower in Blois. Winnie, who was 3 years old and still 3 years old, sat quietly in her crib and looked at her own expression gradually becoming cold. In the heart of little Winnie, who is not yet sensible, only the smile that remains on mother's face has immortally left a mark. Mother. Winnie, who had a late opening, called the word so clear for the first time. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 362. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 362. Dark Spirit Pavilion. The deepest underground vault, in the cavestone chamber on the lava lake. Winnie sat on the edge of the bed, watching Marx's side face quietly, while telling the past bits and pieces that belonged to her. She is not really sad, because she can finally look at the boy in front of her, and show her smile. Even if it is only today, even if it is only for a short time, she will not regret it. Do you know? She said. I have a wish. The biggest. I always hope that I can smile at the best friend. Because the feelings must be expressed in order to make people understand. Nothing about the curse of the Blois family, perhaps Winnie itself, is a woman who is not good at words. Since the death of Winnie's mother, her father's heart, like Mr. Blois, is like a hole that can never be filled. He has always been cheerful, as if his own emotions have been sealed, and he has never shown a smile. He poured all his love for his wife into the little Winnie. Excessive doted and protection. Winnie rarely has access to outsiders since childhood. Not to mention peers. Even adults are just a few mates who take care of her daily life. Perhaps because of this, Winnie, who was very late, was only able to understand when she was 6 years old. In her world, there is no other existence besides father and her own bedroom. Until one day, a couple of guests came from Blois Fort. "Mr. Blois, thank you for letting us stay in Gibao for a while. To be honest, the best holiday I have ever spent in my life. And the number of fathers who brought me to Gibao that time." In a meeting hall in Blois Fort, Winnie's father sits opposite a couple and is chatting quietly. And behind the sofa where the couple was sitting, a little girl was standing very sensibly. Her very lady's stance is obviously experienced by the excellent etiquette. But if you look at her big eyes, you can see that this female child may not be as well behaved as the surface. "You're welcome," Mr. Blois said calmly. "We are friendly for 2 generations, just for a night out. It's not a major event." "Don't say anything else. The rooms in the fort are very much." Even if he greeted and laughed, Winnie's father still had a fascinating expression. Although he has received a complete air education since childhood, this expression is not so disgusting, but a sense of distance will always come to life. "Ha ha, this is really great." The man was heartily with a smile speaking. "We could have tried Quidditch on the hillside behind the castle. Now I want to come. I really miss it." Indeed it is. Mr. Blois's face changed slightly, and some of the cold spots were nodded. "If it is an ordinary guest, naturally it will not be shallow, so even a face-to-face conversation will not create an awkward atmosphere." But the couple, especially the man, not only had a good relationship with the Blois family, but even had a good friendship with the Blois. In this case, Winnie's father is still the expressionless. It is easy to appear cold. "Eric, maybe I have a lot of things, but..." The other person advised a little heavily. "Inaz's illness is really sad, but you don't have a daughter?" "If you have been this way, to child and also, on the mountainside, it was not just him and Blois." Winnie's mother, who had just met Mr. Blois, was also present at the same time, and laughed and cheered for them. Although after that, the Blois couple did not fall in love immediately, they were still at school. It is an inevitable beginning to talk about the emotional experience of their husband and wife. When the other party abandoned the surname and called him Eric, this was a conversation between friends. "You won't understand." Mr. Blois shook his head faintly and interrupted the topic. Seeing that the friend did not want to talk more about it that year, the other party had to side and took the initiative to lead the topic elsewhere. This is the case with the Wizard family, which is proud of pure blood. When both sides bear their family names, their position can no longer allow them to speak freely. Even a former friend will become an enemy if he is not careful. In most cases, maintaining friendships between families is far more complicated than maintaining personal friendships. "Hey!" After another plain greeted conversation, Mr. Blois shook wand and issued a light sound. Immediately afterwards, a pair of servants quietly approached after knocking on the door, leading the guest to go to the room that had already been prepared. The rest of Mr. Blois took a sip of the afternoon tea on the table and looked at the sunshine outside the window. His eyes narrowed slightly. In his face, in addition to exhaustion, there is a bit more complicated. After a little while, Blois opened his eyes again. The dazzling sunshine seemed to make him feel at a loss. He shook his eyes and avoided it. "Maybe, the space I left for Winnie. It was too small." Just now, the conversation with the old friend made him involuntarily recall a year. Winnie's mother has always been a woman who laughs. Although there are not many words in normally, the friendly and warm smile has never been left behind. Moreover, even if she is not good at words, she always likes to make friends. He was thinking, maybe his daughter, it should be like that. "Hey!" It was a light sound, and another servant pushed in and stood at Blois and listened. "Winnie is in the bedroom right now?" he asked softly, with a hint of softness in his tone. After receiving a positive answer, Blois disappeared from the living room with a tiny burst of noise, and appeared again in front of Winnie's bedroom door. The door was quickly opened, and a middle-aged maid stood a little on the side of the door. "Father." In the bedroom, the little Winnie is sitting at the desk and looking at a picture book called Magic Aquatic Plants. Her white hair was turned into a shiny golden by magic. It was a flawless golden that reflected the ray of light in the sun, as bright as her mother. Hearing the sound coming from the door, little Winnie turned back and glared at her eyes, quietly calling him. "Yes, It is father, not father. This is the second word Winnie learned since mother and has been used until now. Mr. Blois did not attempt to correct her because he himself felt that he was not worthy of being called father by his daughter. Well, Winnie. What are you reading? Blois leaned closer and asked softly. Flower. Little Winnie calmly said, water, beautiful. Eat people. Is it? Blois nodded. Well, it's really beautiful. This pair of fathers and daughters are actually a bit strange to others. They are expressionless. They all talk about superficial and plain words. It is often that there is no point in talking for a long time. The words of daughter are still very ignorant, so it is not surprising to say such. But the father side seems to be afraid of what he said is wrong, thus inadvertently hurting the daughter. The hands touching the daughter are clumsy and trembling. After a period of boring conversation, Winnie's father seems to have finally made up his mind. Winnie, you want to have a friend? He asked cautiously. Friend as friends? Little Winnie expressionless authentic. Friends. What? You can play together, eat together, talk together. Mr. Blois hesitated, as if he was examining what he had said, paused, continued. In short, it is together. I will feel very warm people. Little Winnie looked at some nervous father, looked at the album in her hand, and thought about it with her head in her head. Well, she finally nodded. Friends. Very good. The next morning, little Winnie took the big hand of father and rarely appeared in the dining hall of the main fort. It can be seen that she is actually a little uncomfortable, but the feeling of curiosity has overshadowed her timidity. She is using her bright eyes to scan everything around her. Mr. Blois sat in the Lord's position and looked into his daughter's eyes, full of rich affection. Not long after, the door of the dining hall was gently pushed away. The pair of guests who were invited to have breakfast together came in with their own daughter. Little Winnie's gaze immediately fell on the female child behind the guest, her eyes staring at each other without blinking. It seems that I noticed the sight of little Winnie, and the female child also looked over her. Just for a moment, these two eyes are like being merged together, and a wonderful feeling can't stop growing in the heart of little Winnie. Maybe, is that the feeling of smiling at the other side? After a long time, when she recalled the female child again, Winnie faintly understood the warmth of her own heart. For the entire breakfast time, she and the female child looked at each other. Perhaps the other party is only curious about her peers, but she first realized the meaning of the word friend to herself. Hello, my name is Ava Crow. Wow. You can call me Ava. After breakfast, with the acquiescence of the parents, the little girl child took the lead to say hello. My name is V. Winnie. Brobber. Little Winnie still looked at her face, but her rushed tone and broken syllables made her look a little more cute. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 363. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 363. Your friend? As far as Winnie is concerned, this may seem like a good start, but it may not lead to a still beautiful ending. Although Winnie's face always had a smile, Marx couldn't comment on the female child in the story. He is not so rash, and the minimum is still there. Well, Winnie took and nodded seriously. If I can smile. Maybe. Under Winnie's intermittent narrative, Marx gradually learned the first short friendship she had in her life. Winnie, here there are butterflies. Oh. In the back court of Blois Fort, there is a flower bed of all seasons. This magical flower bed has always been at a suitable temperature, with a variety of gorgeous flowers in bloom, which was once the place where Mrs. Blois personally remodeled. Winnie's mother is a witch who loves a variety of plants. It smells like a refreshing tea every day, and is her favorite leisure activity. After her death, Mr. Blois reapplied the curse instead of her, allowing them to continue to flourish. Recently, this piece of flower that has been slightly deserted has suddenly become lively. Eva and Winnie often ran around in the flowers, chasing each other and playing with each other. When they were tired, they lay down and rested under the flowers. Although Winnie is still the expressionless look, the cute baby doesn't seem to mind. she still laughs and accompanies, and the relationship with Winnie seems to be getting better and better. Of course, in addition to the most frequent flower beds, there are plenty of places in the Big Blois for children to play with. In the following month, this pair of little female children, both in appearance and in the heart, have left a happy footprint in every part of the castle. However, the opportunity to let this seemingly perfect friendship collapse seems to be too hasty. Winnie, who is still young, didn't even have time to go back to his senses, and everything went to an end. Things happened on the shores of the mountainside of Blois Fort. It was an afternoon with a little gloomy weather, and Eva and Winnie came together to the small pier by the lake. Originally, they still had a good time. They were racing farther away from the lake. Suddenly, Winnie slipped into the lake without a warning. The embarrassed Eva suddenly panicked, and she shook her hands on the edge of the dock, shouting with enthusiasm. But she shouted a few times. She seemed to finally think of something. She stood up and ran to the castle. In the end, it was not her own servant who was rescued by Winnie, but herself. Perhaps it was the instinct to survive when it was a matter of life and death. Like Max, she was saved by the magic power. She suddenly ran away. However, in the half day that Winnie unconscious did not wake up, Eva was stopped by her parents in the face of Winnie's father. Even so, Mr. Father Blois of Winnie still doesn't say a word. The baby daughter who made him jealous and blamed him was almost gone. This kind of crisis that almost lost the meaning of life made Mr. Blois's heart tremble. Early the next morning, Eva's parents offered to leave, and Mr. Blois did not say nodded. When they walked coldly and quietly in the square inches front of Blois Fort, Winnie, who just woke up last night, sneaked out. "I am sorry." Winnie apologized to face the baby who stood in front of her parents and was alone. She didn't know why she apologized, even though she knew the situation from the maid's mouth. She was still full of ignorance. However, she vaguely felt that in this case, all that she could do was to apologize. Eva still licked her lips tightly, and her eyes fell on the ground in the square. In Winnie's vision, Eva's dark face almost mixed with the same gloomy sky behind her. An ice cold that Winnie still can't understand, silently spreading in the surrounding air. Sorry, Winnie groaned. We still friends. Friend? It seems that this vocabulary touched the tight string of Eva's heart, and she raised her head violently. Her eyes filled with surging tears. You said we are friends? Yes? Winnie is woody. Have you smiled at me this month? Eva's crisp voice became a bit fuzzy, but the tone of her speech was getting higher and higher. I am laughing. Only me. You really have you been a friend of me? No matter what you do, you are this expression. I don't understand what you are thinking. Eva. Her father shouted, don't you say that. Have you forgotten the etiquette class? The little Eva, who was earlier and more sensible than her peers, bit her lip and broke free of the palm of her hand on her shoulder. She scorned Winnie with anger and grievances, conveying a silent complaint. In fact, this so-called friendship has been a stage drama full of falsehood from the beginning. Mr. Blois, who is worried that daughter is too lonely, asks the old friend to make two children a friend, and worried about the old friend's love father, he is very happy to accept it. Eva took the initiative and Winnie showed it. This is his father's embarrassment. The little Eva, who has always been obedient, quickly became a part of the meaning of father and the little Winnie. But who knows, this slightly worse stage play has a natural starring little starring. Only after 2 days of play, Eva also liked the appearance of the refined cute little Winnie. Although she has never understood Winnie, who is not very talkative, she never gave up trying to understand. But this repeated attempt is actually a kind of depression. Eva knows how to be sensible, and in the end it is just a little girl who has not reached school age. While holding up a smile and trying to open Winnie's mask, her cheerful enthusiasm gradually cooled down again and again. No matter what she did, Winnie didn't have any expression, and her eyes were so cold that she was chilling. Therefore, when this plane was scolded by father and she was born with infinite grievances, she finally chose to give up. Yes, sorry. Suddenly, I was screamed by Eva, and Winnie was caught off guard. But she doesn't know what to do, and the words in her heart are more fragmented. She is not good at words, She seems to have forgotten even when she panicked. There is only one sorry, repeated in her mouth, like a broken tape recorder. Enough! Eva screamed and interrupted Winnie. What's sorry? You look at your face. Is this a face that is apologizing? Winnie, hearing this, gently touched his face. His eyes flashed a trace of gloom. When she came back to his senses, she found that Eva had gone away with her parents. Under the grey sky, there were only a few slybacks left in her memory. Later, I don't want friends. In the stone chamber, Marx listened quietly to Winnie's narrative, and at the end he nodded slightly. Misunderstanding. Yeah? Winnie said leisurely. Later, I made a decision. 2 wishes. Wishing? Marx wondered. Yes, wish. Winnie smiled. I want father, help me find another mother. I want father. Send me to Hogwarts. That's the one I saw in your home. Marx stunned. Winnie nodded. Then, I met Marx. She blinked and looked at Marx. You are like Eva. You have been talking to me, always with me. Always. Hey. Marx laughed. I just thought that you were very special in the Hogwarts student. You are my friend. Winnie stretched out 2 fingers and shook in front of Marx. The second one, is it? Well, Winnie nodded, said, so I always thought I must laugh for you. And then you figured out how to make this potion? Marx was surprised. How do you know that the mysterious flower can resist the curse? Flower. Winnie pointed to her chest. Let the curse be quieter. Because I didn't really understand Winnie's bloodline curse, Marx didn't know what the reason was. In this case, Winnie's own feeling seems to be the only answer. Although magic research can't be judged by feeling, Marx also tentatively remembers this answer first. You are really. He suddenly felt that it was not easy to live. The 2 talked a few more words, and Marx remembered a very important thing. That. What about your seal? He asked worriedly. Can the curse be sealed back? Nothing. Winnie shook his head and pointed to the corner. To ask father. Under Winnie's instructions, Marx asked about the remaining potions and personally went to Mr. Blois. Waiting for a moment, Marx cleared the spell left on him. Winnie just woke up. Blois immediately turned around and looked at Winnie with horror. My daughter. Father. As soon as Blois saw the seemingly safe daughter, he suddenly fell to the ground, but he quickly came back to his senses and ran to the bed. My daughter, why are you forcibly unlocking the seal? This. Mr. Blois? Marx shouted in amazement, but Blois didn't seem to hear Marx's words, completely panicked. The genealogy. No, no matter if you can reseal, I will not let you suffer any harm. I swear. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 364. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 364. Severus, this is my last request for you. Give this to Tom, then hand it over to Marx. You know what to do. They all have their own way. Hogwarts main store basement, in the potions professor office, Snape expressionless sitting behind the desk. A pair of cold black scorpions quietly watching the table. In front of him, there was a small glass tube with some flocks. Although it seems that it should be a materialized memory, if it is placed in a meditation basin, it should be able to interpret its contents. But the flock in the glass tube is not normal silver, but a fairly pure bright silver. There should have been a broken wand on this table, which was the final thing to hand to Voldemort. At the moment, the wand still stays where it should be. The remaining small glass tube is reserved for Marx. At this moment, the entire Hogwarts are very quiet. This is an inexplicable silence. It seems that there is something inexcusable and ominous that envelopes the castle. It is a bit breathless. Nearly all the teachers and students gathered in the vestibule, which was a slightly yellowed lawn. The recent weather is obviously a bit cold, but there are too many people gathered here. The number of this person is more than 1. It seems that even the air is soaked by everyone's body temperature and becomes slightly warm. Even so, everyone's heart is cold. These days, the nights are overcast. Although it will always be fine during the day, it seems that I can't stop it this afternoon. A tidal wave rushes through the soil that is rooted in the grass, as if to prematurely the upcoming rainy night. At this time, Probably Snape is not here, right? Just as the Hogwarts were in a quiet moment, the space around the school gate suddenly shook in a space, and a silhouette appeared quietly. I always feel a strange sense of sight. What is the bloodline curse of the Blois family? What appeared there was Marks, who had just returned from the dark alley next to the Dark Spirit Pavilion. After Mr. Blois showed up with Winnie and returned to Blois Fort with Mr. Blois, Marks immediately went to Hogwarts. According to Mr. Blois, the ancient genealogy page does not indicate whether it can be sealed twice, but in theory it should still be possible. So even when he decided to bring the daughter home, he went. As for Marks, although he didn't have time to say anything more than Winnie's father, he at least conveyed his research on bloodline transformation to Mr. Blois. Tentatively, regardless of whether the other believes or not, and on the premise that Voldemort has lost faith, his suggestion should be reconsidered by Mr. Blois. In fact, if possible, Marks really wants to follow Winnie to Blois Fort. Bloodlinecurse.sealmagic.mysteryflower. The origin of Veela. The deserted ancient country. The great disaster. I was immersed in the thought of Marks, and I have not noticed the anomaly of Hogwarts. He just untied the defensive magic on the main entrance, then opened the tall fence door and walked in. Even after entering the campus, he subconsciously added a new defense magic. Nearly the height of the staff with his footsteps, on the ground, bang 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 all the way to light, inadvertently destroyed the dead in the campus. Disaster. The series of keywords mentioned in the story told by Winnie flashed one by one in Marks's mind, and finally stopped on the word disaster. When Marks had a few pictures in his brain, he couldn't help but whisper, "Is it difficult to do this? What is the relationship between this curse and the Monument of Temptation?" At the time in the Stone Chamber, the power of the enchanted monument of Voldemort within the body was clearly counter-attacking. What led to this was Winnie's ability to unravel the curse that broke out of the seal. Looking at the commonalities of the two, it is also causing a huge disaster. The enchanted monument, the curse of the bloodline. Reported in the murals of Herpo the Foul, the Gryffindor sword and the floor mirror. May they be the same kind of thing? In the midst of confusion, Marks squinted low and kept twitching his thoughts. But when he got closer and closer to Hogwarts Castle, he finally felt a bit wrong. He suddenly looked up and tried to find the source of that strange feeling. I don't have to look for it at all. He saw the pile of silhouettes standing in front of the castle at a glance. When I saw this scene, Marks, even if he remembered what Voldemort had said, "Don't be kidding. Is it impossible?" In front of him, a large group of young wizards gathered on the lawn and surrounded by a pile of heads. In the innermost part of the crowd, it seems that there are still some professors' silhouettes. Marks quickly took out a magic book and stepped forward. As he walked forward, swiftly passing the road, passing the lawn, passing over the head of the young wizards, and slid into the circle like a gust of wind. Many people have noticed his arrival, and everyone's eyes subconsciously followed his body movement until he fell to the ground. Marks McLawn. Many people happily shouted at him, but he didn't care, just staring blankly at the lawn surrounded by everyone. There was an old wizard who had to be white, and he was lying on the ground calmly. A pair of half-moon glasses had been shattered and slanted on his left ear, and a broken one fell to the edge of the grass not far away. The eyes of the old blue eyes on the old wizard have lost their wisdom. Baffling. Marks stared at it for a long time, but only squeezed out such a sentence. Only when the voice has not yet settled, he waved his wand and a magic power wave immediately spread to the old wizard. But very quickly, the Marks' brow that received the feedback was wrinkled again. Obviously, there is no breath of life in the body. Not only that, but even the magic power with its body did not autonomously block Marks's exploration, but instead continually escaped outside the body. Everyone is going back. I need to do a deeper inspection. In Marks's unquestionable words, both students and professors all come back with complex colors. In the crowd, Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at him with concern. Especially Hermione. Her eyes are full of blood. Her eyes are red. It seems that she has already passed a lot of tears. On the other side, Luna just looked at Marx silently and didn't know what he was thinking. After everyone had made a vacant lot, Marx slammed the staff in his hand. A black misted hoe was worn silently under the old wizard, and then it ran very smoothly and rushed to the sky. Like this, the magic filled with the feeling of dark magic makes everyone feel a little uneasy. In the current situation, Marx, the use spell, has no scruples, but it gives people a sense of security. How? Professor McGonagall, standing at the front of the crowd, clasped his handkerchief and asked with the insignificant expectation. Marx turned slowly and shook his head in a haze. Within the body has no soul. He took a deep breath and slowly spit it out. Then he was heavy and honest. Dumbledore has gone. Marx's words seemed to open a stuck switch. A series of commotions and crying screamed in the crowd, mixed with fear and sorrow, and the atmosphere that had been extremely depressed was suddenly blown up. Albus, Professor McGonagall rubbed his eye sockets with his handkerchief and his voice trembled. Professor McGonagall, Marx walked up to her, first patted her on the shoulder, and then seriously said, "Now is not crying. I believe that Professor Dumbledore will not want to see this scene." After all, he turned his head and looked towards the young wizards behind McGonagall, looking around for a weak student. "Just be quiet, listen to me." His voice was clear and bright, and under the influence of magic, it spread throughout everyone's ears. "No matter what happened, Hogwarts is still here. We have nothing to fear. Dumbledore is gone, but he must protect Hogwarts and protect us. He is like us, born in Hogwarts. Here is his home, my home, our common home. He is fearless for Hogwarts, and of course we can be fearless. Whatever we are facing, we should be brave, because, having said that, Marx slammed his wand and a dazzling blue-white light beam burst into the air, breaking through the thick clouds above his head and straight into the sky. In a flash, the light column disappeared silently, and a golden sunshine fell down through the holes between the clouds. "Because we are Hogwarts." Marx took another shot of Professor McGonagall's arm as everyone looked up at the top of his neck. "The next step is for you. Let everyone go back to the castle as soon as possible, and there is a need to arrange a patrol alert immediately in the school to prepare for the event." At this time, at the gate of Hogwarts Castle, Snape also came out. He stood on the edge of the door and looked up at the sky like everyone else. There was a trace of yearning and nostalgia in his eyes. Perhaps most of the wizards have been through powerful magic, and some of them are innate talent, and have worked tirelessly. Obviously, Snape is one of them. He has always been obsessed with the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, and the reason is naturally obvious. Professor Snape. Marx walked down the steps and screamed, "Ah!" Snape lowered his head and glanced at him, then turned and walked inside. Follow me. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 365. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 365. Professor Snape. In the Nimmons corridor, Snape and Marx step forward in tandem. On the way, Marx only shouted, seeing that Snape didn't respond, and he didn't say more, just keep up with his steps. Judging by the route of travel, Snape should take him to the headmaster room. When the two came to the front of the headmaster room by rotating the escalator, Snape paused and then pulled out wand and clicked on the tightly closed door. Soon, with a burst of mechanism-like sound, the door of the headmaster room, which was clearly locked, opened wide. Seeing Snape take a step and go inside, Marx immediately followed. Just as soon as he stepped on the floor of the headmaster room, his gaze was attracted by a smoldering scarlet red. It was Phoenix Fawkes, and as usual, he stood on the bird's stand as usual, bowed his head carelessly, and it gently arranged the feathers under his wings with its pointed tips. I have been used to Fawkes Marx, but this time I stared at it and looked a little more, and there was a strange expression on my face. Professor Snape, it's all here. Should you say something? Marx turned his head and looked at Snape, who was standing against his head at the headmaster's desk. The next few days will it will be very busy, you know it too. Ah! Snape lightly snorted, then turned around and handed the small glass tube to Marx. Dumbledore asked me to give this to you. Marx, hearing this, reached over and looked at it. In the small glass tube, some pure silver flocks were found inside and wrapped around. This is memory. He has never seen such a materialized memory, so it seems hesitant. Probably, Snape said faintly. Dumbledore didn't leave any explanation. Professor. Marx shook the glass tube and looked up at Snape. How did Dumbledore's death come back? No, I want to ask, is Dumbledore dead? Did you not check it yourself? Snape did not give a positive answer. But, Marx looked at the phoenix forks on the shelf and looked at the glass tube in his hand. Frowns. Before that, I also vaguely felt that Dumbledore took another step on the magic road. How could he be like this? I am clear about the reasons for his death. It is nothing more than trying to convey his own death. Snape said casually. You are not stupid. Should you be able to figure it out? As a result of Snape, Marx was thoughtfully nodded. The death of Dumbledore is quite awkward for everyone. This is true for yourself, and for the outside world. Don't look at Voldemort's so easy to say in the stone chamber, but if someone asks him, dare not attack the Hogwarts castle now. He might have shot the idiot asking the question the first time. Whether Albus Dumbledore is dead or alive, he is enough to dare to shake. This is the powerful power accumulated by the greatest white wizard of the present. Seeing Marx thinking about it, Snape waved his hand and then pointed to the glass tube in his hand. As for his real thoughts, I have never been able to figure it out anyway. I want to say, you should first look at what he left for you. Maybe the recluse, isn't it? In fact, as soon as I mention Dumbledore's topic, Snape will be quite impatient. Although he is indeed a double-faced spy on Dumbledore's side of Voldemort, he and Dumbledore are just that's all maintained through a deal. Now that Dumbledore is dead, Snape's thoughts are even more complicated. Also, Marx licked the glass tube in his hand and gently sighed it, then walked straight to the cabinet where the meditation basin was placed. After reading, I will come to my office, Snape said as he walked to the door. Speak here, I am not comfortable. Looking at the door of the headmaster room slowly closing, Marx shook his head slightly and then reached out to open the door. The silver light of the meditation basin quickly popped out of the cupboard. Marx unplugs the oak plug from the glass tube and pours the pure silver flow inside, and slams the palm of his hand over the shallow basin. The flocks quickly melted silently under the action of magic power. When Marx saw it, he immediately bowed his head and plunged his face into the silver-like mist. Hazy. What Marx first felt was a kind of shackle-like steam or a fog. Nothing can be seen clearly, nothing can be touched. He can't feel his weight, and there is no feedback from all kinds of senses. Only feeling can clearly reveal his own existence. Suddenly, he felt as if he had seen what it was. It was a silhouette of a faintly discernible, coming slowly towards him. Step by step, not too slow, as if doing a purposeless journey. With every step of the silhouette, the kind of around him will flow and gather into a real scene. This is in Marx's vision, as if I saw an extremely wide oil painting, slowly approaching him. In the dreamlike oil painting, every oil paint is constantly extending and spreading. As the scene became more complete, Marx soon discovered it, a western street covered in a thin layer of snow. The weather seems to be nighttime. The street lights along the streets are lit, and the faint rays of light are much brighter under the reflection of snow. On both sides of the street, most of the houses with the patchwork were closed, and even the curtains were not opened. As Marx looked at the more complete scene in front of him, the illusory silhouette gradually became clearer. Long white whiskers, silver grey and robes, wrinkles and vicissitudes of the face, and the pair of blue eyes that are always hidden behind the half-moon lens. Professor Dumbledore. Marx wanted to talk, but found that she couldn't find her mouth at all. Dumbledore came slowly and stood before Marx's consciousness. Marx, you are here. He smiled and opened his mouth, but on Marx's side, he only felt that Dumbledore's voice was directly in his consciousness. How is this place wonderful? Dumbledore said softly. You don't have to talk. Because you can't say it, I can't hear it. I know you have a lot of problems, but those are not important. Well, At least for me, it doesn't matter anymore. Because, your embarrassment with everyone, and your efforts for those embarrassments, so that I can do it myself, that one who knows selfishness, the words of Dumbledore's words, Marx is understandable. Because of the existence of Marx, Dumbledore finally has the freedom to continue to realize the true meaning of magic, and smoothly went one step further. This irresponsible old man. After thinking about this, Marx couldn't help but want to turn his eyes to him. You heard me say this, you must be a little angry? This is of course, then. Dumbledore had a naughty smile on his face, and he paused to continue. So, I tentatively tell you first. The thing that I want to understand most at the moment. Well, if I got it wrong, don't blame me. Dumbledore said with a smile. Yes, for you, I'm already dead and I'm already dead transparent. But for me, I obviously haven't dead. Or, from the real death, there is still a long way to go. Marx heard a glimpse and then immediately looked around. There is no difference between the surrounding scene and the reality in his cognition. There is no such thing as a name. Limbo. In Marx's consciousness, a strange and familiar vocabulary flashed past. Among the magic circles, there has been no such word since ancient times. This is a complete mull word. The so-called spiritual prison can be interpreted as the edge of hell, the closest to death. But Marx doesn't know that the concept itself is actually derived from the magic circle. I don't understand, it doesn't matter. I am calling you this time, just to introduce you to this place. Dumbledore whispered. Remember the words I have been emphasizing? For a wizard, death is just another great adventure. I have been looking for the door to the adventure, but there are some things in my heart that always make me unable to relieve. Dumbledore said, just like looking at Marx, looking at him. But Marx, your appearance made me gradually understand the silky shackles, but I am bothering myself. Looking at every step you take, watching you go all the way without leaving nostalgia, I know where I am wrong. So now, I am on my way again. I am not entangled in the past mistakes, no longer blaming Ariana for the death, no longer regard Ariana's wishes as my own wishes. So, I can finally retire. The Ariana in Dumbledore's mouth is his younger sister who has long since died. Although Marx also knew that Dumbledore had been regretting things for the past, he did not expect that strong and profound self-blame was the direct reason for him to become the Hogwarts headmaster. I and Ariana love the whole world, but I always understand that my love is never the same form. When he said this, Dumbledore seemed to be so eager to fly, as if the old looks were younger than a few decades old. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 366. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 366. Love is a mysterious force. It is very powerful, and it contains everything in the world. For Mole, it is the necessary existence to promote social development. For our wizard, it is eternal, changing pursuits and truths. Dumbledore said slyly, but Marx was confused. Is it difficult to understand? It doesn't matter. I also used all my life to understand the essence of love, and it is still only my own. The number of ways to explore magic is inexhaustible. You and I choose its two very different journeys. Let's take a look at it with your own life. Maybe Tom's child can't understand it. He never tried to understand love and always thought it was the most useless thing in the world. But you are different, Marx. I am very confident about you. I remember, you should have been to the Department of Mysteries of Ministry of Magic. There is a room that is locked all the time. If you have a chance, remember to check it out. I believe you will get some of it from your own revelation. Marx, hearing this, cannot help but recall, and immediately remembered the first of the 12 black doors he touched. Behind the black door, which was locked by a powerful magic, hidden strange energy that he did not understand. While Marx was thinking, Dumbledore raised his eyebrows gently. Oh, time is running out. He closed his eyes and felt it. Then he continued. Well, I just said that this time I brought you here, just to let you look at this place. Maybe you will want to find this place in the future, so I think it might be better to let you see it first. Dumbledore said as he reached out and waved his sleeves. Suddenly, the surrounding streets suddenly turned into a large fog and disappeared silently. He showed Marx the kind of dreamy fog and explained it seriously. This is a mysterious energy projected by all the spirits of the world. It is one of the magic mysteries that I have been exploring and pursuing all the time. It is my truth. Having said that, Dumbledore waved again and the fog once again condensed into the streets and houses. Materials to promote appearance. Spiritual deduction rules. Remember the question of Rowena's bronze eagle? What you are seeing now is the practical use of the spiritual deduction rules in this theory. But the spirit is not always positive, and the rules are the same. Dumbledore solemnly said, I abandoned my body and took the initiative to find out what the complete spirit is. Dumbledore looked at this world in front of him and asked himself, if love is the positive energy projected by the spirit, is the negative energy? I tried to find the answer in my old friend, Grindelwald, but when I was still attached to the power, I couldn't find the answer right away. But later, I understood it on Tom's child. Turning his head, he seems to be watching Marx. The negative energy projected by the spirit is called sin. When Dumbledore uttered the word sin, he was fascinated by Marx. But at this moment, Dumbledore's silhouette was blurred and the sound was moving away. Child, remember, love and sin are not inconsistent. The two are balanced and complementary. It is a whole. Continue along there. Road. We'll see you again. In the headmaster room, Marx jerked his head from the meditation basin and gasped for 2 breaths. He stared at the mirror on the inside wall of the cupboard, and his face was pale in the mirror. Somehow, he felt that he had a feeling of disengagement, but the magic power of the body could not be consumed. It's the soul. No, mental fatigue. Marx shook his head and dragged his heavy footsteps to the sofa chair by the window and sat down heavily. Although I heard it, I have a bit of understanding, he muttered. If my exploration is about physical rules, then Dumbledore should be intangible. The rules are up. Don't mention those words that you don't understand. At least the last sentence. It really makes people care. I took a break in the headmaster room and looked at the time, only to find out how long it was. Marx then stood up again, squinting and walking towards the basement. No surprise. Snape should be waiting for him in the office. Oh. But then, Dumbledore, is this really dead? He was entangled in the problem along the way. Should. Don't you? After ringing the door of the Snape office, there was a cold response. Marx shrugged, then opened the door and went inside. Sit. Snape said casually, turned from his potion cabinet and sat down at the desk. Professor? Seeing Snape sitting down, he fell into silence, and Marx had to open his mouth. Well, Snape turned to look at Marx. Dumbledore is dead. Then what are your plans? Originally Marx thought that Snape told him to come over, maybe there is something to explain. But who knows, Snape first came to ask what he planned. He thought about it and shook his head. What to do next will continue to do. Voldemort's ultimate goal has always been Hogwarts, and for me, to protect important people, it's necessary to protect Hogwarts. In any case, I am completely in conflict with his interests, isn't it? Snape frowned, and there was a hint of boredom on his face. Is it? He was a little impatient. In this case, isn't it good to take your little girlfriend away? That guy doesn't have to take the little girl's life from Lovegood. Marx looked at Snape unexpectedly, strangely. Professor, are you? I want to take Potter. Snape bluntly said. The man is no longer obsessed with the prophecy of the original, that is, in the heart of he, Lily's son is less important. You two, with your little girlfriend, go far. Isn't everything solved? Snape's look seemed to be a little shaken when he said these words. Marx is also not sure. Snape is making this decision in what mood? Perhaps the one that caused him to make such an idea was actually the conversation that night. Is it because of Ms. Tia? Marx almost blurted out and debuted. Snape didn't answer, but the confusion in his heart made his master a clue immensely forgotten. In his dark, deep eyes, a trembling quietly penetrated. Professor, have you talked to Miss Tia? Marx asked quickly. What is the situation? Mr. is not. Snape supported his upper body with his elbows, his hands folded and placed on his lips, and brief remarked his eyes. After a long silence, he was heavily sighed. "I asked her a question," Snape said solemnly. "I asked her what her name is, then she told me. Her name is Prince." "Princess, isn't that?" "Yes, my old surname is Prince, Irene Prince." Snape muttered. "I don't understand why I have a younger sister, I don't understand." "So, are you going to find the answer? Take Harry with you?" Mark's stunned. "I don't want to bring him, not at all." Snape smacked the table annoyed. "But I can't. Every time I see his eyes, I will remember, he is Lily's child." "Hey, Professor." Mark's helpless. "I don't mean if you want to take Harry. Harry is definitely not willing." Marks said this, Snape's face is even darker. He clung to his thin lips, and the contradictory mood made him almost want to break out. After squatting for a while, he slammed his hoe. "Then I will take him away too." Snape squinted. "I can't let him stay here. This is the best decision for him, for me, it's all." "You have no interest in Hogwarts?" Marks couldn't help but ask. "No, Voldemort can always stare at the school. Maybe when he will attack. When you are there, what do I need to worry about?" Snape calmed down at this moment. He looked at Marks for a moment. "Do you want that guy to do so easily?" This made Marks a little embarrassed. He could easily laugh at anyone's praise, but when Snape also praised himself so straightforwardly, he really didn't know how to respond. "Professor, thank you for your trust first, but what should I say?" Marks sorted out his thoughts and continued. "To be honest, the Order of the Phoenix is actually quite inadequate. I deeply felt this in action. Although we have not lacked a wizard to perform common tasks, there are too few talents in your key tasks to keep abreast of the situation. Now Moody is still missing, and his search has never been harvested, and Kingsley has just recovered, and there is no way to go back to the execution sequence immediately." Speaking of this, Marks sincerely said, "Professor Snape, we really need you now. Of course, you can go with Miss Tia to explore her life experience, but I definitely hope you can come back. I hope that you can think about it again." How? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 367. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 367. What exactly is Dumbledore? In the Gryffindor common room, the students who had just been brought back by the professors gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, which lowered the voice talk in whispers. "Who knows? That's Headmaster Dumbledore. It's dead without warning." "Don't be like this, McLawn is right. We are all Hogwarts students. Dumbledore must have been to protect us from death. Thanks to him, we can still talk here now." Harry and other 3 people also sat in the corner of the common room. They silently listened to the noisy surroundings and looked at each other. The heaviness in their hearts made it difficult for them to speak. Marks's soothing speech is definitely somewhat effective, at least under the magic he showed. Everyone has some confidence. But in any case, Dumbledore's death is a fact that is in front of him, and no one can accept it at once. "Hermione, you got the news before us. Do you have anything to say?" Harry couldn't stand the dignified atmosphere and broke the silence of the trio. Hermione's eyes were still red, and she shook her head and sucked her nose. Dumbledore ''S. The situation was discovered by Snape first, Hermione whispered. "I know more about this than you do." Snape. Harry hearing this, "My heart is a habitual suspicion." "Harry, I know what you are thinking, don't do this." Hermione looked at him with red eyes. Marks said it, "Snape is fine." "Yeah, Harry." Ron also patted the shoulders of his buddy, nodded. "Although I don't like Snape, the potion class is really enough. But in addition to never giving us a good look, it seems that I have never done anything bad, isn't it?" "Yeah?" Harry barely followed the nodded. To say Snape, although not friendly to Gryffindors, no, it is very demanding for students outside Slytherin House. But what he is most concerned about is definitely Harry. It's been like this all the time, and Harry's impression of Snape is naturally not good. The 3 men were silent for a while, and Hermione was a little bit swayed, which suppressed the sorrow in the heart and put the spirit on the mind. Since talking to Marks in Black's old house, she has been insisting on actively thinking about things, and she is more and more diligent in learning magic. This happened at the moment, and after calming down, Hermione almost habitually turned her head. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Harry and Ron. "Right, I just remembered it. It seems to have some discovery," Hermione said seriously. "At the time I saw Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall in the foyer. Professor McGonagall looked very shaken, so I followed past. You know, Dumbledore is lying on the lawn under the astronomical tower, not far from the foyer. I was panicked when I saw it, and I couldn't care for anything else. But now I think about it, I really don't feel right." "What's wrong?" Harry and Ron hurriedly asked. "It's Snape's look," Hermione recalls. "He looks too calm. It's absolutely not normal." "Isn't Snape always like that?" Ron curled one's lips said. "In my opinion, even if Hogwarts Castle collapsed in front of him, his face would not be white." "His face is already white enough," Harry muttered. "And, don't you doubt him?" "No," Hermione waved. "I don't doubt him. He wants to be a Voldemort. It must not be so calm. At that time, Snape looked like I didn't seem to care that Dumbledore died. He also had the same conversation with Professor McGonagall, just pointing to the lawn and saying just here, and then going back to the castle as if walking. No matter which side he stands on, as long as he is interested in Dumbledore's death, he will not be perfunctory with that routine." "Listen to you saying this, it seems that this is really the case." Harry thought thoughtfully. "If you say it again, he will not be so gone. I remember when everyone gathered there, it also did not appear." Hermione, hearing this, immediately nodded, agreed. "Yes. So, there must be flaws in this, maybe." Just halfway through Hermione, Ron suddenly snorted and interrupted her. "What?" Frightened and flustered. Hermione gave him a sigh of relief. "No, I just remembered one thing." Ron laughed apologetically, then continued. "Before on the lawn, after Marks said it was not going back to the castle, I seemed to see him at the gate and who is talking. Later Professor McGonagall began to remind us to come back. I forgot. Now think about it. That standing on the doorstep seems to be Snape, is it?" Harry said strangely. "Speaking, I didn't find out when Marks was going at the time. At that time, you still looked up at the sky with your neck." Ron explained. "So, what do you mean? Snape deliberately waits for Marks on the steps at the gate?" Hermione bowed her head and hesitated. "You said Dumbledore is a fake death." "Fake death?" Harry wondered. "Why? Maybe Dumbledore wants to lay ground with his own death halfway." Hermione shook her head again. "No, it's not right." Harry and Ron just understood, but seeing Hermione negated the speculation himself, and could not help but grow up. "No? Why is this?" the two asked at the same time. "You think?" Hermione frowned. "If Voldemort heard Dumbledore's death, would he believe it? Even if you want to believe it, it must be believed after a good investigation. Because Marks is messy. The tricks he came from, he ate several times and lost. How easy it is to believe that Dumbledore will die. So, is Dumbledore really dead or suspended?" Ron was almost fainted. "I don't know," Hermione said calmly. "In the absence of evidence, it is absolutely unwise to make a final conclusion. Marks said this before." But, when she said this, she thought about it again. And this continued. "If this time Dumbledore is indeed dead, it is fortune or misfortune. But if Dumbledore is not dead, then there will definitely be bad things to happen." "Why do you say that?" Seeing Hermione's face cautious, Harry and Ron couldn't help but get nervous. "Because Dumbledore is very likely," Hermione said solemnly, "I want to use his own death message in exchange for time. That is, he wants to hold Voldemort's action first." Harry licked some dry eyes. "Speak." Professor Trelawney's previous prophecy in class. "Prophecy?" Ron stood up and stood up. "You wait. I am going to get the notebook." "No," Hermione suddenly waved. "I still remember the content of the prophecy. I don't have to go there." "Are you back?" Ron hesitated and sat down again. "Just a few words, Hermione sighed. That note was copied by you. Don't tell me that you have forgotten it. So the prophecy says, sin is recovering. Harry recalls. It sounds very ominous. It's much more terrifying than the pattern I saw in D-Slag. It's really ominous, but when you mention the prophecy, I care more about the other sentence. Hermione squinted. Remember? I mean, when the light of the old days retreats from the stage, the enemies will come back. That sentence, the light of the old days, definitely means Dumbledore. So, is the enemy referring to Voldemort? Ron, even if speculated, is Voldemort not suspicious of Dumbledore's death, want to attack directly? If it's Voldemort, it's not that sin is recovering. Hermione shook her head and thought carefully. Enemies. She thought for a moment, and suddenly she showed a look of uncertainty. Dumbledore's old enemy. Does it mean Gellert Grindelwald? Who, although the name sounds familiar, at this time, Harry is full of Voldemort, and there is no room for other people. Grindelwald, the first-generation Dark Lord. Hermione glared at Harry. You should read more books. Although a history of magic only records things before the 19th century, we lived after the 19th century! Harry was greeted by Hermione rebuke and couldn't help but scratch his head. He has really worked hard recently, but his energy has been spent on self-study, magic, defense against the dark arts, flying technology, and so on. For the boring magic circle history, how did he mention it? Uninterested. In fact, even the textbook A History of Magic has hardly turned over. Yeah? It's time to read more books, buddy. Ron patted Harry's arm again, and then exchanged Harry's white eyes. Ron himself was not interested in A History of Magic, and Harry was naturally clear. In short, to talk about Dumbledore's old enemies, it really should count the Gellert Grindelwald, who was once called one of the most dangerous dark wizards of ancient and modern times. If it weren't for Dumbledore, who thought of the way to force him to fight for his life and death, maybe the magic circle of Europe as a whole would have been completely lost in the dark. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 368. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 368. So what does the obscurest person in the prophecy mean? Last night, when Harry asked the question, the doorway of the Gryffindor common room suddenly opened, and a solemn and unquestionable voice interrupted his question. When is the time to sleep? What are you doing in the common room? Go back to your bedroom and move them up, immediately. And immediately, Professor McGonagall still has bloodshot eyes in her eyes, but her state seems to have completely stabilized, and it has returned to the normal Hogwarts deputy headmistress that is stricter to others and stricter to herself. Oh no. Now, she is already a temporary agent headmaster. Under the firm drive of Professor McGonagall, the young lions stood up one after another and huddled and left the common room. Harry naturally rushed into the crowd, heading for the ladder leading to dormitory. To be honest, there are not many students who can sleep well in this night. Even Ron, who had no heart and lungs, was rarely late to sleep, and he didn't sleep well. In such a dignified day, only the nature that keeps the rules is still not shocked. Even the death of the world-famous big wizard Dumbledore is nothing more than a life that can be seen everywhere. The haze of last night, still not turned into cold raindrops pouring down, but in the early morning of the next day, quietly scattered, it was thorough. The clouds in the blue sky are fluttering, adding a little golden brilliance in the first ray of the sun. Although the recent weather has become more and more cold, everyone has gotten up very early today. Almost everyone walks out of the foyer when they pass by the foyer, and when they are blown by the cold wind outside the door, they look at the lawn under the astronomical tower. But there was no other thing to care about except the hay that was slightly overwhelmed. If I didn't go to the auditorium for breakfast, I found that I couldn't see the kindly silhouette sitting in the center of the staff. Everyone really couldn't feel the real feeling of the old man's death. All of this is like telling everyone that the line between life and death actually exists only in everyone's cognition. If everyone can no longer feel the existence of that person, then it is the meaning of death. At the corner of Gryffindor's long table, Harry and Ron sat together, eating the bread in the dish without words. The jam is on their hands, but now they don't have the mood to put it on the bread. Can you let your stomach touch the hunger alarm? You know, no matter how rich the meals are in front of you, as long as people die, they can't eat anymore. Harry! Ron screamed. What? Harry chewed the bread in his mouth and always felt that even the fragrant wheat that he should have could not be eaten. I just thought of it. Ron drank the milk and put everything in his mouth into his throat. We should be more respectful of nearly headless Nick in the future. Harry came back to his senses and nodded. You are right, you said, Dumbledore. When he mentioned the name, Ron paused hesitantly. Will he become a ghost? Who knows? Harry shook his head. How did the ghost form, even if they didn't know it themselves? It is said that if you die in a strong regret, you might become a ghost, but it doesn't seem to be all. When Harry finished speaking, the two found that there was no more topic. After they looked at each other for a few rounds, they went back to the tough bread industry. Just then, a silhouette burst like a gust of wind from the hall door and quickly came behind them. Is it all finished? Hurry up. We have to get up. Harry and Ron looked back at them, and at first glance they saw Hermione's unkempt brown hair and her nose that was slightly dilated because of her breathing. What happened? It should be a good thing. Hagrid is back. Hermione replied quickly. Is it? Ron doubted. You just said in the common room. Do you have to go to the library first? How do you know? The voice did not fall. A silhouette a few steps slower than Hermione also gently chased after the gas. Hermione was obviously a bit awkward, but she still grabbed the man's sleeve and explained. It's Lou. It was Miss Lovegood telling me. I walked in front and saw a big man. Luna was pulled by Hermione's sleeves, and some of them swayed a few steps, but she did not care to say it, even with her arms wide open. That big, she explained slyly. Hagrid is really big. But isn't this already a common sense at Hogwarts? Luna is also a year late for them, and should have been used to it already. Ron looked at the female child with the long blonde hair in a puzzled look. She felt that she was really as rumored, and it was a bit strange. Harry, sitting side by side with Ron, looked at Luna a little uncomfortably. He still seems to be embarrassed about the damage to Luna at the beginning, and he dare not look at this female child. Good morning? Luna glared at his head and looked at them with a slightly confused look. Good morning. Harry looked at the air beside Luna and nodded. Don't be good morning, and hurry to finish. We have to come back before the start of the first class. Hermione crossed her arms and pointed at them and urged them. The two hurriedly stuffed the bread into their mouths and were smashed into the mouth to fill the milk. After a busy day, the four men quickly walked out of the auditorium and rushed to the hunting lodge on the edge of Forbidden Forest. Oh, I know that it's too cold to change the thick sweater today. Rushing forward on the vestibule's path, Ron shrugged his shoulders around his neck, his arms around his arms, and he was cold. It's best to wear a scarf again, Harry added in a timely manner. This time, Hermione was uncharacteristic and did not blame for the two boys, because she did not wear much today. The thin robe fluttered in the wind, completely unable to stop the cold wind that followed for a while. The Hogwarts castle is very large, and the vestibule is naturally quite open. Once it reaches the windy season, it will be like a money-free scrape. However, Luna is still a leisurely look. Her home is located on an unusually wide hillside, and the whistling wind has long been taken for granted. And the main thing is that she was not afraid of cold since she was a child. Only 3 people looked at her neck exposed in the cold wind, and with the long hair swaying in the wind. I only felt colder. Fortunately, Hagrid's cabins are not far away, and soon they will be able to clearly see the look of the cabin. From time to time, hiding in the faint sunshine of the clouds, some old hunting lodges seem to have some vitality. In the roof chimney that has not been moving for a long time in the past, the smoke is rising at this moment, and it is blown farther by the wind in the air. When the 3 saw it, they subconsciously accelerated the pace of advancement, and Luna followed the unhurriedly. They came to the wooden door with excitement, and Harry raised his hand and knocked a few times. Suddenly, a nostalgic noisy dog snorted and screamed behind the wooden door. Hagrid, we are. Harry yelled at the door. Oh yes, yes, come so soon? A slightly hoarse voice came out. I thought you would be a little later. The water hasn't burned yet. Immediately, a footstep sounded in the room, which was heavy but reassuring. Really, I miss you a bit. Let go. Let's get out of your teeth. You're a flubber dog, licking inside. Hagrid's voice sounded quite happy, which made both Harry and Ron look to Hermione. You haven't said it to Hagrid. Harry was a little heavy. Well, no. Hermione shook her head. I haven't been here yet. Miss Lovegood just told me. I ran to call you. They were talking, and the wooden door next to it was pushed away. The next moment, Hagrid's head was first stretched out of the door. Hermione turned her head in disapproval and immediately screamed. Whisper a little. Hagrid said quickly. Come in, coming. Miss Lovegood said to inform you, but I didn't expect you to move so fast. Hagrid, what about the big one? Luna didn't seem to care about their performance at all, and she reached out and gestured, revealing some curious expression. Oh, didn't you say it to you? Don't mention that. Hagrid waved his hand again and then pushed a few children into the doorframe. Then, with the sound of bang, the wooden door closed tightly. Sorry, Hagrid, I am just... Hermione stood by the door and looked at Hagrid in amazement. Oh. How did you get it? Hagrid's hair was almost all entangled, and there seemed to be some dark red, solidified blood clots inside. The left eye was swollen high, and the eyes became a slit, showing a bright green purple. Every inch of skin that everyone can see has a variety of scars, and even some blood has not stopped. Perhaps 1 or 2 ribs have been broken, which makes him move a little cautiously, and from time to time will lick his mouth. CC pumping air. It's okay, nothing. Hagrid pretended to be easy. Do you have a cup of tea? It's cold outside today. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 369. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 369. In the hunting lodge, Hagrid sat sideways on the sofa next to the fireplace and stared at the copper kettle on the fire. Behind him, a thick black travel cloak was hanging on the back of the sofa, which was the same as his body, not only ruined, but also stained everywhere. In the shadow behind the sofa, 1 foot can hold 2.5 of Harry's oversized packages placed on the ground, and there is nothing in it. On the other side of the fireplace, Hermione and Luna, 2 female children, each occupied the last 2 broken wooden chairs in the hut. As for Harry and Ron, they were sitting on the wood pile for the fire and the dirty wooden barrels. By the way, the big dog that Hagrid raised was now lying next to the table at the back. It stared at the table while screaming and shining. Hagrid, where have you been during this time? What happened? How to make this look? Harry couldn't help but ask again. The hunting lodge has been vacant for a while, and looking at Hagrid is obviously just coming back. Because of the long time no clean relationship, a thin layer of ash has been accumulated everywhere in the hut. But now, everyone has no time to take care of these little things. I said, nothing. Hagrid said stubbornly, picking up the umbrella next to the fireplace and pointing it at the fire. Suddenly, the pile of firewood slammed out more flames and worked harder to pick up the copper kettle on the iron shelf. Firewood slammed a light sound, bursting a lot of fire stars, causing Hermione to move her feet out, lest the splashes of flames point to their trouser legs. Get it, Hagrid? Ron looked at his Wolverine. You basically said what you said. You don't have to stare at us. My face? No, isn't that nothing? Hagrid straightened up and patted his cheek, but he frowned. Well, oh, I can see you again. It's really happy. Isn't it, Hagrid? Hermione saw that he tried to open the subject in a bad way, rounded his eyes and called him with dissatisfaction. Really? Who have you been beaten? Now you are like this. How miserable it looks. Harry asked with a worried look. Is it Voldemort? Don't mention that name. Hagrid sighed hard, then scratched his scalp. Well, okay, I did run into a small mistake, but it's really nothing. Tomorrow will be good, believe it or not. The most important thing is that this and that, well, you know who it is, have nothing to do with that person. Radical, complete, thorough, no relationship. After all, Hagrid waved his hand and then got up and walked to the table on the other side of the hut. I saw that he first used his feet to pull the teeth that were squatting at the table, and then opened a huge tea towel that was placed on the table. Everyone knows this, and they have been making a lot of non-stop teeth, but today they quietly stared at the table from the time they came in, because under the huge tea towel, there is a piece of raw meat that is bigger than the car tires. You don't want to ask us to eat that? Ron stared at the suspicious piece of meat. It looks poisonous. As Ron said, the sale of this piece of meat is really bad. Although the meat of that creature can't be seen, just look at the cut surface of the green blood. It is estimated that no one wants to put it in his mouth. No poison, it was originally like this. It is dragon meat, Hagrid said. Peruvian fangs. Dragon meat is non-toxic, but I don't plan to eat it. As he spoke, he picked up the piece of dragon meat and slid it on his left face. The dark green blood was squeezed out and flowed to his clothes along his beard. Immediately, he groaned comfortably. Oh, it's much more comfortable, Hagrid said with a sideways face. You see, bloody dragon meat has an analgesic effect. Dumbledore told me before. What? When Hagrid mentioned Dumbledore's name, everyone subconsciously avoided the look. Only Luna did not react excessively, only showing a little pity. What's wrong? Hagrid said strangely. This is true. Dumbledore has studied the use of dragon blood. If you are injured in the future, when he said this, he suddenly snorted. Oh, what I said. You don't want to get hurt. The pain is not good. Hagrid. Harry couldn't help it, and couldn't help but raise the door to interrupt Hagrid's whistle. Even Hagrid has now noticed that something is wrong with the atmosphere. He looked at the three-faced young lion with a dignity and hesitated to stop the words in his mouth. Don't you talk about dragon blood? Hagrid asked hesitantly. What the hell is it? In the eyes of Hagrid's inquiry, Harry, who had just opened his mouth again and found that he did not know what to say. Ron is slightly lower his head, and he doesn't know what he is saying. Hermione wanted to talk a few times, but what she said was stuck in her throat. Hagrid has always regarded Dumbledore as the greatest benefactor, and all three of them know it. When Chamber of Secrets was first opened, Voldemort, who was the starter, was married to his student Hagrid. When Hagrid was expelled from his parents, Dumbledore left him and gave him the job of the gamekeeper and the key custodian. In the face of such Hagrid, how can they bear to say the cruel facts? But they all understand that Hagrid needs to know sooner or later. Not to mention that Hagrid is now at Hogwarts, and even if he doesn't come back outside, Dumbledore's death will soon reach his ears. Hagrid, Dumbledore is dead. Just as the three of them were sighing and their hearts were bored, Luna's nightmare sound suddenly rang. Although her voice is as soft as ever, if it is in a noisy place, it is even easy to be ignored. But at this moment, her words are no less than a thunder, and they are on the scalp of everyone. What? Hagrid trembled with his hand on the dragon's flesh, then frowned slightly. Miss Lovegood, you can't mess with this joke. There was a heavy atmosphere just paving the way, even if Hagrid didn't believe it at all. But I felt a little more uneasy in my heart. His words fell a little, and then there was another silence. Hagrid looked back and forth at the faces of the four children, and the stagnation of his heart grew. He took off the dragon's flesh on his face, spread his hands and squirmed in a hurry, letting the half-faced green dragon blood fall to his shoulders. Don't talk. How? Is it a popular group of students in the midst of a mischief? Is it the Weasley family's twin invention? This is not funny at all. I said, go low. Please give me some reaction. Huh? Hagrid. Hermione jerked her head up and looked at the somewhat chaotic Hagrid. Luna is not kidding. But Dumbledore must be for us. For Hogwarts. His expression is calm. She spoke intermittently, trying to find something to comfort Hagrid, but she never knew how to word it. After a burst of incoherence, she finally turned her eyes away. Sorry. Hermione doesn't know why she apologizes, perhaps because of her powerlessness, or what other reasons, she doesn't know. This is real. Hagrid seemed to lose strength all over his body. His hand slammed down, and the dragon meat that had been caught in his hand also fell to the ground. It is true. He suddenly turned his head, looked towards Harry, and looked towards Ron, but they were all dejected. After took a deep breath. His tears rushed out of his eyes. Look at the dragon meat on the ground next to the teeth, and then look at the sad face of Hagrid. After a little hesitation, it was still quietly squatting at Hagrid's feet, gently picking up Hagrid's leg side with his head. At first Hagrid just cried silently, and later he cried more and more, and soon became a cry. There was a lot of ambiguity in my mouth, and it seemed to be very painful. Harry and the others were sitting with red eyes and waiting for Hagrid silently. Even Luna's emotions were significantly lower, probably because last night, whether it was the professors or the Marks who arrived later, they all set a calm appearance in order to stabilize the situation, so that Hermione could even try to calm down and make some speculations about Dumbledore's death. At this moment, Hagrid's cry gave them the most real feeling. Whether Dumbledore is a real death or a suspended animation, at least his body actually appears in front of everyone. When the people were crying in Hagrid's cry, reminiscent of Dumbledore's kind face and the sly words, the sorrow that fell in the depths of the heart finally broke out. Like the joy of warmth, sadness is sometimes an infectious disease. Hagrid's crying infects the children without any traces, and the salty tears slipped uncontrollably. Luna smoked her nose, rubbed her eyes with her sleeves, and looked carefully towards everyone. I didn't cry when Mother died, because Mother doesn't like someone crying. She said, only tears of joy can flow. Professor Dumbledore. He will definitely not want to see sad tears. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 370. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 370. In the headmaster room, everything seems to have not changed much. Sorting Hat is still on the shelf behind him, Phoenix Forks squinting at the squinting, the silver ampoules on the long table next to the bookshelf, and still beating azure smoke. Only on the top of the wall behind the desk, there is one more row in the row of golden frames. That is the portrait of the headmaster of the Hogwarts Magic School. Whenever a headmaster leaves, there will be a portrait of the headmaster on the wall. At the moment, in the new photo frame that just appeared, the old wizard with half-moon glasses on the bridge of the nose was squinting at both eyes, seemingly at the closed eye to rest. But if you look at it for a long time, you will find that, unlike other portraits that can come and go freely in the photo frame, the old wizard in this photo frame has not had any action. It is as if it is a photo of a mole, completely motionless. Minerva, the minister, will come over this afternoon and the schedule is already scheduled. Suddenly, one of the empty photo frames walked in and said something. Thank you, Evra. I have been standing at my desk since the beginning, staring at the last portrait of Professor McGonagall, moving my eyes to the person who spoke and gently nodded. Just as she was again looking at Dumbledore's portrait, the door to the headmaster room was ringing. Please come in. McGonagall slowly turned around and pointed to the threshold with wand. The voice did not fall, the door quietly opened, and the three professors Flitwick, Snape, and Sprout walked in. They are all head of house. In the absence of Dumbledore's death and the lack of headmaster positions, the heads of the hospitals became the top decision-makers of Hogwarts. Although Professor McGonagall was temporarily selected as the headmaster agent, she did not have the absolute right to deal with some major school affairs. It's all coming. McGonagall slightly nodded. Ministry of Magic will arrive in the afternoon, but before that, I think we should talk about it first. About the future of Hogwarts. How do you say that? The little man, Flitwick, asked sharply. Professor McGonagall looked at the heads in front of him and passed the thoughts he had just thought in his mind before he continued to speak. First, she snorted. According to what Snape described, Dumbledore's death should not be homicide. He's falling from the astronomical tower, right? As he spoke, McGonagall glanced over Snape and Snape, expressionless, was nodded. There are no signs of being invaded in the school. We searched together last night. There should be no problem with this, she said seriously. At least, I don't think anyone can slip into Hogwarts completely without a trace. Silencio killed Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall's statement was unanimously recognized by the other two heads. So, Dumbledore's actual cause of death is suicide. As the door to the headmaster room was opened again, Marks hurried to a few heads and made a clear conclusion. McLawn. Marks. When the four people in the headmaster room looked at him, he calmly nodded and then his eyes fell on Professor McGonagall. It's suicide? Marks repeated the words just now, and continued, I don't know how to say it for the time being, but it's something that Dumbledore personally conveyed to me. This. Professor McGonagall gave a sigh. But what is the reason for him doing this? Professor Flitwick screamed. Is this thing unreasonable? The delay is probably one of the reasons. Marks shook his head. Of course. For Professor Dumbledore, there are other, more important reasons for doing so. As for what Dumbledore said to him, there may be more changes next. Dumbledore was selfish as he said, but while he chose to move on to the magic, he was clearly still working on the future of this world. Even so, he did not hesitate to use suicide to abandon the flesh and go to the edge of death. In short, Marks said, there will be even worse things happening, whether it's Hogwarts or somewhere else. We have to watch and tighten up. Marks, is this what Albus told you? Asked Professor Sprout. Almost. Marks spread his hand and was slightly helpless. Professor Dumbledore has never liked to say too much, you know that. What are the students going to do next? Do you have any suggestions? Marks can see that after Dumbledore's death, Professor McGonagall's usual courage and decisiveness has shrunk dramatically. Maybe she is also confused. After all, Dumbledore has made various decisions behind the scenes of Hogwarts alone. When looking at the status quo and development of the entire school, the location is different, and the scope of vision will also change a lot. Although Dumbledore did intend to train Professor McGonagall, there are so many major events that Dumbledore had to deal with in the most critical years. Professor McGonagall, although he has the ability to be the head of a school, can take over Hogwarts at this time of stress, which is a very deadly test for anyone. Adding Dumbledore's death also gave her a heavy blow, and the moment's weakness was understandable. Professor McGonagall, don't worry. Marks looked at her calmly. Just do what you want. We will support you. Hogwarts is not supported by someone alone from the beginning. The place. To be honest, McGonagall originally had plans to temporarily suspend classes. The reason why she has such an idea is entirely because of the pressure that will come like a tsunami. When Dumbledore's death came out, the parents of the students would inevitably shake the authority of Hogwarts. In the minds of many parents, the existence of Dumbledore is one of the important reasons why they chose to enroll their children into Hogwarts. However, in the wake of Voldemort's successive attacks, Dumbledore actually died inexplicably. The paradox of the Magic Society, the involvement of the Ministry of Magic, the uneasiness of the students. All of this will put the school into a period of turmoil. Is it to reunite people's hearts, or to fall apart? This is a major problem that will soon be faced. In the absence of a clue, the choice of temporary suspension of classes to protect students' safety is the top priority, and will undoubtedly be the most comfortable measure for parents. But the schedules of the grades are unchanged, so that the goal of teaching students is given priority. Professor McGonagall nodded to Marks, and then he was serious. In the above premise, strengthen the security of the entire school, and at the same time all the entrance and exit personnel of the school conduct the most detailed investigation and filing. I agree. Both Flitwick and Sprout responded immediately to Professor McGonagall's decision, and Snape followed suit. And Marks naturally had no idea. The measures decided by Professor McGonagall are clear. First, let the young wizards continue to attend classes, and then strengthen the school security alert. But the school entrance and exit personnel are only investigating and filing. This is obviously a series of response arrangements. Marks understands that Professor McGonagall has already grasped Dumbledore's intentions and wants to confuse the outside world. But Professor Flitwick, after agreeing, was slightly frowned, and screamed, How do you explain the board? The sudden death of the headmaster needs to be done according to the rules. The board should not let this happen. Is it sloppy? Yeah. There is Ministry of Magic over there. Afternoon. Professor Sprout also hesitated. Of course, I want to do things according to the rules. Professor McGonagall is no longer confused at this time. She decisively said, we must not only do things according to the rules, but also publicly hold Dumbledore's funeral. This is really a good idea, Marks agreed, and went on. But before that, there is one more thing to focus on. What? McGonagall asked a little doubt. Dear professors, who of you are familiar with Gellert Grindelwald? I need to focus on this Dumbledore. Should it be considered a former friend? The words of Marks made the rest of the headmaster room jump. You are talking about Sybil's prophecy? Flitwick said seriously. To be honest, I have never seen such a clear prophecy. Marks frowned. If the prophecy is fulfilled, then Grindelwald will be one of the enemies we have to face next. Things about Grindelwald may make it more appropriate for the old bins to talk about it. Professor McGonagall thought, although when it comes to Grindelwald, everyone will remember Dumbledore and his duel, but he is the dangerous place is above the control of the overall situation. Minerva is right, Flitwick said, and he was somewhat suspicious. But Grindelwald, is it still alive? Who knows? Probably. Marks shook his head. At the beginning, Grindelwald expanded his own terrorist activities, but did not extend to the Britain Magic Circle. So here, there are not many people who know the specific situation at the time. Now that time has passed, it has been a long time. Although his name is still in various historical materials, how many people can really understand him? Is Gellert Grindelwald still alive? Here, only Marks still vaguely remembers that the first-generation Dark Lord is indeed alive. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 371. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 371, My poor child. When Marks was in a series of discussions with the head in the headmaster room, in a room in Black's old house, Mrs. Weasley was sitting on the bed and tears. Since the day Marks returned from the Dark Spirit Pavilion, Mrs. Weasley has been here, not even the door. In recent days, she has been working on Lena. Although she doesn't hate it, there are a lot of people here. It seems that she is working hard when she is alone. However, in this case, no one can bear to let Mrs. Weasley leave the room, because she was still unconscious in the past 2 days. It was one of her sons, Percy Weasley, who had the most relief for her and later saddened her. In the depths of the Dark Spirit Pavilion that day, the false seaweed of Winnie hijacked in the stone chamber, the young man who now has his eyes closed and complexion pale like paper. He had a very strong Imperious curse, and maybe because he didn't resist much, the power of magic has penetrated his soul. I can only keep him in a state of sleep now. As for when he can unlock the Imperious curse in his place, he must look at himself first. This is a passage left by Marks before leaving Black House and going to Hogwarts. The magic involving the soul is like this. Sometimes the victim's own willpower is the first and most crucial key to crack magic. After graduating, I was pursuing power. For this reason, Percy, a new generation of ambitions who had cut off contact with her family, in the current state. How would she choose? Marks is also very concerned about whether he is immersed in the false satisfaction created by Imperious curse or is struggling to recognize his way forward. However, the most concerned is undoubtedly his parents, Weasley couple. Oh, Percy, who was given a potion by Marks, forced to stay in sleep, and then unconsciously squatted from time to time. Perhaps, as Marks said, he is interacting with the power of Imperious curse in his own dreams. My child. Mrs. Weasley, although she was used to the small movements that Percy had made in her sleep, she still grimaced at her son's hair and felt distressed. It is probably no one can say clearly when Percy's state will continue. At this time, in the reception room downstairs, I received the Order of the Phoenix from Dumbledore's death yesterday, but I have no time to take care of him. Isn't McLawn meant to come along? Now we don't want to go to Hogwarts. It's the thing we have to do to explore it immediately. Kingsley, who had just recovered, sat in a cushioned chair, persuaded everyone who had been unable to calm down, and there was a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. Don't be excited, Kingsley. We all understand. Lupin waved his hand and said to the rest of the crowd, calm down, sit down. Sit down. This meeting has been opened from last night to today, but almost nothing has been fixed. At the beginning everyone was in silence, and after being sobered up, most people were clamoring to go to Hogwarts to confirm the real situation of Dumbledore. Is there any error in the information that Marks can pass back? Both Lupin and Kingsley feel impossible. In this case, they can only be thankful. Fortunately, Sirius did not come back. Otherwise he would have to run out again. During this time, Sirius occasionally sent a message back, although I still don't know where he is in the dark, but at least it should be safe. Under the persuasion of Lupin and Kingsley, the reception room returned to its previous state. It's just a dignified atmosphere where no one talks, and I don't know how many times I've already repeated. Lupin and Kingsley looked at each other and saw the helpless in their eyes. Just then, a rush of footsteps suddenly sounded in the outside hall, and the door of the guest room was pushed away by the bang. Then, the two silhouettes stumbled and fell in. I found Hessian, but her condition is not very good. One of the people who came in was Tunks, and the other was Hayes, who was carried by her on her back. The look of the stunned Tunks. She must have experienced some wrestling. Is it okay? Lupin hurriedly stood up and ran over, and the other dull people were also surrounded. After all, Hessian is also an old member of the Order of the Phoenix. Everyone has a good impression on her easygoing character. She was hurt, very heavy, and she had a lot of blood. In Lupin's hasty inquiry, Tunks fell to the ground and supported Hesychia's body, rushing to respond. I mean you. Lupin crouched down to Tunks and looked up and down her. Tunks snorted and then shook his head. I'm fine, it's just a trauma. When they were talking, Hesychia was checked by others and then hurriedly sent to an empty room upstairs. The biggest advantage of this old house is this: empty rooms are not lacking. This is the treatment potion that McLawn left behind. Let's take it first. Lupin took a spare potion from the cupboard next to the reception room and handed it to Tunks, who just got up. Thank you. After Tunks drank the potion and sat down on the chair exhausted, Lupin looked up at the ceiling subconsciously. Hesychia is on the top. Although he really wants to take a look, the most important thing at the moment is to ask the story. Only by understanding the situation of Hesychia can we take measures to treat the disease. Tunks, you don't know, you ran out without a word. How worried everyone. Lupin said, where did you find Hessian? What happened? In the face of Lupin's inquiry, Tunks sorted out the thoughts, and then she snarled her own investigations in the black market. In fact, Tunks is always looking for a place where he can contribute to the Order of the Phoenix. She is very clear that her level of duel is undoubtedly not high. In places where fighting is needed, she can guarantee that she will be thankful without delay. Therefore, when she knew that Hessian was replaced and disappeared without warning, she decided to go ahead and search for it. Tunks was originally good at camouflage and search, and both of her scores were excellent on the ERA exam. In the case of avoiding the fight, there are still many places where she can play. Just in the black market, next to an abandoned iron shop outside the 3 streets of the Dark Spirit Pavilion. After a night of search, Tunks followed the tiny traces. When Hesychia was attacked by Percy of Imperious Curse, he did not resist. Percy has been instilled with some special magic capabilities, and Hessian's combat experience has made Percy still work hard. Percy after all is a sneak attack, and that one hit made Hessian suffer a minor injury. Judging from the traces that Tunks surveyed, Hesse was finally struggling after falling into the abandoned iron shop. However, in order to complete the task, Percy apparently had a tight time and didn't seem to have time to check out Hessian's situation. He rushed to continue the task that Voldemort had handed over to him. However, Percy ignores this. But Voldemort, who has been careful recently, does not. At the time in the stone chamber, Voldemort, who was inspired by Winnie's curse to seduce the power of the enchanted monument, fled, but after returning to the stronghold, he still took the time to send out the Death Eater for the action, because he needs to suppress the counterattack of the power of the enchanted monument. He can only stay in the stronghold for a while. Therefore, it was hard to find the Tunks of Hessian, but on the way back, the Death Eater who was rushed over hit it. As it turns out, in the face of the ordinary Dark Wizard, as long as you don't fight, the danger will be much lower. Tunks took the unconscious Hezygia, desperately hiding in Tibet in the complex black market alleys, and she was really out of the pursuit of Death Eater at a very small price. Again, she is also an active-era, and the basic combat capability is not lacking. So, except that when Hesi was wiped out by the curse, the most important thing is the curse in the attack when she was attacked. Lupin confirmed after Tunks explained the situation. Yes, Tunks nodded. But when I fled, there were times when the situation was very confusing. I also said that Hesi was only scratched by the curse. At this time, several members who had just sent Hezygia upstairs came down. There were people who were injured here. They were all handled by McClawn and Hessian. Now, we will send her to Street Mungo's as soon as possible. It seems that Hezygia's injuries have not been checked out. It can only be like this. Lupin nodded, said, "Send 2 people to escort her to Street Mungo's," he said, looking at Kingsley. The other side immediately nodded to express his consent. No matter how busy Blackhouse is at this time, Mrs. Weasley in the room is still unconscious. Now her mind is on her son's body, but no one can blame her for this. As for Percy on the bed, he seems to have encountered something nice in his dreams. His mouth slightly ticked, revealing a happy smile. If Marx is here at the moment, he will certainly shake his head and sigh, because this sign clearly shows that Percy is still immersed in the happiness and sense of accomplishment that Imperius Curse brings to him. The day when Percy returned to normal, it still seems to be far away. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 372. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 372. Germany. The forest to the east of Nuremberg. After asking about the Nurmengard wizard prison in the mouth of Professor Binns, Marx set off as fast as possible. It's just a rush to catch up. It's already the evening when I arrived at the ZBB forest. Nurmengard wizard prison, since the time when the Dark Wizard was spreading throughout Europe, was ordered by Grindelwald. It was once filled with the wizard against the Grindelwald atrocities, the most horrifying darkness of the entire European magic circle. Ironically, when Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore, he was alone in the highest level of the prison that was once full of blood and despair. Now, people who have remembered the horrible wizard, how many are there? The dazzling sun has already abandoned its last glory in the western horizon, and the bright moon hangs eastward like a silver plate. Marx shoulders a cold moonlight, peddling a magic book, flying fast over a large dense forest. Nurmengard. He saw that in the deepest part of the forest near the mountain range, there were 2 towering vertical broken walls next to each other. At the broken wall connection where the soil is well defined, a cold and dark spire rises from the ground and stands in the center of the broken wall. The towers are sharp and angular, and the stone walls are clearly engraved. It is just that the charms used to maintain the building's integrity will be somewhat ruined as the years go down. Marx's flight speed was not reduced, and he took out his staff and held it in his hand. His eyes stared straight at the tower and approached him, the cold wind that entered the night whistling in his ear, hiding the roar of the wild beast in the forest. Finally, as he approached some of the broken houses around the tower, Marx slowed down and jumped into the open space between the ruins. Grindelwald used Nurmengard as his base and expanded his sphere of influence. Naturally, there must be a place where he has been trained by his men. After landing on the ground, Marx relaxed a little tired body because of long flight. Although the pedal magic book flies, relying on the application of the levitation charm, he can stand on top of himself, but rely on his own physical strength. This type of flight, although it can maximize his ability to originate from the assassin, can be said to be a long-time flight. In fact, Broomstick is easier. After a short break, Marx walked on the old road in the middle of the ruins and took a little bit of the wreckage on both sides of his house. As far as the wreckage of these buildings can be distinguished, Grindelwald trained the wizard army here, which is obviously a real thing. All the buildings here have a simple and tough style. At the end of the wide road, there were even damaged dolls for training spells in the open space in front of the Nurmengard High Prison. The traces of militarization are clear at a glance. Speaking, I seem to have confirmed training plans like this. Marx stepped into the open training ground, as if recalling something, shaking his head slightly. Didn't he try something similar in the short period of school in Durmstrang? Gellert Grindelwald, still here? Marx looked up at the top of the tower, and the bright moonlight floated down from the air, illuminating the entire Nurmengard and the stone walls around it. He is better off. It might have made Marx's mood a little bad for Grindelwald, who might run out of it. Compared to Voldemort, Grindelwald is better at how to use the means other than magic to gain benefits for himself. This Dumbledore's former best friend and enemies are not as easy to see as Voldemort. I was defeated by my old friends and locked up in this tower for decades. What was the world-famous careerist now? There is a stop. Marx just came to the front of the iron fence in the middle of the high wall, and a cold voice came out from the door. English? He was slightly puzzled. Is the guard left by Dumbledore? Professor Binns mentioned that there are sporadic records about Nurmengard, that there seems to be an unknown guardian. It's just that this is a fact. It's a denial of attitude towards the fact that history has always been rigorous to the rigid Professor Binns. Peng. Hey. Hey. With a heavy muffled sound, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. It seemed to be the footsteps of the next. Nurmengard detained a repeater. Refused to visit the prisoner. The cold voice, which did not contain a touch of emotion, rang again, and the next moment, a huge silage that was shorter than the high wall in front of Marx, entered Marx's view from the side of the iron gate. Giant? That's right, at the moment, standing in front of Marx through the iron fence door. It is a giant that has not survived in modern times. The giant is taller and stronger than the one Marx saw in the Giants tribe. Look at his surprisingly tall height, maybe nearly 30 feet. Even more surprising is that the giant's body is wearing a full set of skirts, and even a long-handed mace that looks like a formidable power. In the Middle Ages, the Mole warriors used a mace to deal with the enemy of the armor, but this stuff came into the hands of the giant, but it was a thoroughly siege weapon. Where is this from the giant warrior? Marx leaned over his neck and looked at the behemoth with his 5 times height, and his heart could not be whispered. After watching each other for a moment, Marx pulled a dice and tried to scream. It was Dumbledore who sent me. The big man squatted a little, and after he squinted at Marx, he shook his head expressionlessly. Nurmengard declined to visit. Probably this guy only said a few words, or because he stayed here for too long. Marx immediately found that communicating with him was simply futile. No more nonsense with him. Marx took out the magic book and flew again. The giant in the brain, almost full of fighting instincts, immediately picked up the mace, and when the Marx flew over the iron gate at high speed, the reaction swiftly rushed to him. This hammer completely shows the powerful physical strength of the giant. In the place where the mace was passed, even the airflow was dragged wildly, and the emptiness of the air caused a burst of whistling. Although Marx relied on his skillful flying skills to escape the hammering of the mace, he was dragged by the fierce airflow, forcibly changing his flight path. Fortunately, the giant is not good at dealing with it, just like a small bug that he can fly. It was so during the ancient wars, and it was still the same in modern times. After a slight correction of the flight direction, Marx instantly speeded up and flew to the top of the tower in the sight of the giants, who, avoiding the huge clods that screamed after it, the next second, the clods slammed on the high tower, and it broke into a piece of stone slag. Soon, the dust was dissipated by the wind in the air, but the outer wall of the tower was intact. Marx glanced back at the giant and saw that he was holding another piece of clod, and he released magic and instantly shattered it. That said, how did the giant train? Maybe you can find Dumbledore's notes later. Marx thought as he flew to the window hole at the top of the tower. Ermengarde's windows are not many. No, to be precise, this tower is also 2 holes in the body. One is naturally the main entrance to the bottom of the tower, and the second is the top window. This window hole is quite narrow, about 3 fingers wide, and it is dark in the dark, and nothing can be seen. On the stone wall of the tower itself, Marx felt a hidden magic power fluctuation, rejecting all outsiders. The surface seems to be ruined, but in reality it is all over the defense. Marx reached out and touched the icy grey-black outer wall, and there was a needle-like tingling on the palm of his hand. He didn't take back his palm because of the sudden pain, and frowned and healed the pain and examined it. It doesn't seem like the Tower of Rowena's tower, set up a counter-defense magic. Marx thought for a moment, then extended his staff to the outer wall. Kaka, bang! He arbitrarily ignited the strength of rule, and the wall was covered with a layer of frost. After a burst of cracks from the inside out, the magic fixed and it collapsed completely with the entire exterior wall. The frozen stone was smashed down the tower and Marx flew into the top floor of the Ermengarde Tower. It can be seen that this is also a prison, although there are beds, desks, wardrobes, etc. in this room. There are all kinds of daily necessities. On the other side of the stairs, there is a full black metal fence door. However, at this moment, the fence door is half open. Sure enough, have you escaped? Marx stared at the fence door and stood quietly beside the desk. Behind him, the cold moonlight did not obstruct the wall, and came straight in silently, dragging a long shadow in front of him. Marx turned his head and saw a parchment on the desk. He took a rough look and saw a glimmer of light in his eyes. "What is this?" he said coldly. "Threaten?" The voice did not fall. Marx stepped out of the smashing mouth behind the magic book, and the parchment in his hand slammed into the squat, followed by a raised staff and a blue-white beam. In the midst of a violent roar, the parchment was accompanied by the infamous Ermengarde Tower, which was transformed into a chilly piece. "That is the child that Voldemort said." In the forest far away, a ragged old man looked at the ice-blue light in the distance, and his old face was slightly surprised. Sure enough. Can't be positive. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 373. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 373. The next morning, Marx returned to Hogwarts before the start of the 3rd class. He didn't show anything unusual about what happened last night. Not only that, he even went to the students as usual. The death of Dumbledore brought a lot of impact to the young wizards. Under the calmness of the professors, everyone gradually accepted this sad fact. Or, most of the students are actually distracted by certain things. Umbridge was temporarily recalled after the death of Dumbledore arrived at the Ministry of Magic. But because this is just a temporary recall, maybe she will return to Hogwarts next, bringing new troubles to everyone. It's just that there's no time for the boring Umbridge, which is enough to make the young wizards feel a sigh of relief. Well, this class will be here first. Everyone will remember to hand in an explanatory note like the Niven character group when class is going to class tomorrow. On the podium, Marx waved his hand, then picked up the textbook and turned to go to the door. "Professor McLawn, what is the length of the notes?" Marx, who was stopped by Hermione, turned back and spread the hand at random. "The length is not limited," he said. "Of course, each combination will write an explanatory note of the annotation. But I will not accept it. Use more snacks." Probably because Marx's 2 magical shows are too shocking, even though Marx, the incompetent teacher himself, has spent a few times, but the students' enthusiasm for this class has only risen. Of course, Marx's textbooks are very easy to read and may be one of the reasons. That was originally something that was refurbished from his own research notes. It was more appropriate to use it than to use it as a classroom textbook. After finally swearing at the students, Marx stepped out of the classroom in an unhurried pace. But he hasn't taken a few steps in the hallway, and Hermione in the classroom has already packed up the good things. "Marx, we have something to say to you." She came to Marx and whispered, "You know, because Harry and Ron didn't take the study of ancient runes, so let me tell you." Marx turned his head and stopped. "What?" "After the last class in the afternoon, we will meet at Hagrid." Hermione said that she was trying to go to the classroom of the next class, but it was estimated that she felt that she was so self-talking, so she stopped. "Oh, what do you think?" "Oh, of course. No problem," Marx nodded said. "Speaking, after Hagrid came back, I only met him once, and I didn't talk very well. Just to talk a few words. In the afternoon, Hermione, they naturally have classes to attend. But Marx didn't have a reason to stay in the office after the second class of the day. Taking a class after school today, Marx went to the hunting lodge in Hagrid. Bang bang bang. No way, the gate of Hagrid's small wood house seems to be loose recently. It is not too small to knock on the door. After Marx knocked on the door, there was no whispering sound of the teeth. Going out? Marx glanced at Forbidden Forest and then snapped his forehead. Don't he say that he still got his baby younger brother back? Not much thought. Marx immediately went to the edge of Forbidden Forest. Not far away. Just didn't wait for him to step into Forbidden Forest. Suddenly he heard a strange noise in the woods, and then a small group of birds suddenly swayed over the Forbidden Forest. Fly away. It seems that Hagrid really brought Glop back. Marx shook his head. Fortunately, his younger brother is a little stunted, otherwise the forest may not hide him. Adult giants are mostly taller than trees, even if the trees in Forbidden Forest are not short, but if there are giants in them, it will be a must-have at the window of Hogwarts Castle. As he walked in the direction of the bird's horror, he wondered how Hagrid's uneasy younger brother should be arranged. Because the destination was clear, Marx, who ran quickly, heard a beating after a while. When he swayed the trunks of several trees, he saw the scene of déjà vu in the blink of an eye. Hagrid was being stopped by his big man, the younger brother. Okay. Needless to say, Gloppo is mostly just playing a giant-style play with his big brother, that's all. Just among the thicker trees, Glop was stunned by several strong ropes. I don't know if Hagrid accidentally walked into the rope, or did he deliberately want to improve his family with the younger brother? Right in front of Marx, Hagrid was kneeling on the floor with his ass, and Glop grabbed the upper body and snapped at the high-pitched part. "Hagrid?" Marx asked, stretching his neck. "Are you okay? Do you want to help?" "No, don't." "Hey, Glop, lighter. You bad boy." "Hey, remember, the big brother taught you." "Oh, no, not oh. Is etiquette apostrophe. Who is coming?" "Hey. Ask your Marx big brother." "Oh, say hello, Hagrid, isn't this right?" Marx reminded. "Most of the ages, I have to call him big brother." "No, Marx. Oh." Hagrid snorted. "Little Glop." "Oh, I mean, if he doesn't study well, he can only hey when junior." Marx shrugged indifferently, leaning against the trunk next to her, staring at the pair of brothers and watching it for a while. By the way, he was still taking advantage of the loopholes and chatting with Hagrid. Okay, I don't think you guys should play anymore. Marx took the wand and waved it, pushing Glop up, and dragging Hagrid away from the length of the rope. "Just talk to you like this, you are tired if you are not tired." Hagrid struggled straight up and gasped, picking up his ass. It seems that although Gloop is only using a small amount of strength, but that force is still full of fierce. Glop, who was overthrown on the ground, stood up again and looked around with a stunned look. He seemed to be looking for someone who pushed himself. Without looking at it, he stared at Hagrid's position and ran towards it. Hey! With the tight creaking of the ropes, the two trees that were made by Hagrid as a pile of piles, and even the roots of the trees were slightly loose. It seems that it will not take long for the two trees to be pulled out of the ground by Glop. Because the rope was blocked by the rope, Glop fell to the ground and spluttered with dust. Wait, little naughty ghost. Wait a little, brother, to play with you later. Hagrid stretched out his hands and made a stop action, talking at a slower pace, and seemed to want to teach Glop a few more common words. Glop sat on the ground, slamming his head like a rock, and then looked at Hagrid with a look of confusion. "Hey, who is coming to see you?" Hagrid pointed back to Marks and said seriously to the younger brother, "See people, say hello, say hello." Marks saw him teach him seriously, so he stepped forward and stood next to Hagrid. "Try, little guy, try it." Hagrid glared at Glop. "Say dash hello." Glop swayed to Marks and looked left and right for a while, then suddenly leaned forward and leaned in front of Marks. Roar! Marks put the staff in a very timely manner between Glop and his face. An invisible barrier formed, and the snoring of the slobber was in front of him. After Glop had run out of breath and stopped the sudden roar, he took the staff in front of him and looked at Hagrid. "Before letting him learn etiquette, I think you should teach something more basic," Marks said. "And it might be necessary to let the giants follow the education of the giants to remember." "How about the giants' education?" Hagrid curiously said. "What is that?" "It's very simple. Let's say, if I want him to remember my name, then." Marks said, "We have to do this." When the voice didn't fall, Marks stopped the staff on the ground and rushed to the ground. Then the muddy giant suddenly stretched out and grabbed Glop's head and pulled him in front of him. Markard he reached out and pointed at himself, then shouted his name with a loud spell. Glop obviously didn't buy it, because Marks grabbed his head and he struggled. The two big hands slammed the fingers of the muddy giant's hand and hit them twice from time to time. For a time, the clods of the clods splashed around. However, the giants who can replenish at any time are obviously not afraid of this. Even if he was crushed by him, he would reaggregate in the next moment and hold his head again. Marks adjusted the volume of the pan and gathered the sounds into Glop's ear, shouting out his name again. After repeating this for more than a dozen times, Glop seemed to realize that he could not get rid of the giant hand, and finally responded to Marks's shouts. "Ma, Malang!" Marks saw Glop loose, and Gloop immediately licked his head, which was shaken by a huge voice, and then moved his ass back, farther away from Marks. Marks didn't talk, and he pointed himself to himself again. "Ma." Glomp grabbed his head and immediately called Marks. "I can't learn this way." Hagrid groaned as he groaned. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 374. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 374. Because of the appointment to meet several people in Hermione, Marks and Hagrid did not stay in Glop for a long time, and soon they said goodbye to Glop and went to the hunting lodge. Of course, whether Glop can understand the meaning of goodbye is not known. On the way back, Marks found that Hagrid had less words. Perhaps Dumbledore's death is still a big blow to him. Only by his uneasy mental brother will he temporarily let go of his sadness and devote himself to taking care of Glop. "Hagrid," Marks comforted him. "We shouldn't be saddened by Dumbledore's death. In fact, he's just one step closer to magic." "Yes, I understand," Hagrid said. "As Dumbledore has been saying, he must have gone another great adventure." "Yes, that's it." Marks patted his sturdy arm. "I've seen him. He's been very good. But he's still the same. He doesn't know what to say. He always likes to play riddles." "Have you seen him?" Hagrid turned his head and stared wide-eyed. "Well," Marks nodded, said, "I have to say, it's like a dream." The two chatted casually and returned to the hut like a walk. On the way, Hagrid called back the Fangs patrolling the edge of the Forbidden Forest and brought them back to the hunting lodge. Because of the delay in Glopo for a while, Hagrid just used a copper kettle to make some water, put it on the Marks-lit fireplace iron shelf, and there was a mess of footsteps outside the door. "It looks like Hermione. They have already arrived." "Hagrid, Glop's thing, have you said it to them?" Marks just asked. And the door came 3 times and knocked at the door. The teeth behind the door immediately screamed. "Oh, no, of course not. This shouldn't be told to them, you know." Hagrid quickly waved his hand, then turned his head and shouted, "Come on, open the door for you right away." "Tooth, let go, go under the table." Marks, Are you here first? Hagrid just opened the door and Hermione's head came in. She was happy to wave her hand as soon as she saw Marks. It won't be long before, the kettle has just been put on. Marks laughed. Coming. The weather is getting colder. Oh, Luna. Hermione had just gotten into the hut, and Luna came in with her behind her. And of course the Harry and Ron who had been with Hermione. Marks. Luna immediately walked over to him as he saw him, and took out his white hand and photographed him. What's wrong? Marks asked her to pat her on her body and asked with a little curiosity. In today's magic class, Marks doesn't look too spiritual. Luna swears. Is there no injury? What bad things happened? Oh. Marks blinked and shook his head. Nothing. I am fine. Luna seemed to be relieved. She was gently nodded, and her long hair was slipped to her front with her movements, and she was handed to her ear. Marks, she said, pointing to Hermione with some seriousness. My friend. Marks licked some confused Hermione, looked at Luna with a serious look, and then showed a gentle smile. Hermione spoke when he wanted to say something. Friend? She was a bit stunned. Luna snorted and then looked at Hermione slyly, softly asking, not yet? Oh, of course, of course. Hermione immediately nodded and smiled. Of course we are friends. Always. Well, Luna's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, and his mouth twitched slightly. It's always. As she spoke, she slammed Harry and Ron, even Hagrid and her teeth, as if they wanted to introduce their friends to Marks. The joy in her heart is obviously almost ready to come. Okay, don't stand up, sit down. Hagrid greeted everyone to find a place to sit, and he added some firewood to the fireplace. Then he pulled a piece of animal skin blanket to the ground and sat down on the fireplace. Hagrid, is this hut that you should expand? If you have more people, you will feel very crowded here. Marks looked around. There are a lot of empty spaces around, and the materials are also made. Still forget it. Hagrid thought for a moment. I am basically not coming here normally. It seems that there is no need. Don't you want to get married? Marks shrugged. Marriage? Hagrid seems to have been scared. On the way, he raised his voice. No, how come? You yell at me, which woman can see it? Hagrid, I think Marks is right, you should find a wife too. Ron screamed happily. The house has to be bigger and more beautiful, so it's easier to get a wife. Nonsense. Hermione immediately retorted. Female children pay more attention to character, but not a house can solve the problem. I mean really, what do you guys know? This kind of thing is obviously clearer to me. Hermione got up in her temper, suddenly forked her waist and her fingers poked on Ron's nose. Ron was busy with his hands and raised his head over the top of his head, but he did not stop. This is not what I said, it is what my mother said. He sneaked. She often licks Ginny and says that if she wants to have a big house to live, it is best to marry a good man who is hardworking. She always took this thing to train father, saying that he is always doing business, not making money. So the family has always been so poor. Harry on the side looked at their daily quarrels, helplessly scratching their scalp, while Luna sitting next to Marks looked very interested, listening to their quarrels with keen interest. Pleasure. That's because your child is born too much. Marks said with a smile. Let's say, don't look at your mother, then she actually loves your father. Speaking of this, it seems that I feel that this topic will not be returned, and they will stop them from continuing to argue. Okay, I am not right, some are far away. He paused. Hermione, let's talk about it. What do you want to say to me today? Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Hermione stunned. Marks, we have discussed it. I don't think it will be enough. What can't you? Marks asked. Defense against the dark arts, Hermione said seriously. We couldn't learn anything in that woman's class. But the situation is not good now. You know what I mean. We have been studying hard all the time, but this is definitely not enough. And not only us, but other students of Hogwarts are also facing danger. We don't want to wait for you and the professors when they are in danger. Come to rescue. And so, Marx probably understood what Hermione wanted to say. So we want to bring together some students who are willing to come with us, and learn the real defense against the dark arts. Harry suddenly stood up. His eyes with a decisive decision. We want to ask you come and serve this teacher. As far as the current Harry is concerned, he can take the initiative to say this sentence. In fact, it is commendable. After he was afraid of the Gryffindor sword, he had always lacked confidence in himself. The courage that belongs to him has already been in the bottom of my heart in that accident. When Voldemort was no longer obsessed with prophecy and was no longer attached to Harry, Harry who had learned at Lumency had not encountered any trouble for a long time. In this school year, in addition to a Dementor attack before the start of school, there seems to be a lot of major events. But Harry found that things were almost unrelated to him. But in this relatively comfortable situation, he decided to stand up and do his part for Hogwarts. It is conceivable that in his heart it must have been a painful struggle. Is it? Marx glanced blindly at Luna, who was next to him, then stared at Harry's eyes, silent. Marx? Hermione yelled at him. If Marx didn't think about it, of course it was impossible. Before that, he has considered it many times, whether it's for Luna, or for Harry, or Hermione and Ron. It's not wise to involve them in a dispute. Not to mention Luna, just Harry. Now it is not necessary to let him blend in and out. And as Harry's best friend, Hermione and Ron now have no reason to plunge into the darkness. They can become more powerful and have more self-protection ability, which is obviously a good thing. But this does not mean that they really want to join the Voldemort queue. But does Marx McLaughlin really have the right to make decisions for others? At this moment, Marx thought of the kind old wizard, Dumbledore. When Marx showed amazing qualifications in his eyes, it goes without saying that in his eyes he was the perfect choice for dealing with Voldemort. But Dumbledore has never made any restrictions on Marx. He did not use Marx's relationship with others to guide him in making any decision. This is what he is best at. Even in the end, in the space at the edge of death, the old man only told him something about magic. In the end, he finally got rid of the shackles that others have given him, and then he has re-entered his own path. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 375. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 375. Luna, do you want to participate in protecting Hogwarts? Marx looked straight at Luna's eyes as if to find the real answer. Luna shook his head gently. Not protecting Hogwarts, she smiled slightly. It's to protect friends. Is it? Yeah? She reached out and licked her fingers. Hermione, Harry, Ron, Hagrid, Teeth, Hannah. Luna glared at her head, counting each and every one, and didn't stop at all. Marx looked at her innocent smile and couldn't help but sighed. You have so many friends. Marx shrugged, said, Okay, no need to count, I understand. Harry, Hermione, Ron, you are going to call the students who are willing to join, and learn about everyone's real thoughts. This matter is anxious, we have to step by step. He was paused and looked at Harry again. And there is, Harry, you have to be well prepared. Maybe, soon you will face it again. Harry snorted, his heart flashing a gloom, but the next moment he clenched his hands and insisted on nodded. I know. He was powerful. Hey, I said, you are completely when I don't exist. Hagrid was a little angry. This can't be done, you are so big. It's too dangerous. Reassure, if the strength does not meet my requirements, I will not let them really participate. After Marx said something to Hagrid, he turned his head and confirmed to everyone, that's it. Understand? Of course. If you can't help you, cough. Hermione coughed and said, I mean, if we can't be the enemy of the enemy, we won't be willing to run out to be a burden. Yes, I think so too. Harry agreed. I don't want to have the same accident as that. I don't want it at all. Ron, what about you? Marx asked, silently sitting on the barrel. Ron said something unnaturally. I really? Can I get it? Do you think you can't do it? Hermione looked up at him with dissatisfaction. Ron's words seemed to be stuck in the head of the monkey, revealing an expression of expression. If you want to say something, let's talk." Marx laughed. "We are all friends. We won't have a joke for you." "Yes, Ron," Harry said slowly. "What happened to you?" Ron groaned for a while, and it took a long breath. "Marx, you taught me how to think about things from the perspective of others, and I understand a lot of problems I have overlooked before. Even, because of this, I can look at myself from other angles. But no matter what I think, I can't see the future that I can actually do. I really feel that I can't do it." Marx looked at some dejected Ron and couldn't help but applaud. If the previous Ron, in this case, I can't say this at all. He is a person who has bored many things in his heart. Although his qualifications are ordinary, he is not willing to accept defeat. It is because of the inadequacy of innate talent that he and others have made the same effort, but the results obtained will have a big gap. This kind of gap can make people desperate, make people give up, and then finish the life without a bright spot in mediocrity. If it is more extreme, this despair will even be the cause of jealousy and revenge. But now Ron, although posing a lost and helpless expression, but he can say this powerless, this is indeed quite a difficult thing. Sometimes, acknowledging your weakness is not necessarily another powerful. Just like Marx, I am afraid that any contemporary wizard can't ignore his power. Faced with the magic mystery of the vast as the open sea, facing the mysterious and unknown future, he still feels infinitely small. Only by recognizing your weakness, can you advance on the ground, so as not to gradually lose the direction of the road under the temptations on the way. As long as I have put enough effort into my progress, at least I won't regret it because I didn't do anything, isn't it? Marx smiled at Ron and nodded. "We will help, I think. You don't have to do anything well, just the things you are good at haven't found yet." He paused and immediately spread the handkerchief. "You are not saying, have you learned to change the angle to think about the problem? It is better to think about it from another angle. If you haven't found it yet, it's not the same. Can you have unlimited possibilities in the future? Marx can easily say a lot of things, which may allow others to be encouraged, but the fact is to change with real actions. After talking in Hagrid's cabin, things were almost a decision. Hermione and the others have taken up the task of summoning students. This kind of thing is hard to say. It is necessary for the unspeakable students to define their willpower, and they need to spend a lot of thoughts. So after Ron gratefully thanked everyone, the young wizards with their mission quickly left. Hagrid, "Then I should go back too. There is a lot of research yet to be done. Now is not a lazy time." Marx also stood up and replied to Hagrid, "Right, you have to stare at Glop. Point, don't make any big noise during this time." "Well, I know, I will be careful." Marx waved his hand and then pushed open the crackling wooden door and walked out of Hagrid's cabin. "Luna, why don't you go with them?" He knew that Luna was still at the door. He asked as soon as he came out, "I will go to dinner immediately. Isn't your stomach hungry? I want to talk to you." Luna stood on the edge of the house and looked at the remaining afterglow in the west. His eyes seemed to be much clearer. "A break is necessary, and you have been very busy recently." Marx slightly smiled, said, "Yes, it's really busy. I still remember, you always like to go to bed. I can try a lot of ways to get you up," Luna said leisurely. "The most useful thing is Puffskein," Marx added with a smile. "Of course, that method is best not to use it. Puffskein is very cute and very close to people." Luna licked her bright, big eyes. As soon as she talked about the topic of magical creatures, she looked a bit interested. "They are weird and interesting." The two stood side by side in front of the hut, chatting casually about the topic that didn't make much sense, looking at the sky. Those who are immersed in this kind of leisure, no one has taken the lead in taking the pace. After a long chatless conversation, Marx and Luna closed their mouths tacitly and quietly enjoyed the long-lost peace. After a short while, Luna took the initiative to break the gentle silence. "Marx, are you advancing for what?" When he heard Luna ask such an ambiguous question, Marx was lost in thought. Yes. Has he always been advancing for what? Is it like Snape for a specific person? Still like Dumbledore for everyone? Or he is simply pushing that all by the facts of each and everyone? If you use Dumbledore, that is, What is the love that he cherishes, persists, and guards? Even Ron knows how important it is to look at himself, but Marx has been trying to avoid it. He is just a coward, and he is afraid that he will come to a conclusion that makes him fear in the process of finding an answer. Perhaps he actually had already vaguely saw the conclusion, but he was always reluctant to confirm it. What is it? For what? Marx said a little blankly. Luna didn't continue to ask. She was only slightly tenderly looking towards Marx's side face, taking the initiative to hold Marx's slightly cold hand. You will protect me, are you? Marx's heart jerked, and he turned his head and suddenly hit Luna's soft and delicate eyes. In that sight, he felt a warmth full of inclusiveness. Of course, upon receiving the admission notice from Hogwarts, he had an unreal target called magic. That is why he ignited his struggle, but it is not enough to be the reason for him to face all obstacles. As Luna just said, he was originally a lazy and casual person. If there is nothing to push him, he is likely to be comfortable with the status quo. However, since he began to see the radiance of the faint golden in the cemetery, he gained a momentum of advancement. At the beginning, it was Luna who gave him a reason inadvertently. Now, this female child with a long golden hair has once again taken this reason into his hands. Marx knows very well that Luna is not holding any private thoughts while holding his hand. She just hopes very kindly and hopes that Marx will not be lost on her own path, nothing more. It is precisely because of her simple kindness that Marx, who is strong and calm, and who is timid, can approach her with peace of mind. Then I can rest assured. Luna's face showed a smile again, his eyes again stunned. I am responsible for protecting everyone, Marx is responsible for protecting me. It sounds good too. It's pretty good. Marx smiled. Let's go. Go back to dinner. You are not hungry. I am hungry. Under the quiet starry sky, the two silhouettes walked on the path between the lawns and gradually merged into the shadow of the huge castle. The night seems to add a bit of incomprehensible solitude. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 376. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 376. A few days later, on the last day of the week, Hogsmeade Day also arrived on schedule. Because of the decision of Professor McGonagall, the Hogsmeade Day, which was very likely to be cancelled, was opened normally. The young wizards, which are being pressed by the boringly discernible atmosphere of the school, are quite uncomfortable. Many of them decided to take advantage of this opportunity to relax. Because of this, Hogsmeade Village has ushered in the most lively day ever. Of course, on the surface this purely wizard village is no different from usual, just a little more. In those places where they are not too eye-catching, the professors personally acted as a guard for the students. Hermione, Ron and Luna went out of school and walked along the road on the left-hand side. The bright sunshine is shining on them, but it still can't offset the coldness caused by the cold wind. The winds that change from time to time make the hair of the two female children a bit messy. Of course, Hermione's unkempt brown hair has always been like this. Are we supposed to go with the secret passage with Harry? This year, Harry didn't get Sirius' signature, so he had to use the secret passage in the school to go to Hogsmeade. It seems that I am a little sorry to let my friend drill the secret passage, Ron suddenly said. The number of people who walk the secret passage is of course as small as possible. Hermione pressed hard against the windblown hair so as not to cover her sight. We have to let people see normal whereabouts so that they don't let the people suspicion. Caring people? Who? Ron was surprised. Hermione, have you found someone tracking us? Don't look around. Hermione didn't feel good. I didn't find anything, but that doesn't mean we haven't noticed it, don't we? Caution is an excellent quality. It can make people not easy to make mistakes. Luna let the light golden hair grow in the wind, eyes blurred. Well, I think you are right. Then, Ron asked, we set the location of the collection at Hogshead. Is this really good? It's too remote. I originally wanted to be in Three Broomsticks and the place with lots of people was even more inconspicuous. Hermione whispered. But now, There must be other students, maybe there are professors. Our plan will also be agreed by Marks. It will be replaced by other professors and will definitely stop us. If you are Hogshead, everyone will not go, so at least it will not be overheard by people in the school. They continued along the road, and when they approached the Magic Water Joke Store, they did not accidentally meet Fred and George, and their buddy Lee Jordan. After that, they passed the Owl Post Office and turned into the path on the right hand. On this way, Hermione greeted the students who were passing by on the road. Although it is a guy who has almost never been to the normal, the courtesy and enthusiasm of the enthusiasm will not be rejected. Not long after, they saw a small old bar on the right side near the end of the path. It's still old, and the smashed wooden signboard hangs under the rust-covered bracket above the threshold, and a wild boar head that has been preserved is nailed to the top. Dirty blood stained into the planks and had already turned into dusty grey-black. The recent winds have been very large, and when they approached, the sign was blown by the wind. This place, how do you think it is suspicious? Ron stepped subconsciously. I don't know if Harry is there yet. He should be faster than us. Should. Nothing? Hermione was a little hesitant. After all, this is at the Hogsmeade, the village that students often visit. Both of them seemed to be hesitant. Marks and I mentioned that the butterbeer tastes good. Luna suddenly popped up with such a sentence that both Hermione and Ron looked at her. Marks, have he been here? Hermione seemed to be relaxed. That should be fine. Go, let's go in. Maybe Harry is already waiting for us. She took the lead and the three men pushed open the broken wooden doors of the bar and walked inwards. As soon as they entered the door, they had not had time to see the environment inside, and they immediately smelled an unusually strong smell of sheep. This place is exactly the same as the Three Broomsticks Inn of the same bar. There is no bright bar that has been cleaned, no spices, a warm incense candlestick, and no female boss. Here, there is only one dark and narrow, and there are dusty and dirty cabins everywhere. The windows on the side walls were so dirty that they barely penetrated into the light. The uneven wooden table was lit with some inferior candles, and behind the bar stood a tall and thin, grey-bearded old man. Hermione licked her feet, but found that her feet did not seem to be the expected mud. But it was the old age that had accumulated on the stone floor for centuries. I remember that Hagrid mentioned this bar several times before, and said that there are many fun and interesting guys here. The dragon egg was won by a hooded stranger in the bar. At that time, everyone might have wondered how to deal with a hidden-headed guy. How could Hagrid not be alert? Today, when they came here personally, they found that hiding their faces at Hogshead seemed to be a default popular habit. There was a wizard sitting there at the bar. It was not clear whether it was a man or a woman, because all the visible parts of the man were wrapped in grey bandages. Even so, it is still possible to pour some kind of smoked, burning wine into the gap of the bandage through the mouth. On the side of the window, the two cloak-like silhouettes sat face to face, chatting in the mouth of a thick Yorkshire accent. But if you don't talk, it is estimated that many people will treat them as Dementor at a glance. Next to the fierce fireplace, a witch shrinks into the dark corners of the fire, and the thick black shawl hangs from the tip of the nose to the instep, causing people to think of the exotic people on the back of a camel. Harry didn't seem to be here yet, and the three carefully walked past the table and headed for the bar. Hermione, blame what you just said about tracking. Ron lowered his voice. Now I don't see anyone like a good guy. No, it doesn't matter, Hermione whispered. Because these people don't look like good people. They don't do anything wrong. Who would dress themselves like this? Although you made a lot of sense, but... Ron's eyes swayed on the people, and he squinted at the witch wrapped in black crepe. I still don't think so. Right, look at that. Will it be the old man of Umbridge? Hermione, hearing this, the line of sight swept over there, but saw that the other party seemed to notice this. His head turned slightly. She immediately removed her sight again. Umbridge definitely didn't have that witch eye, Hermione whispered. Moreover, she should still report on disgusting people at the Ministry of Magic. And the school has no regulations prohibiting students from entering Hogshead. I've asked before, Professor Flitwick." She paused, and it seems to add a little bit. "But the professor is very serious to suggest me, if you want to go, remember to bring your own cup. It doesn't have to be so quiet, I can hear it." The grey-bearded old man behind the bar suddenly stopped the action of wiping the glass and shouted with a rag, "Which bastard has instilled in my bar the bad things about this bar? My cup here is very clean." Hermione was shocked, but when she turned her eyes to the violent old man, she inexplicably noticed a kind of familiarity. "Yes, sorry." Hermione hurriedly apologized. "Forget it, sigh with your little donkey," he muttered. "What? Butterbeer?" Luna rushed and said, "The one you want here." "Hey?" Old man glanced at her, his face flashing a trace of doubt. "I have a face? I have remembered it. Who introduced you?" "Marks and I said." Luna squinted. Upon hearing the name, the old man immediately raised his grey eyebrows. "Ha!" He sneered with a sullen face. It turned out to be the kid. Old man didn't ask Hermione and Ron, but bent down and pulled out 3 dusty dirty wine bottles from under the counter, and they were heavily in front of the 3-6 West. He said in an impatient tone, "I will pay." A voice came from behind, and all 3 looked back, but it was Harry who arrived. Barbossa's gaze swept past Harry's forehead, and his hands kept moving, throwing Harry's silver coin into the money chest under the bar. "You are coming, Harry." Ron happily touched his arm. "Not just me, I see other people behind me." Harry gestured to the door. The voice did not fall. The door of the bar was opened again, and a large group of people rushed in and out. In front of Neville and Ernie, there are many people behind: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and every house except Slytherin. Of course, there was Ginny, but she was followed by a tall and thin yellow-haired male child, and Harry and Ron both looked at him subconsciously. At the end of the day were the Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan, who they had met before, and all 3 were holding a big paper bag. Needless to say, it is sure to be filled with the mischievous merchandise of the magazine's Magic What a Joke store. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 377. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 377. Hey! But the butterbeer looks dirty. I didn't expect it to taste really good. Yes, although the bottle is really dirty. It doesn't matter if the bottle is dirty, this cup can't be cleaned too much. But the taste is really great. In Hogshead, the young wizards are surrounded and happily evaluate the butterbeer here. Whenever a dirty sounded, an annoyed sight would be sent to the back of the bar, but everyone did not care about it. Because it was among them, Hermione had waved her hand to stop talking and signaled that she was going to start talking. "Remember, I have said a little before I invited you, but today I have to say it completely in front of everyone." Hermione looked serious, and everyone was quiet. "It is like this," she said seriously. "First of all, I think everyone understands that the current Hogwarts are not safe. My mother said so, she wrote to me." The yellow-haired boy who was behind Ginny rushed. "Mother even thought about whether or not to transfer me." "Which one are you?" Ron asked in a polite manner. "Zachary Smith." The boy glanced at Ron and said casually, "Your mother didn't write to tell you. Is it rude to interrupt someone else's words?" Ron's face showed dissatisfaction. "HMPH. Didn't you interrupt me too? Where are you polite?" Zachary's glared at Ron coldly, snorted, "Oh." Hermione waved her hand and stopped. "Attention, what I want to say is that Hogwarts is not really safe, but it is the same outside Hogwarts. Some of the people who are supposed to be present, some of the students have heard about the riots that occurred in Britain and even the entire European magic circle. Werewolf, vampire, mudwizard, etc. A series of cases are happening frequently. Outside, maybe Hogwarts is safer, and maybe I think that Hogwarts is more stable than outside, which is inseparable from the protection of our professors. Especially." Hermione paused, some saddened, "especially Headmaster Dumbledore. As Marx said, his death must be for us, for the entire Hogwarts. But, look at ourselves again." She spread her arms and regretted it. We really only have each and every one students, but we really can only wait for the professors and wait for marks to protect us. Question mark. Not to mention anything for the school, we don't want to be at least tired. Ernie said, turning his head and confirming to the surrounding young wizards, Is it? Yes. Yeah? If possible. Most of the invitations by Hermione were heard by her students who wanted to learn more about defense against the dark arts. Under the threat of Voldemort's repeated attacks, everyone wants to gain the power to save themselves. It is indicated that Ernie said that many people have responded more or less. Yes, that's it. Hermione nodded. However, if you want to make yourself more powerful, the huge amount of rubbish that Umbridge teaches is definitely impossible. We should learn his true ability. To be honest, who would call those ghost things defense against the dark arts? She summed it up confidently. Yes, well said, Anthony Goldstein of Ravenclaw whispered. Speaking of the year when Marks first entered school, the first time he took the Hogwarts Express train, he was in a carriage with this rather introverted black-hair male child. It can be seen that he seems to be a little bit more cheerful than he was in the past. Yes, it's really a little bit. So I thought. Hermione, who was encouraged, was firmer. She said decisively, I think, why don't we try our best to solve this problem? Having said that, she was slightly paused and left some room for thought. This continued, so, 3 of us have found a more appropriate defense against the dark arts, Professor, not the one. Umbridge is a pink. Hey! Ginny couldn't help but scream when she even reacted. Is it Marks? Ernie said with surprise. This is great. I always wanted to find an opportunity for him to teach me something. I can't find anyone else. Yes, it's Marks. Hermione took a nodded look. I don't think there is any more suitable teacher than him, isn't it? McLawn is really amazing, but can we learn? Zachary Rice just spoke again. I have been to the study of ancient runes. I have also listened to it several times. It is not a recital. That is to say, experience the meaning of the magic word. Therefore, there is no student who can use his ancient runes to let the feathers float like him. On the charms, Professor Flitwick taught us the levitation charm in the first lesson, because that is the ancient runes, not the curse, not the defense against the dark arts technique, Luna said. The magic literature taught by Professor Babbling before can only be used to translate ancient documents. Oh. Zachary was made a bit dumb by Luna's fluttering words. He was unwilling to talk for a while. Maybe it is. But who knows if he will teach defense against the dark arts? How about surgery? You must know that it will not be taught if you use it. Enough. Harry couldn't help himself. If you don't want to learn, you can leave now. No one is forcing you to learn here. However, Zachary is just curl one's lip, although he still insists on his own neck, but does not mean to leave the seat. So, Hermione glanced at him and continued. So, as I said earlier, if you want to learn from Marks's really useful defense against the dark arts, then we have to plan something specific. For example, how often do you touch the head, where to train, etc. And I have to take advantage of Umbridge. I can't let her know. Harry added, everyone knows that her departure is only temporary, and sooner or later, come back. I really don't understand why the Ministry of Magic will stuff such a useless thing into the school in such a dangerous period. I mean, teacher. Ginny said so, spit out his tongue. But when Harry's gaze swept over her, she did not open her face subconsciously. Say well, Ginny. Ernie laughed. Let me see. The old witch has been trying to stop us from using any defensive spells. Hermione, the 3 of them looked at each other when they heard Ernie's words. They didn't know whether to disclose some of the Ministry of Magic. In fact, the tug-of-war of the Order of the Phoenix and Death Eater in the Ministry of Magic is quite serious in nature. Ministry of Magic can be said to be the heart and brain of a country's magic circle. Once there is something serious that shakes the foundation, it is not a joke. Throughout the Britain Magic Circle, all the order and development of ordinary wizards are closely linked to the Ministry of Magic, which is the major event piece that takes the whole body. After thinking about this, Hermione finally shook her head slightly toward Harry and Ron, indicating that they should not just say it. I think that the Ministry of Magic has placed Umbridge in Hogwarts to intervene in our defense against the Dark Arts course because someone has some inexplicable absurd ideas. Hermione just found a reason. Maybe some people think that Dumbledore will organize our students, build a secret army, and then encourage everyone to resist the entire Ministry of Magic. When she heard her say this, almost everyone was surprised and stunned. Only Luna stunned his head and said, "Yes, Hermione makes a lot of sense. In fact, Ministry of Magic Cornelius Fudge has a secret army of his own." What? This time even Hermione and all three of them were shocked. This is a news that no one expected. Is Marx telling her? Dash in the heart of Hermione. The first time I came up with this idea. Yes, he has a whole private army of Heliopa, Luna said in a pretentious way. Heliope? What is that? Neville asked blankly. Fire elf. Luna explained with enthusiasm, the behemoths that are all braving the flames, running like a sea of fire, can burn everything on the road. Hermione, who was guilty, suddenly realized that it was wrong. She understood. Luna, this is another story of her catching the wind. But Luna, I haven't read any of the books. Hermione snorted. They don't exist, are they? Existence. Luna looked affirmative. But Hermione seemed unwilling, but she didn't really want to argue with Luna. But they don't. Cough, cough HMPH. Ginny vividly imitated Umbridge's fake cough, interrupting the subtle dispute between the two. Several students looked around in surprise and looked at Ginny and laughed. I said. Ginny laughed and reminded, don't we decide how long to gather once? You have to find a place to train something. This place doesn't sound too good to find it. Yes, you are right, Ginny. Hermione hurried down the slope, avoiding the inconspicuous confrontation with Luna. We should discuss this. Time and place have to be fixed. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 378. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 378. When discussing such a passionate topic, time flies. Fred stood up and stretched out and said to Harry, looking back to school for a while, I and George, and Lee wants to buy some high confidential supplies. We will see you back at school. After a lot of discussion, the training time for defense against the dark arts was set at a frequency of once a week. Although Hermione felt that this was definitely not enough, in fact, the young wizards did not seem to really link the crisis to the responsibility. To put it bluntly, in fact, there is no corresponding awareness. After all, until now, they are just a group of half-children. It is obviously unrealistic to realize that the ubiquitous sense of urgency is immediately realized without the close understanding of the fear. In this regard, the performance of a young lion and a loyal and reliable buddy seems to be more positive than that of other house students. After Hermione announced the dissolution, a group of young wizards in groups of 3 or 4 got up and said goodbye, I think. Actually it's still smooth. After everyone left, Hermione, Luna, Ron and Harry went out of the bar together. The 2 boys also carried their own butterbeer in their hands. What is that guy coming? Zachary's? Ron complained angrily. It's a nuisance. How can there be someone like him? Really, I don't like him either. Hermione curled one's lips said. But last night, when I went to Hufflepuff's long table and asked Ernie to talk to Hannah, he heard a few words. He is especially energetic, and he has to participate if he doesn't say anything. That kind of situation is really bad to reject. Harry nodded said, after all, this is the primary purpose of letting more students protect themselves. Yeah? Hermione spread the apprentice. How do you say that he is indeed a student? He wants to join. We really can't say anything. But the more people who come in, the better, just like Michael. Middle.Kona they. What happened to them? Ron curiously. Speaking, you are not familiar with the boys? How come they came? Oh, Hermione glanced at Ron. Is Ginny? You don't know? Michael Kona is in love with Ginny. If it weren't, he and his friends wouldn't know about it. Her words were just exported. Ron, who was carrying the bottle to the mouth of the butterbeer, was instantly smashed. The yellow wine was sprayed out of the nostrils. Fall in love? Who is he? Ron coughed for a while, then regardless of the slimy face on his face, immediately raised his head and shouted loudly, "Ginny, my younger sister?" Talk to the guy with the kelp on his head. In love? Perhaps it was because Zachary's posture next to Ginny was too swaying, so that they focused their attention on it, and the male child with the long black hair on Ginny's side was ignored. Kelly? Hermione smiled twice. It seemed to feel wrong. He was busy with the whole expression. Hey, Ron, don't do this. I heard that Michael Kono is very gentle to the female child. When did it start? Ginny, how could she? Ron didn't seem to hear what Hermione was saying. Is it probably the end of last year? Remember, at the Christmas ball. And then they will find time to date. Hermione said indifferently. When she passed the Literates quill store, she stopped and looked at the many beautiful quills displayed in the window. Hey, I think I should buy a new quill. She turned her foot and rushed into the store, and Ron subconsciously chased it up. Behind them, Harry seemed to be wondering what was going on, and he didn't follow them. Luna was swayed by the gaze of the elegant branded clothing store next to the quill store. Hermione, wait, this won't work. You have to tell me in detail. In the quill store, Ron groaned. Hermione, who is focusing on the goods on the counter, didn't care about that many, just replied to his questioning. Which house is he? Ravenclaw? How about learning? It's still a success. I heard that the results of potion are very good, and other subjects are not very clear. No wonder it looks like Snape. Does he wash his hair? How could I know? It was a headache for Ron's unrecognized problem, and Hermione turned her head and gave him a look. I don't like him. Ron stubbornly said, the sea leader wants to be with my younger sister, but I will never agree with him. Oh, is it? Hermione frowned said, but, who is in love with Ginny is my own right. I thought you understood this. After all, you told me those words. Although Hermione really didn't have that feeling for Ron, she was very touched when Ron asked her for a rejection. I understand. Ron sighed and looked angry. But that is my younger sister. We are the favorite younger sister of Weasley family. Her future, her happiness, we the whole family will be very concerned about. Okay. Hermione, like a boy, patted Ron's shoulders in a bold manner. You can have a fire in your own heart, but don't run away because of impulsive impulses. That's your younger sister's face. I know, of course I know. Ron sighed heavily. I thought Ginny always likes Harry. If Harry, our family will be reassured. Hermione looked at Ron sympathetically and looked at Harry outside the store, then shook his head with helpless. Before Ginny liked Harry. That's right, but you look at Harry. She curled one's lip. If it were me, I wouldn't like Harry. I know, the woman who will open her mouth this day. Child can be few. When the voice did not fall, Hermione immediately reddened her face, and hurriedly took out the quill from the copper symbols on the counter, pretending to carefully pick up the work of the pen. Really? Ron's mind was mostly placed on Ginny's love, and he opened his mouth subconsciously. But he hadn't had time to pick up a few words, but he saw Hermione slamming back and staring at Ron with a scary wooden expression. Oh, haha. You are right, yes, that's it. Ron was busy. Harry is too dull. I think so too. HMPH. Hermione licked her hair, then took the quill and shook it toward Boss. I chose this one. After counting 15 West and 2 nuts and handing them to Boss, she went straight to the store. Ron, it wasn't until the store door, Hermione just turned back. Because you just hid the virtue, Ginny didn't want you to know that she was in contact with Michael. She already knew that you would have to blow it up. So, about this, you should stop managing it. This is really interesting, Ron Gaga said. What's wrong with the big brother caring about the younger sister? The sea kelp is not a good thing at first glance. Really? In the Ron all the way, several people walked along the horse road in Hogsmeade Village. To say that Hermione, although they still have concerns in their hearts, can still be quite leisurely this weekend. For Marks, it can only be described as dark day. Marx naturally does not slack off because it confirms that Grindelwald has escaped from the Nuremberg wizard prison. In addition to the study of the enchanted monument, there are other magic research projects to be one after another. Therefore, he did not change his schedule throughout the weekend. As always, he was buried in a large pile of research materials. In addition, after sorting out what Dumbledore said, he combined with some of the information at hand to create a new idea. He wants to rewrite the Book of Sin. The sin of the sin that he gave to him in the future, although it can be called magic book, but also contains a lot of similar diary. It's not so much a magic book, it's better to say that it is a diary full of confession. The sin in the title is probably more of the self-blame that's all in the future. Now, according to the Imperial Monument, Gryffindor sword, Blois home bloodline curse that he is currently exposed to, and the unknown floor mirror in the tomb murals, these four things both are the source of the disaster. These things are the real sin. Compared with the confession in the original book, they are more worthy of record, more worthy of study, and more worthy of the word sin. Speaking, what is the Gryffindor sword? Marx squatted on the desk, gently rubbing the words on the manuscript paper with quill, frowning and thinking carefully. Remember that Sorting Hat once said that Gryffindor has also experienced a runaway situation. According to the information depicted in the murals, the sword is not going back and will go away. Regarding the Gryffindor sword, although there are records, the founder should be an ancestor of Goblin, Ragnarok I. It was commissioned by Gryffindor forging it, but it was already 11th century. And the age of Herpur the Foul was worse than 108,000 li. Oh. Marx twisted his sore neck and sighed softly. The only thing that is within reach is that I can't even get it. It's really Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 379. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 379. There is no time for Umbridge. It is pleasant and pleasing. Although the weekend is a Hogsmeade open day. But for the young wizards, where there is no Umbridge, you can have a leisurely time. The next day was Sunday, and Harry and Ron spent a lot of time on the homework. After all, how do they work hard in private? But in the end, they are picking the best subjects for further study. As for those subjects that are not good at it, the fee will not be less. In the case of rushing homework, of course, there is no way to make them happy as students. Under the warmth of the last bit of this winter, in the gentle wrapping of the sun, I can still get some comfort. Therefore, taking advantage of the cold winds of today, they did not choose to nest in the common room as usual, but instead changed the place to write homework to the shore of the lake. Sitting under a tall beech tree, Harry and Ron struggled to fill the gaps in the homework of a large number of families in the silent supervision of Hermione. No way, for their students. The OWL's exam is a top priority. As long as Hogwarts has not been completely destroyed, the exam will be on schedule. In this period, a lot of homework is simply a routine. Compared to the graduates who face the Newt's exam, they can only be regarded as a preview of that's all. Hermione's homework was naturally completed long ago, and she was leaning against the trunk, closing her eyes slightly. The wand in her hand twitched with the jump of the wrist, controlling the two sets of knitting needles floating around her with wool yarn, and weaving some winter and cold-resistant supplies. If you look closely, you can also see the unusually detailed patterns on the woolen hats and scarves. Usually using the spell, but absolutely cannot be so delicate. In fact, for Hermione, this is also a training part of practicing the control of the spell. There is no wind today. Sitting here, you can see that the lake is as smooth as a mirror. The blue sky and the dazzling sun are quietly reflected on the water, making it impossible to tell whether it is the water or the sky. Occasionally, there was a slight breeze, and it gently wrinkled the silence, and even brought a little bit of regret. What? Near noon. The sun had already reached Silencio's head, and Harry finally rolled over and leaned down on the grass, taking a long sigh of relief. Done? Hermione raised her eyelids and asked casually, "Yeah?" In the warmest moment of the day, Harry bathed in the sunshine that was shining in the sky, feeling that he was too lazy to move with one finger. Today is the last day, relax, then don't, there will be time for us to rest. Oh, Ron is also relaxed. He picks up the quill in his hand and then lie next to his best friend. That's right, I don't want to eat at lunch, I just want to lie here, cherish this last every second. Don't say it's going to die. Hermione glanced at him lazily, but it was rare to continue. To be honest, the three are both excited and worried about the upcoming plan. Under the circumstance of understanding what he is going to face, the pressure that is like a mountain is naturally dumped. Faced with such heavy psychological pressure, how to transform it more and more fully into its own motivation is a very difficult challenge. The burden on Marks and Dumbledore is obviously much heavier than this. How do they still have a reassuring smile in this situation? Under the mottled tree shadow, in the warmth of the sun, Hermione couldn't help but fall into the meditation of dreaming. When the young lion trio was sunning, Luna walked into Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. Because Luna came back with Glop when Hagrid came back, she had already caught up with Glop's tall silhouette, so Hagrid couldn't stop Luna's curiosity. After agreeing to let go of Glop's existence, Hagrid had to agree to take Luna to get to know his stunted big man younger brother. Forbidden Forest is still dark. Even in the sun-noisy bright noon, the evergreen dense canopy will still cover the place like a cloudy day. The giants are not very polite, and the same is true of Glop. But I think they are just not good at expressing their feelings, or the way they express their feelings is not the same. In the grass among the forests, Hagrid led a sly Luna striding forward and said something about Glop and the giant while walking. Of course, this knowledge is mixed with a lot of experience that belongs only to Hagrid. If the accuracy is high, you can only ask for a question mark first. The giant will eat people. What kind of feelings are you expressing? Luna didn't know what he was thinking, and he asked such a question with enthusiasm. Hey. Hagrid thought about it, then shrugged. I think probably. Are they hungry? It makes sense. Luna took a serious position, nodded. Hagrid looked back at her. Right, will Marks come over today? I don't know. Luna took a big step and stepped through the roots of the ground. I probably won't. He looks busy. It's still the same. Hagrid shook his head. It's a pity that it's not so good. It's a pity to go outside. Oh, we are here. The two are talking, and the snoring from the front is very close. It seems to be ahead. Hagrid stretched out his broad palms and pulled open the bushes, and suddenly a bright light covered his vision. He quickly picked up his eyes and waited for his eyes to adjust a little, before he slammed again. Oh! A tree fell, Hagrid said, stunned. It seems that I have to change the place for this little guy. Yes, the two trees used to hold Glop. One of them has been pulled out of the ground by him, and slanted to the side. But fortunately, Glop didn't run around. He was squatting on the ground where he stepped on the bold hoo-hoo. Hagrid immediately turned back and raised his index finger at his mouth, indicating Luna remain quiet. Then he turned back again, shoving the bushes, and crept to the side of Glop. It seems that even if Hagrid loves this younger brother again, he actually understands that it is impossible for him to obey the baby younger brother. In order to make Glop more convenient, it is obviously appropriate to take advantage of him when he sleeps. To this end, he even temporarily gave up another place that is more suitable for Glop, but directly moved his hand in place. Every time I come back with a rope, it's a good decision. Hagrid took the large bundle of ropes hanging from his waist, but did not manage Glop, but slammed the bundle of ropes. I saw that he skillfully opened the rope, and together they made a big rope, and then selected two big trees near Glop, and tied one of them firmly to the trunk of the two trees. Then he picked up the rope and placed it on Glop's waist, resting it on the ground above his head, and circled his entire upper body in the circle of the rope. Hagrid used to want to have a real dragon, so he also specialized in the ropes of the dragons. But he absolutely did not expect that the dragon was not developed, and this useless technology was used by his younger brother. Little Glop, get up. Hagrid, who had prepared everything, went to Glob's head and patted him on the back of his head. Glopner's terrifying snoring was suddenly stopped, but it sounded again in a while. "Hey! Don't sleep. Big Brother comes to play with you." Seeing that Glop didn't seem to wake up, Hagrid had to bend down and leaned over to his ear, yelling at the scorpion. Peng! Ow! Since being stunned by Marks with a magnifying spell several times, Gloop's reaction to the sound has been much more sensitive than before. Hagrid, this blind man, suddenly awakened Glop from his sleep. However, Glop, who was kneeling on the ground, was shocked by Hagrid's shouts, and his head naturally slammed up, and the hard skull hit the nose of Hagrid. Hagrid immediately sat down on the ground with his nose, and the sore feeling made his tears flow out. Who? Glop, who had just woke up, looked up at Hagrid and groaned awkwardly, then put his eyes on Hagrid again. Ha! Hagel. Not ha ha dash it is Hagrid. Hagrid stood up with his nose and said vaguely with a heavy nasal voice, "Little Glop, good afternoon." Haga. Glop seemed to finally wake up from the confusion, and he jerked up, moving toward Hagrid shouting out the name of the tune, and it seemed that he wanted to fly directly toward Hagrid. "Right, yes, come over the little guy." Hagrid was busy bending over and picking up the rope loop on the floor. After Glop stood up completely, he pulled back on the side of the rope loop. As for the other side of the rope loop, it is now hanging at Glop's waist. "Come on, young man, just getting up is very spiritual." In Hagrid's shouts, Glop ran up and Hagrid speeded up. As Glop suddenly ran, the knotted knot was tightened and firmly tied to Glop's waist. With a sizzle, Glop sat down on the ground. "Hey Luna," standing on one side, stunned his hand. The head of the giant is a ball. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 380. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 380. No matter how bright the sun is, it will always go down with the arrival of the night. Good times often make people sigh the ruthless passage of time. As we haven't arrived on Monday, everyone is working hard to enjoy the last freedom of the day. However, when the young wizards were gathered in the auditorium and planned to have a stop-filled dinner with their friends, they found that the plates on the dining table were still empty. What's wrong with this? Didn't it be time for dinner? Why isn't the food yet? The more students gathered in the auditorium, the sooner the seats were filled. Everyone and the neighboring friends whispered, and the whispering voice was heard. Hermione, Harry, and Ron were also sitting in the middle of the Gryffindor's long table, frowning and exchanged their eyes, and there was some uneasiness in their hearts. Especially Hermione. She glanced at the teaching staff from time to time, except for the most middle headmaster seat, even the position where Marks usually sat. Professor McGonagall is still sitting on the seat that belongs to her, with a brief face remark. Since Dumbledore left everyone forever, Professor McGonagall, acting as the acting headmaster, has been reluctant to sit on the seat that belongs to Dumbledore, and today is the same. As for the other professors, they are sitting in their seats as well, but their looks are different, but the things they can do are the same. They seem to be waiting for something. Is Umbridge coming back? Is she doing any tricks? Ron couldn't help but whisper, "Who knows?" Hermione frowned. "Although I don't know yet, Umbridge's suspicion is definitely the biggest." "You should know it later, and it's useless to guess." Harry looked at the grim expression of Professor McGonagall, and his heart grew more and more heavy. Just then, Professor McGonagall suddenly stood up. Without her opening, the young wizards in the auditorium automatically stopped the whispering conversation and focused their sights on her. Everyone obviously has waited for some to stop. Students, I have kept everyone waiting. But before I started the meal, I had to tell you 3 things first. Professor McGonagall tightened his face and solemnly said, "First, the Greek magic circle came the news. The Minos Magic School in Greece was attacked by an unidentified force. The local magic circle is still under investigation. The magic circle throughout Europe, Hogwarts in Britain, Buxbotans in France, and Durmstrang in Scandinavia are the 3 most famous magic schools. In addition to these 3 schools, there are also some small-scale magic schools, and the Greek Minos Magic School is one of them. In fact, in ancient times, This historic magic school was once one of the world's most famous magic schools. In the long history of the rolling, the school has long since retired from the third stream for various reasons. But even so, in the magic circle that is now becoming more stable and peaceful, the destruction of a magic school is undoubtedly very shocking. The same is true even for a magic school that is about to fade. However, after all is far from Greece, the young wizards are mostly horrified, but no one knows at the moment. Professor McGonagall is so solemn about telling everyone what the intention is. Professor McGonagall continued to speak when the students in the houses were confused. Second, because the Minos Magic School was suddenly broken, and the Greek Ministry of Magic had to step up the investigation of the truth of the unidentified forces and protect the security of the local ordinary wizard. In the absence of manpower, the Greek Ministry of Magic, the prospective future of the survivors' students, was applied to the Wizard Parliament for international assistance. So, the three magic schools, including our Hogwarts, will each receive a group of survivors of the Minos Magic School. Having said that, Professor McGonagall paused, and then screamed, "Please enroll 27 students into the auditorium." The voice did not fall, and the door of the side gallery of the auditorium was slowly pushed away from the outside. Half a day ago, the office of Professor Study of Ancient Runes. Just after running out of lunch in the auditorium, Marks hurried back here, and before he sat down, he sensed a magic power fluctuation outside the door. Then, he heard a knock on the door unexpectedly. "Please come in." Marks didn't sit anymore. He turned straight and complied at the door. The office door quietly opened, and Professor McGonagall, who was awkward, strode in and nodded to Marks. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall." Marks bowed. The two of them are so polite, naturally because of the presence of outsiders. Professor McGonagall didn't come alone. Behind her, she followed a guy who doesn't want to see anyone at the moment. Defense Against the Dark Arts, a temporary resignation professor, Dolores Umbridge. "Good afternoon, young Professor McLawn." Although it has not been seen for many days, the smile of the old woman's face still has not changed much, and even looks even more irritating. Well, Marks like a smile yet not a smile. "Good afternoon, older Miss Umbridge." In the face of Umbridge's provocation, Marks is naturally not polite. He didn't even use the professor to call the other person, because even if the old woman came back to continue, she would not be a professor of Hogwarts as long as she had not announced it publicly. Umbridge didn't care. She just turned her head and looked at McGonagall. "Minerva McGonagall, acting headmaster? Don't remind you, I haven't been old enough to forget things." Professor McGonagall frowned, handing a roll of parchment in his hand to Marks. "Professor McLawn, you should look at this first. After reading it, I will explain it." Marks took the paper roll with some doubt and pulled it over and scanned it from start to finish. In just a few seconds, he raised his head again, his eyes flashing silently over Umbridge's old face. "Is it going to be handed over to the head of the Parliament?" "This is of course no problem," Marks calmly said, "but what exactly is the Greek magic circle? What is it that attacks Minos?" he asked Professor McGonagall, but the line of sight was always on Umbridge's face, as if he wanted to see something from the fake face covered with a sweet smile. Unfortunately, Umbridge didn't have any change in expression at the moment, so people couldn't read what she was thinking. "I don't know, this has to wait for the follow-up investigation of the Greek Ministry of Magic. Maybe you can know." Professor McGonagall shook his head gently, and then continued. "Since you understand, I don't have much to say." "Ready?" "After half an hour, you will take a walk with Miss Umbridge." After all, Professor McGonagall turned and walked outside the office. Umbridge immediately walked 2 steps and followed. She doesn't want to stay here, and the feeling of staying with Marks is not good at all. Although the two will definitely have a period of solitude for a while, the kind of suffering is obviously shorter and better. Marks took the roll of parchment in his hand and walked down to the chair in the pile next to the pile. He reopened the parchment roll and read it again. "This is a document signed by the Greek Ministry of Magic, the Wizard Parliament, the Britain Ministry of Magic, and the Hogwarts. The content is, roughly speaking, the Minos Magic School was attacked by terrorists. The Greek Ministry of Magic applied for international assistance and asked the magic schools in Europe to receive the surviving students and arrange for them to graduate. The names, genders, and ages of the 20 students assigned to Hogwarts are also written. As for other content, perhaps other documents or materials, at least Marx does not write this document. Greece. Marx stared at the keywords on the file and thought about it, but didn't find too many clues. Would it be related to Grindelwald or Voldemort? He pondered for a moment and shook his head first. At least it should have nothing to do with Voldemort. His attention is entirely focused on the Britain Magic Circle, and now he must have no energy to reach so far. So, is Grindelwald? Marx wondered. First assume that he did it, but what good is it for him? He still has some understanding of the Minos Magic School. No, if you have to say it, in fact, any wizard who has read through A History of Magic knows that this school has been completely destroyed in a war in the past. The current Minos Magic School was rebuilt on the site of the original school. If you ask what you can get from Minos, I believe that all the wizards who know that history have only one answer: nothing can be obtained. The Minos Magic School has long lost its roots, and both the teaching level and the treasures retained in the school are lost. Therefore, even if it is funded and rebuilt, the number of students recruited each year is quite limited. It is not just in name only, but also in reality. Maybe. I think more. Marx inexplicably re-rolled the parchment volume. The modern Greek magic circle has been messy and unsuccessful. The local Ministry of Magic is very difficult to maintain normal operation. No wonder. This time I will apply for international assistance. There is nothing wrong with it. However, everything is careful, tentatively, or sent someone to go to Greece to run. After a few discretions, he put this peace in his heart and stood up and went to the office. In a moment, the head of the Go With Wizard Parliament will hand over the more than 20 students of Minos, and it will be a relatively formal wizard robe. After all, he is on behalf of Hogwarts. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 381. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 381. If there is any new notice from the Ministry of Magic on the part of the compilation, the Ministry will send a notification letter to Hogwarts. OK. Ministry of Magic in the Atrium's Hall. Umbridge is handing over the assigned head of Ministry of Magic, and Marx is on the side, followed by a group of young wizards of different ages. Most of these young wizards were silent, and their eyes fluttered around the luxurious, wide atrium foyer. Whether it is a huge statue in the middle of the court, or a gleaming magic fountain, one after another in their eyes, it can be seen that among the vigilance they show, there is a mixture of envy and expectation. Although the Minos Magic School in Greece has been rebuilt, it has been insufficiently funded, and the school has been neglected to manage it. It is obviously impossible to mention the terms with the increasingly complete Ministry of Magic. Even so, it is their alma mater, the place where they have been living. Nowadays the school is destroyed, and the former student is also dead and separated separately. The taste is uncomfortable. Compared to the mind that has been guarded by terrifying disasters, the expectation of the future seems to be insignificant. While keeping an eye on Umbridge's situation, Marx is also quietly observing these young wizards that will be incorporated into Hogwarts. But at least until now, whether it is Umbridge on the official side of the business, or the students who are uneasy, it seems that there is nothing unusual, and nothing is beyond the reasonable scope. It's like this incident is simply the aftermath of a dispute with other magic circles. Nothing more. Excuse me. Marx was thinking about the specific situation of Minos's disaster. Suddenly, the group of students came out of one of the oldest boys and came to him. What's wrong? Marx faced the student who might be older than him. Excuse me. Are you a student at Hogwarts Magic School? The boy asked carefully, in a less skilled English, but still understandable. Marx looked up at the group of students and glanced at it. He found that the other 20 students were watching the situation nervously. It seems that the boy in front of him seems to be replacing them. It used to be, but now Professor Hogwarts' study of ancient runes. Marx took his eyes and looked at him. My name is Marx McLawn. After you enter Hogwarts, if you are interested in ancient runes, you are welcome. Take my course. Professor? The boy seemed startled. He hesitated to sneak up on Marx. It seemed to be guessing whether Marx was a pure-blood human. Don't think about it, Marx laughed. I don't really get older, but at Hogwarts, as long as you have enough power, there will be no absolute restraint. If you can work hard to find the mystery of magic, you will also have the possibility to break the secular rules. Oh. The boy snorted and then nodded with surprise and admiration. Then you must be very powerful. The professors at our school have mentioned it many times. He said that Hogwarts is a very good top magic school. When referring to the professors of the past, the boy's eyes flashed a moment of gloom. It can be seen that the professor must have taken a lot of care for him, but now most of them have already been killed. Yes, Hogwarts is really good. Marx nodded. But the best is not the school, but the teacher and the students in the school. It's the love between people. This is the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore told me. Dumbledore? Oh, I know him, Everyone knows him. The other party continued to nodded. The greatest white wizard in the world. He saved the entire European magic circle. While the power of Grindelwald spread throughout the continent, the Britain magic circle was not directly attacked, but the Greek magic circle was once one of the hardest hit areas. To talk about Dumbledore, perhaps the geeks who have experienced the worst stricken wizard family in the past are the most grateful people. Yes, that's right. Marx is actually a little bit sloppy, because Dumbledore is now running. If the boy knows that Dumbledore has just passed away, he doesn't know what to think. These students will soon be incorporated into Hogwarts, and they will know sooner or later. Marx is thinking about whether or not to say this first, but unexpectedly it was solved by Umbridge. Professor McLawn, you can sign a document and we can leave. After negotiating with the responsible officer of the Ministry of Magic, Umbridge returned with a serious return and greeted Marx in the past for the final signature handover. Sorry, we can talk again later. After Marx said something to the boy, he went to Umbridge and took the file and looked at it. After discovering that there was no problem, I signed my name. Then, the refuge from my nose will be handed over to you two. You can take these students from the fireplace over there, and the Flu Network emergency line in the Hogwarts Hall has been opened for you. Okay, Trouble. Marx nodded at the person in charge, then turned to the students and waved. Hold up. There are more people here, be careful not to fall behind. We have to start moving. At this time, the staff of Ministry of Magic are still at work, although the flow of people is not like that when they go to work, but also a lot. Umbridge and Marx watched these young wizards heading for the entrance to the other side of the atrium. Marx, who was behind, was still watching the students, and he looked at each one carefully, but until they lined up through the fireplace, there was still nothing to watch out for. Finally, it was Marx's turn. He grabbed the flu powder, secretly licked his mouth, and then disappeared into the fireplace with a splendid green flame. Hey, what is going on here? In the corner of the Hogwarts foyer, two large silhouettes of the Flu Network emergency connection point in the school rushed out of the two silhouettes at the same time, followed by a sullen complaint. Marx looked back and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Well, this happened finally, he whispered, then hurriedly smiled. Oh, is there a problem with the Ministry of Magic's fireplace? Fast, there is no emergency connection yet. Closed, go back and see it. Probably because I didn't use the Flu Network to move for a long time. Although he thought of his own flame reaction when using flu powder, it was different from ordinary people. But after all, he still forgot to have someone behind him. Since the black robe wizard behind him was too close to the fireplace, the magic flame rushed out and sent the other party to Hogwarts. Ah! Emergency connection point? Where is this? The black robe was stunned and seemed to finally understand the situation. He immediately grabbed a flu powder and complained that he had re-entered the fire. When Marx turned around, he found that Umbridge was staring at him with his mouth closed, but did not ask any questions about the commotion. When she saw Marks looking over her, she even turned her head away from Marks's gaze. It was the students of Minos who were curiously watching back and forth between Marks and the fireplace, and seemed to be guessing what had happened. "Okay, then. Come with me." Marks didn't explain anything, just greeted everyone. "Go here, you can take a break in the small hall, by the way, and the ghost in Hogwarts. Let's talk. This is one of the compulsory courses for students who are enrolled in Hogwarts." As he spoke, he took the lead to the corridor in the side of the hall. Behind him, the Minos students were looking at each other and then hugged up. In the foyer, Umbridge, who was on the side of Marks, stared at their backs, still smirking on his face, not knowing what to think. Please invite 20 students to enter the auditorium. Marks, standing at the entrance of the side gallery, immediately heard the call from the auditorium and then pushed open the threshold in front of him. Then, in the different eyes of the auditorium, he stepped forward and walked in. Behind him, 27 enrolled students from the Magic House of Minos followed his footsteps and went with him to the desk. To face the students, line up in a row. Marks directs these young wizards, who are about to become new students, to recreate the Hogwarts welcome process, which has been watching. Although the new student ages are not hierarchical, the number is only 27 people, but this is the first time he has personally executed the ceremony of this new student enrollment. After he arranged the students to queue up, Filch had placed the four-legged stool in front of the students. In the auditorium, the young wizards at the four long tables were looking at these new students, and the subtle humming echoed quietly in the auditorium. Sorting Hat Accio, Professor McGonagall, who was standing in the center of the faculty, waved wand. Not long after, the worn-out Spire's wizard cap that had just been washed some time ago flew in from the side door that had not been closed and fell into her hands. Marks, the result of Sorting Hat, did not put it on the four-legged stool, but started the separate house process directly under the direction of Professor McGonagall. I called the name of the derailment, sat down on the stool, put on the hat and listened to the separate house. Marks took out the parchment volume and unfolded it to read the name above. Helen Skin. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 382. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 382. Helen Skin. Like Hogwarts, these young wizards from Minos are not all native Greek. The first female child reported by Marks seems to be the same as Marks and the others, with a Nordic bloodline. When he heard Marks report his name, Helen, who was standing quietly in the queue, glanced at him, and then walked down to the four-legged stool and sat down. Her legs are close together, and the two small hands are placed on the knees in a subtle manner. There is a considerable degree of tension in the dexterity. The eyelids sagged slightly, apparently not dare to go with a lot of curious eyes in the auditorium. Marks took the parchment and walked over to Helen, clasping the sorting hat in her hand on the soft long hair of her maroon. And Helen subconsciously shrank his neck. What? Sorting Hat just smacked Helen's hair and immediately shouted and scared her. I came up with a problem when I came up, but this hat is the most difficult problem to study. Sorting Hat twisted and snarled, I think it should be reasonable to go to Ravenclaw, but little girl, what do you think? What? Helen flashed his eyes wide. Ravenclaw House allows you to freely pursue knowledge and satisfy curiosity. Sorting Hat sings and sings. And Slytherin House allows you to cautiously explore the darkness and interpret desires. This hat suggests you from these two houses choose one. Of course, just a suggestion. Hat is just a hat. Lat, Ravenclaw. Helen snorted and looked up at the four longside students, then hesitated. Well. Sorting Hat licked its spire. Is this your choice? Then, Gryffindor. Helen's separate house was sung by Hat, and the young lions enthusiastically whipped up. This is also as it should be by rights, and those sympathetic young wizards have a lot of good feelings for Helen, a lovable little girl. In the moment of Helen's stagnation, Marks raised the Sorting Hat and lifted Sorting Hat. Suddenly I felt that the top of my head was empty, and Helen immediately returned to sobered up, and in the welcome voice of those young lions, some of them ran wildly. Sorting Hat, is there anything special about that little girl? Marks looked at the back of the young girl and asked the Sorting Hat in his hand. Special? Sorting Hat thought for a moment. To be special. Certainly not as special as your kid. How do you say it? Is it a child who forgot how to choose? At the moment, naturally, it wasn't a question. Marks glanced at the parchment and sang, Helensken, split into Gryffindor, read third year. Next, Socarades Christostopos. Christopher rose. Gryffindor was at the table, curiously watching Ron, the new female student. Inadvertently heard such a strange name that made people tongue-knotted. No, it's Crystalops. Harry was squeezing Righteous Path. Not Chris Ross? Neville asked, holding his own to Trevor, wondering. You don't feel strange when you say that many syllables? Ron slammed Neville's shoulder. Ha said with a big smile. Ron, you are not qualified to make fun of Neville. Hermione, who was talking to Helen, suddenly turned and yelled. And, don't make fun of the names of others. Is Christostopos. Helen, sitting next to Hermione, carefully pulled her sleeves and said softly, the Socarades are very nice and as kind and passionate as Miss Granger. It is our student council. Halfway through the words, she suddenly paused, her face stunned. Well, I mean, I used to be our student council leader. Oh. Sorry. Ron's face showed a sullen expression, and Ron immediately rushed. We didn't mean it, that. We all remember, it's called Chris. Okay. Half-heartedly comforted, Ron found himself almost forgetting the name of the hard-to-remember, and immediately turned back to Harry and they launched a spot for help. Oh. Harry snorted and then spreadlessly spread his hands. I think we might have to put this name in the homework list after class. Helen seemed to be poked by Harry's sentence, and he screamed at the pup, and the lovely face showed a touch of flushed red. Thank you for senior. Okay, Helen took a breath and smiled sweetly at everyone. He said that he was sensible and savvy. In fact, when I was just going to settle with Grease with father, it was also strange. The name has been troubled for a long time. In order to remember the names that must be remembered, I also specifically recorded them on the sticky notes and posted them everywhere at home. Hey, this is a good idea. Ron patted the clapping. I used to think about using this method to recite 1000 magical herbs and fungi. You don't mention that I still forgot. Harry tried this, and suddenly he glared at Ron. In the first year, the nails on the wall in the bedroom are all nailed to you. Falling on the floor, the pushpin on the bottom almost got stuck in my soul. Ah? Ron suddenly turned his head away from Harry's gaze and said dryly, no, I didn't say it at the time. It's a good thing for Peeves. Helen looked at Harry and Ron and yelled at each other. It seemed to be very interesting, and he couldn't help but make a bell-like laugh. Slytherin. Just now, Ron, when they were talking about the boy's name and saying a word, Sorting Hat quickly reported the boys' separate house results. Oh? Marks raised his eyebrows a little and then read quietly, Socalatis Christostopos, split into Slytherin house, read 6th year. Next, Professor McLawn. Please call me Sokas. The boy who was taken down by Marks to Sorting Hat politely bowed, then stood up from the four-legged stool and walked down to the Slytherin long table with the gaze of the snakes. Marks stared at the back of a teenager who was a little older than himself, and secretly gave his name a circle in his heart. Next, Paris. The names of the Greeks are very eloquent, although they are not more difficult to read than some ancient runes. But one after the single thought, it does have some trouble. After completing this special separate house ceremony, Professor McGonagall immediately waved wand, filled all the dishes with food, and announced the start of today's dinner quite timely. Marks immediately took Sorting Hat to his head and immediately returned to the teaching staff. He took a fork and gave himself a big fried chicken leg. Professor McGonagall, Umbridge? He licked the empty seat at the banquet. then swallowed a chicken leg and rubbed his mouth and asked, "Have she not come back with me before?" It seems that Ministry of Magic has another urgent matter. She suddenly went back. McGonagall slightly frowned. "I originally planned to announce her re-employment after the separate house ceremony. Is it?" Marks thought. "I will go back to Sorting Hat in the headmaster room, and then ask Mr. Evera to go to the Ministry of Magic to see the situation." The Mr. Evera in his mouth is one of the portraits of the headmasters of the past hanging on the wall of the headmaster room. He has served in the Ministry of Magic for 2 years as a minister, and he also has his portraits on the Ministry of Magic. "Well," Professor McGonagall nodded. "Okay, I will pass after I have arranged it here." At the end of the mouth, Marks forked the chicken legs in the pan, continued to open his mouth and slammed a big mouth, and chewed it satisfactorily. Sorting Hat. "Just those students, what strange guys." He chewed the chicken and asked vaguely to Sorting Hat on his head. "What's weird?" Sorting Hat lazily said, "It's almost the same. Anyone is a set of hearts, isn't it? It's better to say that it's more strange to be completely the same. For example?" Marks was curious. "For example, Luna Lovegood, and Minerva McGonagall." Marks. Professor McGonagall suddenly turned his head and said, "Put the hat next to you and don't talk when you eat." "It seems that these people have to add one to you." Marks smiled and shrugged. "Of course, this hat is always—" Sorting Hat's words have not been finished. They were taken from the top of Marks and placed on the table edge of the dining table. "You still don't talk. Save a little while Professor McGonagall throws you into the fireplace." He patted the apex of Sorting Hat, and laughed. "In that case, you can take a shower." HMPH, this hat can never tell lies. After swearing, Sorting Hat no longer screamed and quieted himself. Marks stuffed his mouth into the food and looked up at the long tables. The shelters from Minos were mostly bathed in the kindness of the house young wizards. It seems that integration into the group is not to have a hard time. Of course, 2 students who have been assigned to the Slytherin house may be relatively tough in this process of integration. Helen, come and try this mushroom soup. I think this is the most delicious dish in Hogwarts. Marks seemed to hear the bright voice of Hermione. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 383. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 383. Britain Ministry of Magic urgent notice. As the Hogwarts Magic School headmaster Albus Middle. Percival Middle. Wulfric Brian Dumbledore died during his tenure, the Ministry of Magic Department of Magical Law Enforcement will send an additional investigation team to Hogwarts for detailed investigation. Except for normal learning activities, all students should not leave the castle privately to avoid accidents. Signature, Ministry of Magic, Rufus Middle. Scrimgeour. In addition, the Hogwarts senior investigator informs, from the date of posting of this notice, all organizations, teams, associations, and clubs managed by the students will be immediately disbanded. If reorganization is required, a senior investigator Lors Jane Umbridge will be sent to the Ministry of Magic to submit an application. All groups 3 or more that have not been approved by the senior investigator will not be allowed to exist. If any unauthorized establishment or participation is found, the dismissal will be immediately granted. The above regulations are in compliance with the Education Order Amendment Number 24. Signature, Senior Investigator, Dolores Jane Umbridge. The sudden refuge of students on the weekend was unsettled, and 2 new notices on Monday were on the rise. The 2 notices were so amazing that even the marble borders with bulletin boards were covered. The wording in the 2 notices is quite official, and the rows of black printed prints, the bright red prints under the passages, and the elegant floral signatures that wrap around make them look very formal. Harry and Ron stood in the crowd, staring at the second notice, and a pale face was showing a worry. What about their Wizard War Chess Club? That's the club with the most members in the school. I can go to the event every day. At Harry and Ron, a student of 3rd year looked quite anxious. Yeah, soon I have to hold a match again. I am planning to take a place. This time the prizes have been heard to be much richer than the past 2 sessions. His companions could not help but mourn. It won't be so ruined. Look for Professor McClawn. This Wizard War chess is designed by him. He will definitely help us get the old witch. I think our Wizard War game will be fine. Ron opened his mouth in a gloomy manner and scared the two young wizards. Yes, Ron, who likes chess, has already become a very high-ranking member since the establishment of the Wizard Wars Club. Of course, now he can't worry about worrying about the chess game. This is so clever. What do you think? Ron turned his head and asked, frowning at Harry. Harry didn't talk. He just read the contents of the two notices over and over again, and his heart was a little scared. He thought he could really learn something from Marx, and perhaps under the guidance of Marx, he could really hold the Gryffindor sword in his hands and gain the power to kill Dragon. Only then would he be able to pick up the courage that he had left in the top 3, use his power to help Marx, protect Hogwarts, and even fight with Voldemort. For the Dark Lord who killed his parents, he was finally unable to let go. Just because his own strength is really insufficient, in order not to become an instigator, he will endure pain in his heart and keep silent. However, seeing that the opportunity is about to come, Umbridge is holding a notice in front of him. This feeling made him feel unsuccessful in his heart. This is absolutely impossible to be a coincidence, Harry said, sulkingly with his hands on his back. She must have known it from somewhere. But where did she get it? Ron lowered his voice. Is it time for us to meet in the bar? Or is Hermione picking someone to pull? Or is there someone in the participant who is going to inform? Who knows? Harry was a little annoyed. It's possible. There are too many possibilities. Zachary Smith. Just as Harry was resentful, Ron suddenly widened his eyes and squeezed the name from the bite of his teeth. Yeah, he is a little suspicious. Harry recalled the pretty swaying, still-nosed yellow-haired boy in the bar, tightly frowns. But Ron was paused first, but he shook his head and shook his head. Or, Michael Kona might not be right. It would be too bad to be so. No, I have to go find him. Wait. Harry grabbed Ron. What? Ron earned. Let go, Harry. First calm down. You can't just go, Harry said, looking at the students who were looking at them. And then Ron walked up the stairs. Ron, don't move. You went to plan to say what? Or don't say anything. Just pounce on him and stop him. This is a good idea. Ron violently broke Harry's hand, but didn't move anymore. Well, you are right, even if the old man already knows, but this thing can't be done by itself. Public. If they secretly exposed the plan to organize defense against the dark arts training, then Umbridge really has reason to just and honorable investigations. It is definitely not the development direction they want to see. So, I will talk to Ginny later. Is this going on? Ron curled one's lip, whispered the two notices. I don't know if Hermione has seen it. Harry and Ron walked. We have to tell her first. And just after Harry and Ron had just left the hall, Marx appeared behind the crowd. He crossed the shoulders and heads of the students and looked at the two notices. He didn't know what he was thinking. After a short while, he turned around and walked slowly toward the side gallery next to the foyer. Rufus Middle. Scrimgeour. On the other hand, Harry and Ron rushed back to the Gryffindor common room. As soon as they arrived, when the two found that Hermione and Ginny were not in the common room, Ron subconsciously slammed into the stairs leading to the bedroom. Ron, stop. Harry didn't pull, and hurriedly shouted, that's a woman. Before the words were finished, Ron, who had already ran up the spiral staircase, suddenly heard a whistle-like whistle in his ear, and then the stairs softened and turned into a slippery slide. What? Ron's feet are so good that they try to balance, and everything seems to be in vain. Before he could get a few more, he threw himself on the slide and slid all the way to Harry's feet. That's the girls' bedroom. I think we probably can't go up. Harry didn't know whether to cry or laugh to help Ron. Oh. Ron rubbed his nose in one hand and held his back on his lower back, bitterly. Merlin is on. I must have broken my mind. Just then, the two girls happily slipped off the slide. Hey, Which champion is coming up? Let me see. The two of them jumped up and stared at Harry and Ron, screaming with a smile. You know it at a glance, don't you? Ron said with amazement. I think was the last time I was playing the slide. The two girls didn't care about Ron's anger, they circled around him, and then continued to giggling to the portrait hole. It's not fair. Ron was dissatisfied. Hermione can go to our bedroom, why can't we? Isn't this obvious? Hermione's voice fainted from the slide, and the next moment, she fell lightly on the front blanket. Hogwarts, a history mentioned that the founder of the school felt that in some respects, the male child obviously does not have a female child responsible. Well, why did you want to come up? Of course I am going to find you, Ron said, lowering the door. You better hurry to the hall to have a look. And something terrible happened. The three men rushed in a hurry and returned to the bulletin board in the castle hall with Hermione. At this time, the students are already a little less than just now, and Hermione is easily pushed to the front. When her gaze swept up and down quickly, the face immediately dignified a lot. She did not leave soon, but carefully read each of the two notices again. After a while, when Ron and Harry outside the crowd started to rush again, Hermione finally got out of the pile. I think it must have been noticed by some of the participants. Ron immediately rushed forward and whispered, if this is the case, then we will soon know who the whistleblower is. Hermione said, shaking her head again. I am more worried about other reasons than the whistleblowing. I will know soon. Why? Ron asked in amazement. I applied a spell on the parchment that everyone signed. A common one for the contract, Hermione whispered. Although I still can't embed better default penalties. If there is a whistleblower, then we will be able to discover. What if I am cracked? Harry was worried. If you can see through the spell on the parchment, the other party will not sign the name from the beginning, because signing the name is equivalent to actively forming a connection with the contract spell. Hermione gave them a reassuring look. The curse itself is on the parchment. To crack it, you must first get it. So, what will happen to those who violated the contract? Ron eagerly asked. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 384. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 384. So, what will happen to those who violate the contract? Under Ron's eager questioning, Harry also cast a curious look at Hermione. Just as Hermione wanted to whisper to them, it was interrupted by another sudden sound. Miss Granger. This crisp shouting attracted the attention of the three people at once, and they almost turned their heads at the same time and looked at the direction of the sound. Miss Granger. Oh, are Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter all there? Running briskly from the other side of the foyer. It was just the last night that Hogwarts was incorporated into one of the many Gryffindors. The third-year new student, Helen Skin. Good morning. Helen happily waved at them. Compared to yesterday's cautiousness, today she seems to be more cheerful and lively. Perhaps it was because of the relationship between bedroom life and Hermione that they obviously felt different. The sense of distance between Helen and them is being eliminated a little bit as the smile increases. Good morning, Helen. Hermione smiled. It's just a matter of calling us directly. Oh, that's great. Helen nodded. Hermione, Harry, and Ronald. Ron. Hermione pointed to Ron and laughed. Tell him, Ron. We all call him. If he calls his real name, he won't get used to it. No, Ron said, waving his hand. I think I will be quite used to it. It's better to say, if you want, please use Ronald to call me. Do you think this name, can you really afford it? Hermione squinted at him. Just call him Ron, or he will be ecstasy. Oh. Helen looked at Ron with some confusion. Is it really okay? Okay. Just call me Ron. Ron seemed to give up the general, whispered dejectedly. I really don't have the ruler look like it. As long as there is a little bit of it. Just fine. Before pondering the ruler, let's take the strong, cross and capable as the goal of life. Hermione didn't feel good. When you gave Mr. Weasley this name, you must think so. Harry reached out and patted Ron's back, and smiled and encouraged. Good luck, I believe that you will deserve this name sooner or later. Mighty and capable ruler. Even if you laugh at me too. Are we still good buddies? Ron hooked Harry's neck and said angrily, "Hermione, what is the name of Harry?" "Well," Hermione squatted said with a smile, "I remember it seems to be the bird's egg dumplings." Watching the three men start playing tricks again, Helen couldn't help but giggled. It seems that as long as you are around these three young lions, there is always no lack of joy in life. "Hey, let's go have breakfast." It will be a while after breakfast. Under the spur of Harry's black face, the four young wizards frolic, and went to the side gallery leading to the auditorium. But at this moment, a slightly thin silhouette came out of the doorway when Helen came, and looked far away as they disappeared into the corner of the side gallery. "Sokas, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, a voice rang from behind him. He almost subconsciously reached out to the waist, but then naturally lifted it up and put it on his shoulders. "Hey, Mr. Malfoy." He looked back and chuckled. "It may have been a stiff night. The bed of Hogwarts is much softer than I used to sleep." That's right, this silhouette is the Minos student whose name is Special. According to Helen, he used to be the student chairman of Minos. But now it is a Slytherin's 6th year. On the same day in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, he took the initiative to go out and go with Marks. "Soon you will get used to it, Sokas." Malfoy rubbed his golden hair with his hand and smiled gracefully. "Hogwarts living facilities are very good. Just our family just donated a lot of money to the school." "Is it?" Sokas smiled nodded. "The conditions here are really good." "Oh, yes. I heard about Mr. Potter, his no problem?" as he asked. He pointed his finger at his forehead and gestured to Malfoy. "Ha ha ha, our Potter boy, there is a problem with his head," Malfoy said happily. "I didn't expect you to understand this after a while. I was as early as I knew that he was a pure-blood traitor." "Oh?" Sokas seems to be interested in the authenticity. Pure-blood betrayal. "What do you say?" "The guy is a pure bloodline wizard, but always with half-blood, even with mud-blood, you say?" Malfoy curled one's lip. "Disdain, he acts like this, defiled our sacred and noble pure-blood wizard family." "Well," Sokas thoughtfully said, "that's too bad. But although I have always wanted to teach the pure-blood scum, but you must remember," Malfoy suddenly got to the side of Sokas and whispered, "don't be too close to Harry Potter. The same is true of the dirty little friends who have him. The backs behind them can't be provoked. Rely on the mountain." Sokas seems to be thinking about something, a little absent-minded. "Who?" Marks McLawn, Malfoy said habitually when he mentioned the name, and continued, "I am the current professor of ancient runes. Listen, don't mess with that guy. The best way is to avoid him forever." "Forever? Is this a bit too much?" Sokas said with a smile. "He is a professor who can be a Hogwarts when he is so young. It must be very good. But he can't do it anymore." "What harms the student's behavior?" "HMPH. I haven't seen anything about it." Malfoy angered snorted. "In short, I believe that I am right. My father is also so mad at me. If I don't look at you, I will not be so kind. Tell you." "Of course, many thanks for your care," Sokas said slightly to Malfoy nodded. "The string of interesting necklaces I mentioned last night, I will let the family send it as soon as possible." "Ha ha, I said it, not so polite," Malfoy said happily. "Unlike the Potter boy, you are a good pure-blood wizard. I believe that in the days that follow, there will be a wonderful spark of friendship between the two." "Are we not already friends?" Sokas spread his hand, said with a faint smile. On the other hand, the Hermione trio and Helen just entered the auditorium and found a special sense of tension. Most of the students in the auditorium are surrounded by 3 or 5 groups. What is discussed in chirp chirp Twitter Twitter, the scene is chaotic. They just got a seat at the Gryffindor's long table and Fred, George, Neville and Ginny rushed over here. "Have you seen it?" Fred asked in a hurry. "She really knows it?" George added a tacit agreement as usual. What should we do?" Neville still looked a little timid, and he whispered. Everyone looked at Harry and Hermione a little bit urgently, and Fred Dear glanced around, seemingly making sure there were no professors nearby. Hermione looked at them, but the eyes subconsciously glanced at Helen, who didn't know whether to avoid this cheerful and cute little girl. Of course it will continue. Harry didn't care about Helen. He just got to Freddy and the others and whispered, "This must not stop us, isn't it? We know that your words will definitely say that." "George Leahy said, by the way." His fingers extended and poked Harry's ribs. "Two prefects. You have to go on." Fred looked towards Hermione and Ron, but when he noticed the curious Helen, he couldn't help but accept the words. "What are you talking about?" Helen looked at this side and looked over there. Some doubts said, "What do you want to continue?" "Hey." Hermione hesitated. "Well, actually." "Oh no." Helen seemed to pull out Hermione's hesitation, and quickly waved his hands to stop the road. "If it's an important secret, don't tell me. It's okay. We just got to know it. It's me. It's too familiar." "No, that." Seeing Helen know how to score, Hermione feels like he is doing something wrong. Even so, this matter really needs to be cautious and careful, especially in the case that Umbridge is clearly aware of it. It is really no surprise. Sorry. Hermione sighed. "Let's wait. Etc. The situation is settled. I will definitely invite Helen to join you. I promise." "It's okay." Helen smiled sweetly. "Well, you talk first. I'll go there and see if I can make a few more friends." After all, she immediately took 2 steps, then turned around lightly and walked to the other side. "Oh," Hermione apologized. "This is really a good girl." "Yeah. Oh, Ernie and Hannah are coming here too." Ron looked back and saw a few silhouettes on the other side. "Well. And Ravenclaw. Oh, Zachary's middle. Smith." When I saw the one I didn't want to see, Ron couldn't help but look at Hermione. "You haven't said it yet." "What about the whistleblower?" However, Hermione's eyes were full of panic. "There will be 2 characters like Nirvana on the cheeks, itching and hurting." "Now is not the time to say this. Those fools can't come here. It's too suspicious. Go back." She turned to Ernie and Hannah. "I can make a gesture and use the mouth to try to make them understand. Wait, go back afterwards. Say." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 385. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 385. "Wait, go back afterwards. Say again." Hermione's increasingly exaggerated mouth shape did not make Hermione and Hannah immediately understand that the 2 were not strong participants, and it was impossible for them to read the lips. "I went to tell them." Ginny slammed his legs and jumped off the stool. He walked over to the other side. "And Michael's idiot." "Really?" She groaned dissatisfiedly and walked quickly toward Ravenclaw's long table. When she passed by with Hermione and Hannah, she stopped by the 2 duck eggs. Harry subconsciously stopped his eyes on Ginny's back. "Well, Umbridge is noticed today. Should she be upset?" Harry thought involuntarily that Michael, probably because of the fact that from Hermione, Ginny began to fall in love. Harry suddenly felt a feeling of unclearness in his heart. The emotions sneaked in his heart, making him irritated. To eliminate this inexplicable irritability, Harry involuntarily chose to remove his gaze from Ginny. "Hermione is right. I always ignored Ginny. Now Ginny has made a new choice. What qualifications do I have to disturb her?" The conversation between Hermione and Ron in the quill shop that day, Harry actually heard it. Hermione said a few words so loudly, "He is not a blind man. How could he not hear it?" "No, now is not the time to think about it." Harry shook his head and secretly reminded himself, Voldemort is facing Hogwarts glare like a tiger watching his prey. Where else is the room for me to think? He took his eyes back and refocused his attention on the discussion between the 2 partners. "There are people. I have already seen it. There are no informers." Hermione looked sternly. "Although this is a good thing, at least everyone can continue to maintain mutual trust. But, in a way, this can be a bad thing." "Yeah?" Ron said with distress. "Where is the source of information from Umbridge?" "It's a terrible feeling of not understanding anything." "We haven't seen Umbridge yet." Hermione frowned. "You must see her first. Anyway, it's always necessary to see if anything changes." "Who knows where she is?" Harry muttered. "Maybe it's still not coming back to Ministry of Magic." "No, Hermione shook her head. At least the following notice must have been brought back by Umbridge. If she's not there, who should I return to the group? In this case, I bet Umbridge will definitely go to the classroom of a History of Magic class for a while, Ron whispered. In addition to the lessons of Professor Binns, she has already listened to other courses. She is still a senior investigator. Can't you miss a survey? However, Ron guessed it wrong. When they used up the breakfast and then rushed to the classroom of the A History of Magic with other students, they did not see the silhouette of Umbridge. If, according to the past few occasions, Umbridge was attending classes in other professors, he would never wait to sit in the classroom and open the tablet before class. But as Professor Binns slowly walked through the blackboard again, Umbridge still had no signs of appearing when he wandered to the stage and started to lecture. Today, Professor Binns seems to want to continue to talk about the history of the ancient giant war, except that Hermione can sink to the heart of the class. Harry and Ron have no interest in listening to the class. They used to not go to the A History of Magic class at Professor Binns, and now they are filled with messy things, and they are even more unable to listen. Harry painted on the blank parchment and wrote a few difficult spells. Then the pen tip clicked on the paper and thought absently. Just as he managed to calm himself down and immersed himself in the problem, Hermione pulled Ron's arm and reached for him. He didn't react, but the troubles in his heart came back. After all, no matter how many times Hermione and Ron shoved, he didn't want to respond. Because he knows that he is being bored now, he must calm down again to speak with them normally. But at this moment, he suddenly felt the ribs slammed by Hermione, and he got hurt. What? Harry couldn't help but be annoyed. Hermione and Ron pointed together outside the window, and Harry turned to look at it, only to find a white owl standing on the edge of the narrow windowsill, staring at him through the glass. Is Hedwig? Harry said strangely. Near the window, several students are pointing at Hedwig outside, seemingly whispering about Owl. Harry glanced at the podium, and Professor Binns sang the history as usual, and did not find that the students in the classroom were mostly doing their own work. Harry paused, then leaned down and walked to the window halfway, carefully opening the window. He thought Hedwig would stretch out his feet as usual, let him take the letter, and then fly back to the shack on the tower. But this time, when the window just opened to the right width, it immediately came in and screamed. Oh! Harry turned his head and worried about the advantage bins. He was relaxed when he found that he didn't notice it. Then he quickly reached out and let Hedwig stand on his arm, then sneaked back into the seat. Hedwig, what's wrong with this? Ron looked at the owl and asked in surprise. Harry, hearing this, bowed his head, when he finally found out that Hedwig's feathers were a mess. Hey! It's shaking. Hermione pointed to Hedwig, and its wings. It's not quite right. Harry subconsciously tried to touch his wings, but when he first came across it, it jumped in shock. Then, the feathers of the whole body were blown up, and the bright big eyes seemed to blame Harry for blaming Harry. It was intercepted. Hermione was quite upset. Are you sent a letter to London? Did you mention our plan? No, not London. Sirius. We occasionally talk about the situation. Harry frowned. But, I haven't written anything too specific. He was pondering, but Hedwig stretched out his feet and slammed it several times. It was obviously for him to get the letter quickly, and Harry didn't even think about it. He immediately reached out and solved the letter. Hedwig, has this letter been seen? He asked, looking at Hedwig. But Hedwig shook his head decisively. What is going on? Harry was surprised. However, even if Owl can understand the meaning of the wizard, it is always impossible to speak. Under the whisper of its goo, Harry gently spread the letter in front of him. Scorpio. Hermione, who had just joined Ron, snorted with a glance. On the creased letterhead, there are only 2 words written in the grass. Minos dangerous. The dark red handwriting, people cannot help but draw the same with the blood, which is why Hermione is so scared to whisper. Where is he now? No, what have you talked to with him? Hermione said nervously, suddenly paused. No, not when I say this. I think we have to tell Marks first. Professor Binns. Harry nodded, and then yelled with the slightest hesitation, causing the class's students to come back. "I feel uncomfortable." Professor Binns raised his head in a blank voice, and then surprised him as if he was full of people in the entire classroom, slowly stared wide-eyed. "Not too comfortable?" He repeated Harry's words in confusion. "Yes, very uncomfortable." Harry hid Hedwig behind his back, still firmly in his mouth. "I think I have to go to the school hospital to have a look." "Well. Yes, that's right." Professor Binns's translucent body floated and expressed his disappointment to the maximum extent he could show. "School doctor courtyard." "Yes, I should go to the school hospital." "Then let's go." Perkins. Harry didn't care if Professor Binns never figured out who he really was. He only knew that he should act now. As soon as he got out of the back door of the classroom, Harry put Hedwig on his shoulder and hurried away. It wasn't until he left the A History of Magic classroom that he had the time to think about it. Remember that the first lesson was without the study of ancient runes. Then he should be in the office at the moment. Harry thought about it and immediately turned back to the stairs and ran. Bang bang bang. In the office of Professor Study of Ancient Runes, Harry shook his fist and knocked on the door, but there was no response. He was not willing to knock again and then turned around in front of the door. "It's terrible," Harry muttered anxiously. Sirius must have encountered any critical situation. "I knew I should have promised him to hide it. And my nose." "Danger? How is it going back?" He stepped back and forth, looking at the left and right eyes from time to time, but still did not find the silhouette of Marks. Marks, where will it be? Harry was thinking anxiously, but he didn't have a clue. The wind outside the window is whistling, and under the gloomy sky, it is grey. At this moment, Hedwig, who was kneeling on his shoulder, suddenly stunned him. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 386. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 386. Let the time move forward a little. Just early this morning, when the young wizards were still sleeping in the warm bed, Umbridge hurried back to Hogwarts from the Ministry of Magic. At that time, the concierge Filch had just got up and was carrying a bunch of keys to open the doors of the castle. From the window to the exterior, you can see that the sky is not bright. However, it is enough to know that the shadow of the sky is enough. Today is bound to be an unusually strong wind. Let's be colder. Filch snorted and snorted. If you can freeze the group of scorpions, you can't get it. The guys with excess energy. As he yawned and pulled the door latch, a chunky silhouette wrapped in a fierce wind and swept through the door. "Who?" Filch screamed and shouted. "Don't hoo, it's me, Dolores Umbridge." Filch fixed his eyes, and the man was wrapped in a brightly colored fluffy coat, only glanced at him, and hurriedly walked inside. "Oh, Umbridge investigator," Filch said happily. "Thank you. You are so busy in school these days that the group of little bastards are more honest. Please rectify them. Tell them what is the students that duty. N?" Umbridge groaned and stopped moving forward. "You are Filch, Argus Filch, administrator of Hogwarts." Filch's tone is quite respectful, and his posture of shrinking his neck and bowing his waist. I do not know whether it is because of the hunchback relationship, or it is simply showing charming. "Well, Mr. Filch," Umbridge once again skillfully put on a formulaic sweet smile, softly said, "You just said remediation and remediation?" "Yeah?" Filch slammed his hand. "The little things, each and every one, are all with bad ideas. What should students do? Shouldn't they learn in peace? But who can think of each? There are so many students in the session who are mischievous and messy. It's just a mess." "Oh, you are right, I think so too." Umbridge smiled. "Yes, it happened. I have 2 notices of Ministry of Magic here. You can post it on the bulletin board." Speaking of this, she paused, and when Filch showed a look of expectation, she took out 2 large parchment rolls from her pink bag. "This should be what you are looking for. Take a look, then paste it." She stuffed the paper roll into the hands of Filch. "There is a formal signature of Ministry of Magic, A formal notice. There are so many bad guys here. In a short while, the heart-wrenching Filch eagerly posted the 2 notices to the bulletin board one by one, and completely covered the other notices that were originally posted in the field. Mr. Filch, I didn't expect your opinion on education to be so accurate. Hogwarts only made you an administrator. Umbridge stood behind and watched the whole process of posting. While Nodded expressed satisfaction, he threw a praise that was endless. Oh, Filch flattered and looked back. The stool he was stepping on under his feet swayed and almost let him fall from it. There may be things in the future that will ask you for help, Umbridge said lightly, turning to the corridor on the side of the foyer and hurried away. Good work. Well, I have something to do. Just take a step. Good. Umbridge investigator. Umbridge, who had already passed the corner, didn't even listen to what Filch said. As she said earlier, she does have something important to deal with, but even if it wasn't, she wasn't interested in spending more time with an administrator. The modest compliment just now is an exception to her. If she hadn't been able to let go of her hands at Hogwarts, how could she be so hungry? Soon, she went up the stairs to the 3rd floor and walked into the office of Professor Defense Against the Dark Arts. This office in Umbridge is still filled with a pink girl's breath. Pink curtains, pink tablecloths, pink walls, pink balloons. On the 4 walls, there are rows of decorative ceramic plates, all of which are magical and different cats. The whole room is filled with a warm atmosphere. If this is really a room for a little girl, then the person who comes in and visits will probably say, it's a lovely little sweetheart, but if the owner of this room is actually a witch of more than half 100 years. Once I thought about it, the sweet young girl in the room was fragrant, and somehow there was a bit of decay. As soon as Umbridge entered the door was locked again, and then a spell was cast against the entire office. After confirming that her office was not abnormal, she quickly walked to the side wall and used wand to tap one of the large number of decorative plates on the wall. With a bang, the Black Mumbai cat immediately stood up and stared at Umbridge. Umbridge nervously held the wand in his hand and counted it 3 times in the bottom of his heart, then extended the wand to force it at the bottom of the plate. But I saw that the black cat was suddenly stirred into a thick black ink, flowing strangely. It looked like it was turned into a dark fog. And in the thick fog, a pair of blind eyes gradually appeared. Don't I say that I don't want to contact me casually? A vaguely audible voice emerged from the fog. If you don't listen carefully, you may not even hear it, sir. Umbridge licked some dry lips and whispered, I have done exactly what you said. What's next? What do you want me to do? However, the man in the fog was silent for a while and seemed to be thinking about something. Sir? Umbridge waited a little flustered and couldn't help but scream again. I didn't expect too much from you, but... The other party was bonded, then said, that's all. If you can mess with Hogwarts with the child, I will leave you with the position of Ministry of Magic. Of course, sir. I am happy to help you this. Umbridge said happily, but then he looked dark again. But, that McLawn. It's a person who has weaknesses. You have been at Hogwarts for so long, haven't you figured it out yet? No, of course. Already. Umbridge looked quite tangled. I also checked the McLawn many times. The power beyond common sense. Are you afraid? The other party is casually authentic. If you want to get it, you must first know how to pay. If you want to taste the fruit without taking a little risk, where is there such a good thing in the world? I will do it. Umbridge bit his teeth and said, it will be done. Very good. Work harder, it will soon be over. The eyes in the fog smashed, and there was a faint glimmer of light. Do not worry, at least this does not require you to do it. You just need to be responsible for the cooperation before and after it is enough. The voice did not fall. The mist suddenly accelerated and flowed. After a few seconds, it again became a cute black cat, and quietly slammed down at the bottom of the plate. Umbridge's tight nerves suddenly loosened, and after a gentle sigh, turned and walked to the table on the other side of the office. Incendio. A few fire seedlings tipped into the firewood of the fireplace, and soon a sizzling scarlet flame formed, and the temperature in the room gradually rose. She changed her hand into a pot of clear water and burned it on the fire in the fireplace. While waiting for the water in the copper pot to boil, Umbridge gradually fell into thinking. Since graduating from the Slytherin house in Hogwarts, she has not been outstanding in her ability, and she has climbed hard in the Ministry of Magic. Although her means are mostly unsuccessful, it means that every promotion she has is accompanied by risks equal to the interests. All of this shows that she has a pathological desire for rights. Even if she is significantly faster than the average staff, she will not be able to feel the powerlessness of her talents after she has stared at the Ministry of Magic. Compared to her, Cornelius Fudge is timid, but since he can get help and support from Dumbledore, it shows that he also has the potential of those in power. But now, it seems that a lot of things have been in a mess, and there has been a drastic change. Umbridge was awakened by a knock on the door. She quickly finished her expression, then extended the wand to the door and gently opened the door lock. "Please come in." After she calmly sat back to the back of the desk and wiped her hair off her hand, she said. The door to the office was pushed open and a thin silhouette came quietly out of the door. The incoming person did not show any unexpected expression on the pink and tender room, but just took the threshold and then walked calmly to the desk. "Good morning, Professor Umbridge." The other party politely said hello. "Well," Umbridge nodded and smiled. "So Caradis, I received my letter last night." "Oh, call me Soakers, Professor Umbridge." Soakers whispered, "Yes, I did receive it, so I deliberately got up early." Umbridge looked at him, and the sweet smile seemed to ooze the juice. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 387. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 387. It was about the time before the class bell in the first class sounded, and when they searched for the Umbridge trail in the History of Magic classroom, Marks left his office. To be precise, he happened to be on the third floor of the main fort, the corridor in front of the office of Professor Defense Against the Dark Arts. The wind outside the window screamed with enthusiasm, and the sky was darker and darker. It seemed that there might be a violent shower pouring down. Going out from the window opening, the sky with thick clouds seems to be within reach. This weather, I feel sorry for the atmosphere created by nature. Marks walked forward and looked at the grey outdoor, muttering. Suddenly, a slam creak in front of the door opened, and a silhouette stepped out of the room and turned and walked over here. "It seems that there is something important to do, and it is time to hurry." "Oh, Professor McLawn." The man was paused, although it was obviously a little hasty, but he did not forget to politely bow to Marks. It was just that when he first hit Marks, his eyes looked a little weird. "Good morning." Sorry, Professor. I have to go to class quickly, or I should be late." Marks was nodded towards him, and he returned home to complied, then looked back and quickly left. After the opponent's back disappeared at the corner, Marks turned back and glanced at the door he came out. The office of Professor Defense Against the Dark Arts. So Caradis. He thought about it, but then he shook his head again. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's just asking one less question. While thinking darkly, Marks has already reached the front of the door, knocking his hand twice with the slightest hesitation. Please come in." There was no immediate response in the room, but it took a few seconds to wake up. Without waiting for the voice to settle, Marks twisted the doorknob and went straight inside. The next moment, as the ping sounded, the door closed tightly. "Good morning, Umbridge Senior Investigator." "You want to do?" Umbridge was shocked by Marks, who suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. But the next moment, she forced herself to press the heart that she almost pulled out, and her face showed some kind of stiff smile. "Well, I mean, good morning, Professor McLawn," she said dryly. "So come over so early. Is there anything I am looking for?" "Of course." Marks smiled and nodded. "A little thing." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at the side wall. Then he took a step, just like walking in the garden and coming to the wall. "You," coughing. Umbridge sat behind the desk, and some of them couldn't help but move their ass Do you like the decorative tray of the Playing Cat series? They look cute, aren't they? Cat? Marx turned his head and smiled. Yes, that's right. I like these little animals very much, but I prefer real cats, not these decorative plates. He seemed to arbitrarily reach out and knock on the black Mumbai cat's plate, and the black cat at the bottom of the plate lazily moved to the side. Coincidentally, Umbridge moved again and looked like it was a bit restless. She found that using this as an excuse was a very stupid decision. Oh, I said. Umbridge hurried. Professor McLawn, is there anything you have come to me? Is it better to talk about it first? Oh, of course, if you want, Marx shrugged said. But before that, caca. When he hadn't finished speaking, he saw a crack on the edge of the decorative plate and quickly spread to the entire plate. The next moment, with the sound of whalla, the plate was completely broken into pieces. At the time of Umbridge's horror, Marx looked at the flesh at the foot. You can say it first. I haven't planned to break it yet. He shook his head. But forget it, it's just one of those two. What do you want to do? Umbridge clenched the wand under the desk, and the voice was sharp. I am a senior investigator, representing the Ministry of Magic. You can't do anything to me. Well, then? Marx looked at her. And then, you still don't understand? If you don't want to be invited by the Ministry of Magic to drink tea, if you don't want Hogwarts to stop school and close the school, then you will. Okay, Marx interrupted Umbridge, who was somewhat hysterical, calmly. I understand what you said. In fact, I don't want to make any noise at this time. Then you still close your mouth. Marx expressionless walked over Umbridge. If there weren't many things lately, I wouldn't mind playing with you for the game. But now the situation is different. You don't come over. The smirk on Umbridge's face no longer exists. As Marx stepped closer, her forehead oozes fine sweat, making the thick foundation begin to become a little sticky. She held the hand of wand and shivered slightly under the table. She raised her right hand in her head and made her feel like a wand. Then, then. She couldn't imagine what kind of picture would be after that. Don't go any further. Don't get closer. Marx's pace didn't go down a bit. At the moment he was almost a few steps away from Umbridge. The string in Umbridge's mind broke. Drilling heart. The spells haven't finished yet. Umbridge feels slippery, and one suddenly falls into the hands of Marx. The last person who dared to curse me at such a close distance. You are not so lucky. Marx smacked the wand in his hand, whispering, Birch, dragon heart string. Well, just 8-inch. He placed Umbridge's wand on the table in front of him and looked straight at him with his cold eyes. I tentatively ask you, Marx chuckled. If I tell you now, your younger brother has been living in the prison of Mole World for a few years. Do you have any thoughts? What do you want to say? Where do I come from? The younger brother. Umbridge's back leaned against the back of the chair and tried to stay away from Marx. Don't get closer. You can't move me. You have to figure out that you are what to do. Her face was distorted by fear, which made her face with makeup look even more ugly. Is this your answer? Marx was nodded. If this is the case, then forget it. The woman in front of him is very famous in the Ministry of Magic, although she is always pondering the endless sinister means of excluding dissidents. She is obviously a half-blood. Father is a wizard, and mother is a mole. After the couple gave birth to her, they also gave birth to a son. However, her younger brother is a squib insulated from magic. To this end, Umbridge and her father all blamed the mole mother, even when she was 15, forced her Muggle mother and the younger brother out of her family. After that, the eldest daughter of Umbridge lived with the father in the magic circle, and her younger brother returned to the world of the mole with mother. According to Marx, when Umbridge worked at Ministry of Magic, she tried to prevent her family from being leaked out. She refused to persuade father to retire early, and then falsified her origin with a complete lie. But there is a wall that is impenetrable in this world. Most of her colleagues know this. After all, her father used to work in Ministry of Magic. When Marx saw her hearing about the Proyonja brothers' recent situation, the first reaction was actually to deny his existence. and could not help but laugh at himself. When did I start to take care of these things? He raised his eyebrows and thought, is it because of Luna? Putting the thoughts aside for a moment, Marx pulled out a bottle of potion and placed it in front of Umbridge. Veritaserum and Legilimens, choose one yourself. He pointed to the potion bottle and wand on the table, and chose the choice question that didn't matter much. Umbridge's hands couldn't help but tighten, and the line of sight slid back and forth between the table and Marx's face, and the invisible pressure made her gasp difficult. In the face of real power, her little means are ridiculous. The blue-white column in the magic class, and the chill that went deep into the bone marrow at that time, seemed to span the time and space, freezing her whole body. The flame in the fireplace is still beating, but she feels like she is in the hail. Well, since you don't know how to choose, let me help you choose. Marx said faintly. As far as I am concerned, it is better to choose the Legilimens curse. Veritaserum is not cheap. He gently picked up the wand. Umbridge subconsciously wanted to escape, but because of the tightened stiff joints, it seems to be rusted. How can not move? Even the mantra was not heard, and a huge mental shock directly penetrated her mind. The next moment, her consciousness was blank. For a moment, Marx took the wand to the table and picked up Veritaserum and walked to the door. Peng! The door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office was closed again, and the office was full of pink, leaving only a chunky silhouette that was soft on the chair. The old face with his eyes wide open still has horror and confusion. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 388. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 388. Marx is now on his way back to the office, because it's still time for class, and almost no one is walking around the corridor. It's quiet. His regular footsteps echoed in the gallery and kicked. Since he came out of Umbridge's office, his expression didn't seem too clear. It was obvious that the Legilimens curse had just been used to capture the memory of the other party, but the content he learned was still not giving him too much explanation. The reason why he made up his mind to force the use of arbitrarily means to obtain intelligence was actually the first notice in the bulletin board. At the end of the notice issued by the Ministry of Magic, the position signed by the minister was Rufus Scrimgeour. So, where is Cornelius Fudge going? In the memory of Umbridge, Marx learned the most intuitive situation. At this point, the facts did not come beyond his expectations. The timid Fudge was taken away by Voldemort. In fact, Fudge was already clamped by Voldemort at the beginning of the school year. It was just his cringing character that seemed to make Voldemort very dissatisfied. Even so, Voldemort would never choose to get rid of Fudge easily. Between Marx and Voldemort, Fudge, the Ministry of Magic, is a balancing point. After all, the Ministry of Magic is still a normal wizard. Voldemort will give up this blatant stupidity by considering the reaction of Marx even if he wants to add people. After all, it was Voldemort himself who chose to evade the frontal battle and tried to attack Hogwarts within the rules of the rule. But now, because of Dumbledore's inexplicable death, the situation is bound to change. Although the funeral of Dumbledore has not yet been officially held, the news has already been released. Voldemort, who is becoming more and more suspicious, naturally chooses not to rush to trade. After removing this most direct response, the rest is of course testing. The disappearance of Cornelius Fudge is clearly a temptation by Voldemort for the death of Dumbledore. After today, what kind of reaction Hogwarts will react and how much will be reacted will become the reference information of Voldemort. The second thing Marx wants to confirm is of course the truth of the Minos incident. First, Umbridge talked to the Black Mumbai Cat decorative plate. Marx knows. It can be said that even every sentence, every word, even every single subtle movement, did not escape the search of the powerful Legilimens technique. In order for the memory to appear in its own mind in the clearest state, the Legilimens used by Marx has gone beyond the general safety standards, which is bound to damage the spirit of Umbridge. But when he saw the eyes hidden behind the fog in Umbridge's memory, he did this with the slightest hesitation. That would be Gellert Grindelwald. Marx thinks this is very possible, because it doesn't look like Voldemort's eyes, plain, wise, firm, and deep. That kind of look he had seen in another wizard. Of course, it was Hogwarts' last headmaster, the great white wizard Albus Dumbledore. Not to mention the difference between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, Marx knows that these two former friends and enemies are real wizards with absolute conviction. Regardless of the good or evil of this belief, all beliefs are a kind of desire, which has nothing to do with the moral standards of the world. The eyes he saw in Umbridge's memory are undoubtedly clinging to some pure faith. If the eyes are really Grindelwald, does that mean that Umbridge has had contact with Voldemort and Grindelwald, the two generations of Dark Lord? The sinful tombstone will eventually change. Reminiscent of Trelawney's prediction, the reality seems to be changing in that direction. For Marx, the enchanting monument remains in Voldemort's hands, which is clearly the best, because Voldemort's Horcrux magic is like a series of shackles that can lock the disaster behind the enchanting monument. If the enchanting monument really falls into the hands of Grindelwald, the future development will become unknown again. Marx. A voice interrupted his thoughts and pulled him back to reality from the chaotic speculation. Harry? Marx looked at the anxious boy in front of the corridor. What's wrong? It's still in class time. What happened? As soon as he saw Marx, who had just turned the corner of the corridor, Harry hurried up and hugged Hedwig on his shoulder. Is your owl hurt? The white owl has always been beautiful, but at this point it looks like a feather messy, and the spirit is not very good. Ois, Hedwig, Harry said, suddenly paused. No, Hedwig's advance, etc. Marx, you have to look at this. It should be written by Sirius. Marx reached for the crumpled parchment that Harry had handed over. He saw the dark red handwriting on his head and couldn't help but pick it up and sniff it under his nose. Blood book. He was inexplicable. Is his magic power exhausted? If the magic power is exhausted, use wand to display the text with a single click. If the spell is skillful, you can write a large piece of content in just a few seconds, and you don't have to write with blood. What happened to him? No, shouldn't it? To be honest, when Marx learned that Sirius had secretly left Black's old house, he had no fear at all, because before that, he had already left a part of Acromantula hidden in several members who might be in danger. Sirius, which has never been safe, is naturally one of them. So, what crisis did he encounter, and did the alienated Acromantula fail to protect him? I will handle this matter. Go back to class. Marx raised the parchment in his hand and said to Harry, I will find him. Then he pulled out a bottle of potion and stuffed it into Harry's hand. Drink a little for your owl and it will be good soon. Seeing Harry still didn't seem to be at ease, Marx didn't say anything more. He just patted Harry's shoulder and went on. Marx. Harry couldn't help but move towards his back, but he didn't know what to say and what to do. Marx looked back and glanced at him, seemingly thinking of something suddenly. That was the third thing he saw in Umbridge's memory. A conversation between Soakers and Umbridge. In terms of time, it should be the time he met Soakers in front of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. Umbridge shouldn't be in trouble for you anymore, but you still have to be careful, especially the boy named Soclades from Minos. Marx said, hesitated, and shook his head again. No, except for the boys, other refuge students from the Minos Magic School must pay attention. Do you understand? The conversation between Soakers and Umbridge was not clear about what was involved. Although Umbridge did discuss some of the topics that attempted to disrupt Hogwarts students with that Soakers, specific plans have not been mentioned. If you have to say it, it can only be regarded as a pre-planned discussion of that's all. And somehow, Marx felt that Soakers didn't seem to be so interested in messing up Hogwarts, and there was a little perfunctory in his plain attitude. According to Umbridge and the contact person in the decorative plate, Soakers should also be the talent pair there. There may be some hidden secrets that Umbridge does not know. Socarides, there are others? Marx said. Hermione was surprised. On the stairway to the underground classroom, Harry caught up with Hermione and Ron, and the two seemed to be no different from themselves. They were all very thoughtful. Yeah? Harry nodded. He first mentioned the Socrates, but later added that he said that other people should pay attention. Oh. Then. Should Helen be okay? Hermione hesitated. She is a good child, Hermione said with a worried look, and lifted the shoulder strap of the bag again, and the pace at the foot was accelerated again, because the bell ringing again. In short, the first thing to pay attention to is the password, which is pretty wrong. Ron said, what about Hedwig? What about the letter? Marks said he would handle it. Harry said, a little dull. Although I can't worry about it, it's the right decision to give it to Marks. We can't wait any longer. As long as we continue to work hard, we can help you sooner or later. Hermione patted Harry's arm and licked her lips. The three men stepped down the stone steps, followed by 2 potion lessons. At the thought of this, he had to face Snape's martyrdom, and Harry couldn't help but skip class. However, when they came to the corridor of the basement, they were awakened by a nasty voice. It was Draco Malfoy, who was standing at the door of the classroom, waving a parchment in his hand, and he could hear it so loudly when he spoke. Yes, Soakers let Umbridge pass the Slytherin Quidditch team's reorganization application early in the morning. It's almost like automatic. I dare say that if I go, it will be so fast. You know, my father is very familiar with her, and father is often invited to the Ministry of Magic as a guest. As he spoke, Malfoy paused for a moment, then squatted with a smile. As for Gryffindor. Not me. Can they still apply a big question, is it? Behind Malfoy, the slightly thinned Soakers just smiled and stood there, and he was not surprised by the other Slytherins' surprise. Harry. Hermione turned to look at him and seemed to be worried about whether he would make another impulsive act. No, I'm fine. Harry expressionless shook his head. Marks just reminded me of what to pay attention to and won't forget so soon. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 389. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 389. I want to see. The Gryffindor team has no hope. The Quidditch Cup of this school year is all about our Slytherin, isn't it? Professor Umbridge's opinion is equal to the Ministry of Magic's opinion, but can talk about Ministry of Magic. How could they compare to my father? I heard from father a few years ago that the Ministry has been thinking about dismissing Arthur Weasley. As for our savior. Haha, he should. Malfoy. Let it. Malfoy's long story was interrupted by a cold voice, and the gallery was quiet because of this sentence. He turned and looked at it, his eyes consciously pumping. Behind him was Harry, and of course, the young wizards of Gryffindor, such as Hermione and Ron. There were no traces of fear on the faces of the 3 young lions, but their cold expression made Malfoy take a step back. Since he was taught by Marks that year, he has been dying for a long time. Later, his father Lucius made a few times and solemnly slammed him not to be an enemy of Marks's friends. It may be that time has consumed his inner jealousy. At the beginning of this semester, he seems to start bearing fangs and brandishing claws again. Although he still has a lingering fear for Marks, after all, the power of Marks has exceeded his common sense. But in the face of the general student, he once again showed signs of smashing Harry and the others. Of course, in normal times, he does as much as possible in places that the parties cannot see. But recently he had a friend, and in front of Soakers, the number of his rhetoric is obviously increasing. At this moment, as in normally, he tried to raise himself by smashing Harry and the others, and finally he met the Lord. To be honest, and not to mention Marks, even in the face of Harry who can hold the sword and fall, he has no confidence. So when he suddenly saw Harry, he couldn't help but be cold. Although for the case of Harry Dragonslayer, he always counts the credit on the head of the Gryffindor sword. In his Malfoy's opinion, Harry was just lucky enough, that's all. Seeing Malfoy step back, Harry wasn't interested in seeing him anymore. He lifted his legs and passed the other side, and expressionless walked to the door of the potion classroom. HMPH, just luck. Malfoy whispered softly. If there is no Gryffindor sword, if there is no Marks McLawn, what is your face and boy? That is better than you. A subtle voice suddenly came out, but it became quite obvious in this quiet corridor. Ron wanted to say this, but he wanted to understand it beforehand. Now it is not a time of noisy. So this sentence is not what he said, but another person. However, it is very surprising that the words that came out of this sentence were always Neville. What? Malfoy might be hesitant about Harry, but when he saw a weak student like Neville dare to despise himself, he suddenly felt that the blood vessels on his forehead were about to explode. Do you dare say it again? The dispute that was originally revealed to Harry by the eyes seemed to be ignited again. From now on, two stupid big men standing behind Malfoy, Goyle and Crabbe, took a step forward and blocked Neville's way. Is it wrong? Neville's neck jerked, but the courage to where he came from was encouraging him. He shook his teeth and said, Harry must be stronger than you. Neville, Harry, who had just walked to the door, turned his head and walked to Neville's side in 2 steps. You don't have to argue with him. It doesn't make sense. His mind is broken. It's ridiculous. I think his brain is bad. It's a stupid thing, Malfoy yelled in anger. I want to say, you still sent him to Street Mungo's. There is a special ward, specially used to house the guy whose brain is broken. The last time I went to Street Mungo's with Father to visit the deputy head, I went there to visit it. Those wizards who have forsaken their brains, aren't they and everyone else exactly the same? I only eat, sleep, and daze all day, which is worse than Flobberworm. At least Flobberworm can spit. Ha ha ha. Ah, stop him. Malfoy seems to be breaking out the grievances of the past. He caught Neville and stopped cynicism. As he said, he suddenly cried out in surprise. At that moment, Neville rushed past Harry, turning a blind eye to Crabbe and Goyle in front of the tall and strong, picking up his fist and going to Malfoy behind them. When I first entered school, Neville, who was in her early teens, was short and chunky, and it wouldn't be Malfoy's 2 opponents. At that time, he and his weak and introverted character are undoubtedly very suitable. In the past 2 years, Neville, who has entered the developmental stage, is like an inflation spell. He has grown a long time, and he has long been a crane in a flock of chickens. Just in everyone's impression, Neville's cowardly temper is still so ingrained that he often overlooks his actual physique. Right now, he suddenly burst into trouble, rushing toward Malfoy like crazy, and it was a mess at once. Although Crabbe and Goyle are obviously more tall and strong than Neville, under the violent turmoil of Neville, there is no way to completely block his impact. I only heard a peng sound, followed by a sulking Malfoy. In that mess, Neville's fist hit the nose of Malfoy accurately. Neville. No. Hermione's words were obviously late, and in her exclamation, Malfoy looked up and fell. Soakers, who stood there quietly watching, then reached out to help Malfoy. Harry didn't see it well, although it was definitely late, but he still grabbed Neville's robes. Neville is obviously not satisfied. Under the block of Crabbe and Goyle, he still has a lot of punches and waving his fists. It seems that he wants to rush to continue to make up a few more. Hold the handle. Harry turned his head back and shouted at Ron. The two chose each side and tried to hug Neville's arm, dragging him away from the Slytherin group. Before Crabbe and Goyle's sleeves were going to do a big job, dragged him back to the Gryffindor crowd. Not to make a joke. You are such a person, not worthy of being a Hogwarts. How dare you insult the patients of Street Mungo's? They are the bravest people in the world. Don't pull me, I will teach him. Learn from him. Probably because I would never speak loudly. Neville, who is squatting at this moment, has already turned red and her voice has become quite strange. He will be so angry. Naturally it is not unreasonable. Because of the wizard in the long-stay ward on the 5th floor of Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, there is his parents, the Longbottom. In the last wave of Voldemort's downfall, the couple of Auror were caught by the Death Eaters who were looking for their master's whereabouts, and they were tortured by Cruciatus Curse. Just as Neville struggled and screamed, the door to the potion classroom was gently opened, and the frosty Snape came out from the inside. His cold and dead black eyes swept across the two people in the gallery. When he saw Malfoy leaning against his face, He paused and finally stopped still. Neville body. No, it doesn't seem to be Neville, but Harry holding Neville's arm. Hit. Hey, Potter. Weasley. Longbottom. Snape grinned. Gloomy sense said. Gryffindor, deducting very much. Let go of Longbottom, Potter. Otherwise, close the confinement. Neville. Harry whispered him again, then let go of his hand. As soon as he saw his most scared Snape, Neville's hot mind finally calmed down a little. He lowered his head and held his knees and gasped, his angry eyes staring straight at the ground. Everyone, enter the classroom. Snape glanced at Malfoy again, then dropped a sentence and then turned to the classroom. For Malfoy, the teacher, he is really disappointed, and it is simply the kind that can't help the wall. If there is no comparison, it may be better, but once the student marks is used as a reference, it is simply terrible. I have to stop you, Harry gasped. He whispered as he picked up his bag. But really, you just hit him in the punch, then you must be careful. Although I don't knowing why Snape didn't punish you, but Malfoy, they certainly won't forget it. It should be said, you can be sure. Ron chuckled. Neville didn't answer. He brought up his bag and walked silently into the classroom. Don't say this kind of cool words. Hermione was dissatisfied. Well, but why? Ron was a bit inexplicable. What is going on here? How is he suddenly? Who knows? Harry shook his head. Listen to what he just said. Maybe there is someone in Street Mungo's ward that he knows. They whispered a few words, and they hurried in with the crowd, sitting side by side in the back seat of the classroom as usual. They have been sitting in the last row since the second potion class in the year of enrollment, and have not changed in these years. When the three people took out the quill, textbooks, etc. used in the class from the bag, they heard that the surrounding students were mostly whispering for Neville's previous behavior. But when Snape waved wand and the classroom door closed, all the sounds suddenly stopped. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 390. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 390. Today, I will continue to prepare enhancers in your class. On your desk, you will make a mixture of your own class. If there is nothing wrong with the last lesson, this class will be done according to the steps. This weekend, it should be done. Methods and steps. Snape knocked on the blackboard with wand backhand, and the large prints and patterns immediately appeared. All on the blackboard. Additional. If in normal times, after this cold narrative, Snape must have lost interest in the students in the classroom, let them do it themselves. If you do the right thing and refine the qualified potion, then there is nothing unusual, but if you do it wrong and the potion becomes a poison, then it is all the fault of the student. In Snape's opinion, the people who can't do the potion in the same way as his board books are unbelievable, and there is no other possible explanation. But today, his speech did not end there. Also, maybe you can understand with your empty mind. From today, I have added several new students to my class. At the back of the desk, Snape said coldly. Exactly, a total of 6. I don't know what you guys have learned in the previous school, and don't want to know. Today's class, you don't have to do the same thing with other people. Everyone comes up to pick up a piece of material and complete the synergy of the salamander blood in half a class. This is to be used in the enhancer. If you can process the quality of the synergistic salamander blood on time, the next class will be used on your own subject. Although this synergistic treatment for a certain magic material is not a rare potion preparation technique, in terms of difficulty, it is also something that will be learned in the 5th year potion class. Perhaps the young wizards that have been learning under Snape's hands haven't noticed, but in fact, Snape's course content is deeper than other professors. Can these students who have been transferred from Minos really do well? The synergy of the salamander blood, have we just learned in the last class? Hermione, who has always learned the knowledge she has learned, can't help but whispered, this is not fair. Because the classroom was very quiet from the beginning, so Hermione's words Snape should have been heard, but he did not have a little bit to understand. If you can't finish it, I will submit a report to the headmaster room and give it a downgrade. Snape said mercilessly. So, Start. Professor. Hermione glanced at the little mouth and looked at Helen, who had no idea what was wrong, and then raised his hand decisively. Snape looked over to her, but what he said made Hermione angry. Miss Know-it-all, you reminded me. He sneered a sneer, then went on, I have to explain. I think every new student has heard this sentence. In the potion class, you are not allowed to raise your hand. Hermione bit her teeth and finally put her hand down. I thought you would continue as before. Ron said strangely. What? I thought about it. Actually, he did not make such a mistake. Hermione was not willing to say, if there is a hollow of knowledge because it is not solid enough, it is definitely not good for students. I don't agree with his approach, she said, and turned to look at Helen. Whispered, you can rest assured, I will help. I will help you with tutoring without learning. Thank you. Helen immediately nodded, and smiled sweetly at Hermione. On the other hand, Soakers glanced at them, and this was a steady pace, and calmly went to the preparation desk in front of the classroom. A variety of magic materials are piled up on the material preparation table, which are needed and of course not needed. In the eyes of others, Snape is simply a martyr. Soakers didn't have much hesitation. After thinking a little, he immediately set out to pick up the required materials one after another. The main material is of course the blood of the salamander, and the rest is the material of the auxiliary formula. In the preparation process of potion, the synergistic treatment of the material is not simply trying to improve the magic effect of the material itself. In the process of increasing the strength, it is often necessary to use some neutral or even relative material to reconcile the stability of its magical properties. So in theory, the potion division's synergy treatment of the material is definitely the pursuit of the greater the degree of the better, in the actual situation, but need to find a balance point that can maintain the material effect. Soakers, who has always had excellent grades in all subjects, is well aware of this knowledge. He has even calculated the specific ratio of materials needed in his mind. After getting enough material, Soakers turned to land and went to his seat. At this time, just under the whisper of Hermione, Helen, who figured out what to take, just came forward. The moment the two passed by, the lingering light of Soakers' eyes glided over Helen's side. Soakers, do you need me to help? Malfoy, who was swollen on his cheeks, said something vaguely, but it seemed that he had recovered some of his feelings. I have been very good at the synergy of the salamander blood. Thank you, but I still don't bother you, said Soakers politely and arrogantly. It is a sin to use your friendship with this trivial little thing. Ha ha ha. Oh. Soakers' compliment obviously made Malfoy very happy, but when he smiled, he accidentally touched the injury on his cheek, and suddenly he snorted again with a side face. In a short while, Helen took a handful of materials and carefully returned to his preparation station. At the time of Hermione's resounding reminder, she handled the materials in a hurry, calculated the ratio, ignited the heat, and painted the ring. The preparation of potion requires considerable patience and no mistakes can be made in every step. Otherwise, sometimes even a whole month of hard work will be completely wasted. Perhaps because of Helen's good luck, or perhaps Hermione's guidance is clear and easy to understand, although Helen's appearance will always make people feel sweaty, but the whole process is completed in a panic. Hermione, what do you think? She seemed to be worried. She pinched the test tube with two delicate fingers and stared at the liquid light with a faint red light inside. Does this meet the criteria of Professor Snape? Oh, of course, Hermione nodded. The quality is quite good. It must be okay. If you put it in the eyes of other potion teachers, it's probably what you said. Harry curled one's lip. What do you mean? Helen asked with a sullen eye. Strangely, Ron shrugged said, Harry means that if Snape doesn't bother you, then it's okay. Otherwise it's hard to say. Don't say it's useless. Hermione was dissatisfied. All we can do, it's still unreachable. That's Snape's fault. Seeing Helen licking her slender maroon hair, it seems to be a little hesitant, and Hermione immediately leaned over and licked her shoulder. Do not worry, if this does not pass, we will find marks. However, for Helen from the magic school in Minos, Greece, this sentence is somewhat difficult to understand. When she looked at her confused look, Hermione knew that this comfort had not only failed to achieve the desired effect, but made her even more awkward. All in all, nothing. Ron said, "Marks is Professor McLawn of the study of ancient runes. Looking back, we will look for opportunities to introduce you." Just a moment after they were talking softly, Snape, who had been sitting expressionlessly closed-eyed to rest behind the podium, suddenly knocked on the desk. "The time is up, 6 students are enrolled, and the blood of the treated salamander is taken up for testing." Hermione didn't pay attention to the situation at Slytherin, but the 3 new students who were assigned to the Gryffindor 5th year were more or less helped by Hermione. Although one of them seems to be not good at potion, it should be enough to pass the exam. "Hey, is this sure you did it yourself?" In Snape's coldly snorted, Hermione and the student were simultaneously complex-changed. Of course. The former is a resentful rise, while the latter is a lost pale. The following Malfoy was laughed a few times, but it was even a cry. It seems that he could not open his arms until he went to the school hospital to relieve the swelling of his cheeks. Strong, Snape glanced at Hermione, then stuffed the test tube in his hand and put it in front of the student. Next. After that, the 2 new Slytherin's new students were also qualified. Although Snape did not like Gryffindor's students, he rated it as reluctant, but he was obviously not very satisfied. Professor Sokers stepped forward and handed the blood of the synergistic salamander he prepared to Snape. His face is still a calm expression, as if there is no worry about the materials he has handled. Snape took the test tube and shook it in front of him, then pulled out the stopper and smelled it. "Well," he said in the calm eyes of Sokers, with the same plain tone as before, "qualified." Sokers clearly noticed that when Snape faintly handed the test tube back to him, he slowly extended his right hand and the movement was somewhat stiff. Next, Snape continued without hesitation. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 391. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 391. Next. Snape handed the blood of Sokers' synergistic salamander to him, and then took Helen's test tube in the past. The whole process was unremarkable, as if Sokers' production was not worth mentioning. General. Professor Snape, Sokers didn't immediately go back to the seat, but couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, is the blood of the salamander that I have dealt with, is it just qualified?" Snape glanced at him, his face full of an impatient color of "How are you still?" He wanted to warn again about no questions in my class, but it seemed to be a little troublesome to think about it, so it was just snorted, and then put the line of sight back on Helen's test tube. Sokers hesitated, and then asked, "So, Professor, is my efficiency increase enough?" Snape saw that he was not going to go back, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His cold eyes went straight to Sokers. "Why, do you think you are doing perfect?" He looked at Sokers, mercilessly sarcastically. "I am increasing the magical nature of the salamander blood. What are you going to do with it? Is the tonic still a blood replenishing potion? I said this is to be used in the enhancer. Do you understand the specific role of this synergistic salamander blood?" Oh. Sokers was ruined by Snape, and the whole face was stiff. "Helenskin, is this what you did?" Snape suddenly turned his head and shook his test tube, impatiently. "Let's tell him the role of the salamander blood in the enhancer." R.O. Helen licked his lips and sneaked a sneak peek at Hermione, which was carefully stated. "In the formulation of the enhancer, the role of the salamander blood is to activate the mixture. So the increase in the efficiency of the salamander blood is not as big as possible." As she spoke, she looked at Sokers from time to time and seemed to be worried about whether her words would cause dissatisfaction. Seeing that she was vomiting, Snape snorted impatiently. "Then go on." "Oh." Helen nodded, bitterly said, "If the blood of the salamander is excessively increased, the strength of the last made enhancer will be greatly reduced to the user's strength, but will become a slight healing effect. The potion." When she said everything, Hermione sat in the back seat of the classroom and satisfactorily nodded. In a nutshell, it's a waste. Great waste. Do you understand? At this time, Snape knocked on the table. Now do you still have a question about your qualified evaluation? In my opinion, if the increase is bigger, I can give you a downgrade. I am going down. Soakers groaned. After sighed, he turned and went back to his seat. So, Snape turned his head again and, after glance at Helen, suddenly moved his eyes to the last side of the classroom. Miss Scan, can you tell me what kind of evaluation should I make for the tests done with the help of others? He said to Helen, but his eyes were fixed on Hermione. No. Snape looks like it's not Hermione, but sits next to Hermione, looking at Harry on the other side of Soakers with inexplicable eyes. Helen lowered his head slightly and snarled. I think it should be, no. Her words hadn't finished yet, and Hermione suddenly raised her hand and greeted Snape's gaze. Of course, it was her self-righteous welcoming. In fact, Snape did not go to see her. Helen is done on his own. No one has helped her. Hermione exclaimed. TSK. Snape groaned uncomfortably. Miss Noss, let go of your arm. I didn't ask you. To be honest, Snape didn't want to argue with Hermione at all. In his impression, there is clearly an unspeakable story between Hermione and Marks, and it is because of this relationship between Marks, so that Snape involuntarily wants to avoid dealing with Hermione. Marks promised him a teacher. Who knows if Hermione will become a teacher? After all, before Marks really got married, everything is still unknown. However, today, Hermione seems to be dying for Helen. Professor Snape, I don't think Helen is wrong. She deserves a rating that corresponds to the outcome. HMPH. Then you tell me, what is the ratio of the blood of this synergistic salamander? Snape asked with a look of irritability. Do you think I can't see it? Without McLawn's guidance, even you, this Miss Master, can't calculate the ratio of such a high precision. It seems that in the middle of not to lose in front of Potter's son and not to argue with the future godson, Snape entangled several times, and finally chose the former. Do you still need me to talk about it? Snape asked coldly. In the stunned expression of the class's student, Hermione Tiger's head, Snake's tail admits defeat. Go back to the seat. Snape waved his hand at Helen, who was on the side, impatiently. Hey. Helen snorted and whispered, so. Do I need to downgrade? If you want to. Snape glanced at her and ignored her. Each and everyone are doing what? The enhancer is finished? Don't speed me up. Behind the classroom, Ron and Harry looked at Hermione, his face full of doubts. What happened just now? Ron said strangely. After Snape said a few words, you sat down. Isn't that like you? Yes. Harry followed, asking, how can the old bat be sure that you can't do it? How difficult is it to calculate? Can't you beat it? Hermione grinned and grabbed her tangled hair with annoyance. You don't know, she explained awkwardly. Snape said that I realized that the exact calculation of the match was not possible only on the contents of the book. Why? Helen also came back. She heard Hermione say something just now and immediately turned her head back. Because you have to find a way to calculate accurately, you have to understand why the enhancer was created, Hermione whispered. Do you know Rhyme, a golden creature that looks like a giant bull? Harry recalls. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is said to be a rare magical creature, but the magical creature is protected. I haven't talked about them yet. It seems that you have been well prepared. Hermione nodded. The blood of Rhyme cattle has the effect of increasing the strength, which can make the drinkers increase their strength. But they are too rare, so there is potion. The teacher simulated the blood of the Ream count to create an enhancer. But which book didn't mention this? She seemed to be upset about the incompleteness of the potion books. The origin of the enhancer is still speculated by Marks. If there is no Marks, I certainly can't reverse this based on the formulation of the enhancer, let alone use this to improve the accuracy of the ratio calculation. Maybe Marks is just researching with Snape. Ron subconsciously said what he was thinking, and Hermione couldn't help but feel more depressed. Ron's guess is likely to be beaten, because when Marks was still at Hogwarts, he had already told this story to Hermione. "So, what is your relationship with Professor McLawn?" Helen asked with great enthusiasm. "As long as you say that, isn't he very powerful?" "Of course it's amazing." Ron nodded again and again. "How else can he become a professor at Hogwarts at this age?" "Yeah? When it comes to Marks," Hermione comes back again. "Helen, you still don't know? Marks is just as big as us. If you are 2 years old, you can become a student with him." "Hey?" Helen was surprised. "Really?" "Of course it's true," Harry said with a little emotion. "You know, you missed a lot." Missed. As soon as he heard the cold voice suddenly inserted in the conversation, Harry suddenly looked up and happened to be right with Snape's sardonic eyes. The two men's eyes crossed briefly, and Harry hurriedly lowered his head to focus on his cauldron. However, the liquid inside has already condensed into a turbid gel, which exudes a pungent smell like a burnt rubber. "Our Mr. Potter is another zero." Snape waved wand and completely emptied Harry's cauldron. "A correct procedure for the enhancer? Which is wrong with you? Why is it wrong? Give me the class. Do you understand?" "I understand." Harry sighed and replied angrily. "In addition to this extra article, Snape will definitely arrange homework before class." He never missed a chance to arrange homework, plus the training of the Quidditch team this evening, and the next section of the potion class is the day after tomorrow. This means that he is afraid to have 2 consecutive nights. And chatting during class, isn't it? Snape glared at his chin, not disguising his dislike of Harry. "It seems that you still need to study the school rules, Gryffindor, and then deduct it." Watching Snape turn around and walk like a wind, Harry can't help but sighed. This class today is terrible. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 392. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 392. The first lesson after lunch on the day was the defense against the dark arts class that everyone didn't want to go to. Since Umbridge has taught, this most unexpected course has become a complete reading and writing class. Reading and copying a thick theoretical book day after day. Which student will like it? Umbridge won't bother us anymore. How did Marks tell you? What did he say? In the defense against the dark arts classroom, Hermione and the others sat together as usual, squinting at the time when Umbridge hadn't come, and gently whispered. The time was tight, and I didn't even have to say a few words. In the face of Hermione's eager inquiry, Harry had to shake his head. On Umbridge, Marks only said this. "Oh, I really don't know what will happen for a while," Hermione said with some concern. "I really want to know what Marks did. If I can figure it out in advance, I won't be unprepared now." You said, "Can the old woman not come?" Ron looked forward to the truth. "If I were Marks, I would definitely let the pink one eat more." "Don't talk nonsense." Hermione glanced at him dissatisfiedly. "Marks is not you. Not so disregarding the big picture. Umbridge is really annoying, but she is all the Ministry of Magic sent an investigator. If something happens in school, Ministry of Magic will intervene." "Did they not have intervened?" Ron muttered. "You saw it at noon, and there is a whole team of Auror in the foyer." "That's right. The first notice on the bulletin board said that the Ministry of Magic will conduct a detailed investigation into the death of Dumbledore, and the first wave of investigations is the Auror investigation team that has just been sent. Because it was a big deal, even though Professor McGonagall didn't want to agree, she was still doing a good job of investigating the Auror on campus. And just in a few of their whispered conversations, the pleasing class bell rang, and the neatly dressed Umbridge stepped on the ringtone and walked into the classroom on time. What is different from normal is that today's Umbridge looks. What do you say? Some are too serious. Good afternoon, student. She stood behind the podium and said hello to everyone, starting the teaching of this class in the most mundane way. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. The students were as usual, and the tone was so weak that they responded with anger. Please turn Defensive Magical Theory onto the 34 page and read the 3rd chapter of the textbook, responding to the key points of the magic attack in a non-offensive way. Please don't talk casually during the reading process. Just after this sentence was finished, Umbridge sat down on the chair and stared at his textbook cover. What's wrong? Ron stared at Umbridge for a moment, then asked with a sullen look at Hermione and Harry. Hermione's expression looked a bit complicated. She hesitated, and said in a very light voice, "If I didn't guess wrong, do you remember what Professor Moody had taught before?" "What do you mean by saying?" Ron recalled a little, then immediately widened his eyes and looked amazed. Slightly. Hermione hurriedly licked her hand and looked around all the way. Seeing no one noticed a few of them talking, it was relaxed. "Besides Imperious Curse, I can't think of it. Other methods will make her look like this." "But Ron is somewhat unacceptable. Is that Unforgivable Curse?" Ron, born and raised in the magic circle, has the traditional wisdom of the wizard. For the 3 Unforgivable Curse, he will have such a conflict, and it is justifiable. After all, from small to large, whether it is a parent or a social environment, he is always infected with him. At first, Voldemort and his Death Eaters spread fear through the 3 unforgivable curses that dare to use. The concept of use the evil dark magic unforgivable has become ingrained in the hearts of the wizards from beginning to end. This is like telling a mole-believer that the god you believe in is actually just an ordinary ancient wizard. It is not absolutely impossible to convince him, but it must be a very difficult thing. In fact, among the magics that Marx reveals, the magic that favors the darkness is no longer a few, and Ron has certainly seen it. But this time the impact on him is the strongest, because this curse, he also knows. Don't be stupid, ask me to say, use it to deal with Umbridge. Isn't it just right? Harry didn't take it for granted. What do you do with her? Investigate professors, limit our actions, and even cancel all the student activity groups messed up the entire Hogwarts. Let me say, Harry paused. The woman is probably a member of the Death Eater. Although there is no evidence, it's best not to judge it casually, but this time I think Harry is right. Hermione nodded. In this period, an investigator who has no achievements and only messes up is absolutely there is a problem. Marx said it before the start of the school. There is a problem in the Ministry of Magic. This time, since Marx will do this, he must have grasped the clear clues. Class time is still going on, although Umbridge has already stated forbidden speech before. But as time goes by, there are many people in the students who can't help but secretly chat. When they found out that Umbridge had no reaction to this, the classroom began to get busy. Well, of course, it's a little bit noisy, that's all. Then again, Umbridge is still sitting behind the front desk. No one will make too much behavior. Until the end of the class, Umbridge did not respond to the buzz in the classroom, let alone the corresponding punishment. When everyone finally got the bell ringing, Umbridge finally stood up. Perhaps it was because she had left the students with a bitter and mean impression in the past, and when she suddenly got up, the classroom was quiet again. Today's class is here, class. After picking up the textbook and saying it in a serious way, she immediately turned and left the classroom. There is no trace of the whole process, and it is calm. It may be more appropriate to describe it as sluggish. Too terrifying. Ron looked at Umbridge's far back and felt a bit numb in his scalp. Looks like a magic puppet being manipulated. Is there something like that? Harry asked curiously. Is it similar to the mole's marionette? What is that? Ron came back to his senses, asking a strange look. After dinner that day, Hermione, Ron and Harry returned to the common room. Harry, the training tonight continues. Quickly, I am going to the Quidditch stadium for approval. Just after drilling through the doorway of the portrait, the fat woman didn't even have time to close the door, and Angelina's excited voice immediately passed to their ears. What? Harry, who was still immersed in the conversation on his way, did not respond at the moment. Training. Quidditch training. Angelina and 3 R'gla resumed. Umbridge approved the reorganization of our Gryffindor team. It's easy, no obstacles. Oh, Harry snorted and wanted to cheer, but there was a complicated expression on his face. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Unhappy?" Angelina had come to him and patted Harry's shoulder. "You can train. Get ready." "Oh. Well, of course," Harry barely laughed, but the smile was obviously a bit stiff. "Of course I am happy." This is no better. Yes, of course he is happy. At the same time of being happy, Umbridge's appearance in class was quietly coming out of his mind. At the thought of marks, perhaps only a curse was used, and his life changed dramatically. This feeling made him inevitably have a great sense of violation. After personally understanding the difference between before and after, Harry couldn't help but understand the true terrifying of the so-called unforgivable curse. "Don't be like this, Harry." Hermione's keenness made her faintly aware of some of Harry's thoughts. "This time I should think about the good things. At least Marks will not abuse magic, or the world around us must have been messed up. Set it up. Is it at least you must be rushing homework?" Ron didn't look good, but he followed him and said, "Don't forget that Snape still gave you a penalty for homework." Harry slammed his cheek. "Well, thank you." Under the guidance of the two best friends, Harry couldn't help but mention the spirit and sent them a smile. "Since this is the case, Ron, my homework is pleased." He raised his thumb and opened his mouth to reveal the neat teeth. "You can't get all the words, some are okay. What are you doing?" Angelina, looking at the whispering tribe with a strange look. "Harry, hurry up. Take time to start training every second." At the urging of Angelina, Harry hurried back to dormitory to take the broomstick and the protective gear, and then in the eyes of Hermione and Ron, followed the other Gryffindor team players to drill the door. "Don't help him with homework, hear it?" Hermione turned her head and said seriously, "Who will help him?" Ron rolled his eyes. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 393. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 393. The night was getting deeper and it rained outside the castle. The rain alone is not big, but in the recent violent wind, the dense rain curtain has become surprisingly violent. Occasionally, one or two blue lightning bolts in the clouds in the air. The dull thunder swirls around the empty all around, striking the agitated heart. At this moment, on the 8th floor of the castle, in the Gryffindor common room, the threshold leading to the student dormitory quietly opened, and a slightly thin silhouette walked out. The silhouette, which was almost drowning in the darkness, looked a little hesitant. After stepping into the unmanned common room, it seemed to look back at the stairs with a slight uneasiness. But after a little squatting for a while, he turned around and went to the door and touched the black. The portrait of the door is naturally closed, but the silhouette does not seem to worry too much. After gently pushing the portrait away, he immediately flashed out of the gap. Looking back, the fat woman on the canvas is still sleeping quietly, making a small squeak and seems to sleep very well. Pushed the portrait back up again, and after confirming it, the person quickly walked around the corner and left the corridor. On the other side of the corner is a promenade aisle against the outer wall of the castle, with a medieval dark metal armor standing quietly on the side of the wall and a path of more than one person. If the weather is good, you can see the beautiful night view directly in front of the castle. But today is a wind and rain night, although the protection of magic makes the rain outside, but it is not easy to see the outside situation. In fact, in the case that the stars and moons are covered by clouds, the outside of the window is completely dark. This also makes the corridors equally dark. If you don't know the castle well, you can't do it in this situation. Suddenly, a strong lightning flashed through the outer sky, and the bright lightning gave the dark corridor a momentary clarity, while also illuminating the silently moving silhouette. It was a student wearing a Gryffindor gown, a long hair revealing her gender, and her refined small face directly indicated her identity. Speaking, when was the last violation of the school rules? The little witch named Hermione Granger licked his thin lips, seemingly recalling a beautiful memory. Lightly Redface laughed. It was when she and the Marks McLawn met here, and that time was the closest she had to him. It seems to have been seen by Snape and Harry. The lightning has disappeared silently, and the endless darkness has once again drowned her body. followed by the loudest thunder that has been into the night. Hermione continued to move forward in the darkness, when she almost knocked over the armor. And this time she would not make that mistake again. She touched the wall on the side of the window and walked forward, not slow, because she was familiar with it. After another corner, the destination of Hermione's trip is almost there. After a long walk, Hermione pulled out the wand from her sleeve. She knew what it was like since she saw that Mark's did it. Perhaps her sense of crisis in her surroundings is not as strong as Mark's, and it can't be wrong to do it right. Lumos. During her lips and teeth, the spell uttered extremely loudly, and a little light dispelled the darkness, making her corridor a little clearer. The place is right. It is not far from the front. Hermione took 2 quick steps to the giant tapestry, which painted Troll Barnabas the Barmy, and on the other side was an ordinary white wall. When discussing with Marks where to choose the defense against the dark arts training venue, Marks told her about the place. Marks says there is a hidden room that offers the most appropriate layout for the people who need it, and it is said that people who know this place are particularly small, which sounds like a really good training place. But before that, Hermione wanted to take a look at this place first. Although she told herself it was time to check the situation in the room in advance. In fact, she came tonight, but she was carrying a more private idea. Going back and forth across the white wall 3 times, I concentrated on thinking about where I needed it. Hermione whispered and walked forward, stopping in front of the empty classroom window at one end of the white wall, then turned back and forth, and then returned to the large vase at the other end. When she turned around for the 3rd time, a rectangular outline appeared on the white wall, and it quickly became apparent under her gaze. She walked up with the slightest hesitation and reached for the brass handle on the door, gently twisting it. The door was opened smoothly as the lock tongue clicked a light sound. Here is where Marks tells himself, since it was introduced by Marks, there must be no problem. She immediately stepped in and walked in and took the door with her hand. But seeing the threshold on the wall, after the closure of Kanken, it quickly merged into the wall, and soon disappeared without a trace, as never before. As soon as I walked into this wonderful room, Hermione, who had a relaxed face, immediately stopped. Nothing else, because the scene of the head here really scared her. To be honest, she has had too many guesses about it before she decides to come ahead. But she did not expect that. At the moment she really saw this, she was afraid that she was in the wrong place. Yes, another private reason for Hermione to come here is to take a look at Marks's room. In the hallway just outside, what she thought was not a place to train defense against the dark arts, but a room that Marks used when he came here. But in this, the first thing that comes into view of her is a horrible stone statue in a disorder. These stone statues look very fine, and each one seems to be a masterpiece of a highly skilled sculptor. Most of their postures are different, or standing or lying, or squatting or squatting. The expression on the face is quite different. Only they have 2 things in common. The first one is the werewolf after the transformation. Each of the hairs on the body is clearly legible. Second, although the expressions on the face are different, but there are fears in the same place. If you suddenly get into a place full of frightening sculptures, everyone will be scared, not to mention that these statues are too realistic. No, is this the real werewolf? After all, if you want to say that all of these are just stone carvings, what do people who have carved such a large stone statue think? At least Hermione is completely unimaginable. What's more, it should be the room used by Marks. It's right because she found a large desk behind the stone statue, and the messy look on the desk is nothing compared to the old Black House's study. The difference. And next to the desk, there was a row of consoles for potion, which made Hermione feel more confident. These stone statues. What is going on? Hermione hesitated, then trembled in the middle of the statues and walked to the back of the room with a trace of suspicion. Sorry. Hermione apologized to the back of the desk and immediately picked up the information on the table and flipped it. She believes that Marks won't mind her sneaking in, at least the Marks she knows will not be ruined by her. Because she can't understand it, The excellent wizard named Marks McLawn of her age is a gentle boy. Besides, she is coming this time, isn't she, trying to know more about each other? Hermione believes that even if she sees something more terrifying now, she will never misunderstand Marks. The so-called true powerful, able to change the views of others. Dumbledore used his power and fraternity to admire the world. The two generations of Dark Lord also used their power and evil to make the world fear. Marks used his powerful peace and quiet, and finally let the people around him emerged from his heart to trust. Recently, after Dumbledore's death, Silencio appeared even without Marks himself being aware of it. What is this? Looking at the desk for a long time, Hermione's face was full of frustration, because she found that all the information in it, only a small part of it is barely understandable. Rules rune? What is that? In fact, the information here is already a relatively useless part of Marks, except for some of the calculations about the rune array, which he recently put here when testing here. Most of the rest were left over from the previous Hogwarts school. The information that Hermione can understand is actually the part of the potion calculation, that's all. Putting the documents on hand back to the table, Hermione went to the potion preparation station on the other side, and she saw a row of 5 unusually tall brown potion cabinets. These cabinets are close to the wall, looking through the glass door of the cabinet, and the inside is filled with a variety of potion bottles. She paused as she walked through the middle of the cupboard. The grey bottle was the warm-up agent that Marks had given me at the time. Remember that he was thirsty when he was drinking, and he was still with him at that time. I have a big pot of tea in the library. In the responsive room, this young girl, which is more beautiful than that of the year, recalls the original delicateness and beauty bit by bit. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 394. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 394. When Hermione came out of the responsive room, time had passed. The outside corridor was still black and she couldn't see her fingers, and her body shape was quietly swallowed up. The rain outside the castle seemed to grow a lot more unconsciously, covering her footsteps with a quick walk. However, such a gentle rainy night can be taken care of by more than one person. When Hermione touched the black again and sneaked back to the dormitory, the light at the end of the corridor suddenly flashed another light, illuminating a hidden corner behind her. There, a silhouette that shrouded the whole body in a hooded cloak was fleeting. The silhouette was motionless, standing in place, and the entire face was hidden in the shadow of the hood. Looking at the slight side of the head, it seems to be listening to the distance Hermione left. Booming! Another sound blasted from the clouds, across the wind and rain curtains, and passed to the ears of everyone who was still awake. After confirming that Hermione has gone far, that silhouette has moved. I saw that it was moving at a light pace, and even came a few steps to the place where the door of the house should disappear, and reached out and touched it. As you can see, it is indeed a white wall, leaving no trace. The silhouette seemed to be unsuccessful. Not only did he learn how Hermione had done it before and after, but also took out wand and examined the wall carefully, but he never got any gains. In the end, the man seemed to give up, and after gazing at Hermione's direction for a moment, he hurried away. But the man didn't notice that while he was tracking Hermione all the way, he was quietly trailing behind him. When it looked at the corner, there was another thoughtful silhouette in the hallway. Hagrid is back. Yes, because his full-faced injury is completely good, so he can finally come back to teach you. The next morning, when the young wizards continued to enter the cool hall, they found that there was another big man who was conspicuous. Many Gryffindor students like Hagrid, although his care of magical creatures has always been a bit, a little bit irritating. Can't the Gryffindor's young lions have this? Like the two twins, Fred and George, and their iron buddies, Lee and the others, they screamed and rushed to Hagrid, pulling his wide, thick hand to master it again and again. Of course, the children who like Hagrid are not very few, but to be honest, they are really not too much. Not to mention the Slytherins that always reject him. Even in the Gryffindor where the majority of the supported voices are, there are a few who seem to be reluctant. By the way, one of them is a girl. Like Parvati, lavender, etc. When they saw the silhouette of Hagrid, they immediately exchanged a few gazes with each other, and they were not very beautiful. In this regard, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the three hardcore supporters of Hagrid, don't really understand the ideas of those who are silently opposed. Because when Hagrid was absent, Professor Grubbly Plank, who came to the substitute class, did teach people more people's hearts. At least Grubbly Plank wouldn't look for the magical creatures that are full of violent factors. After all, how many people will be willing to take the risk of being studied to bite their neck to attend classes? Care of magical creatures has always been with two houses, Gryffindor and Slytherin, and Ravenclaw with Hufflepuff. Last night, God was so painful that it rained all night. The rain was from small to large, and then it turned from big to small, and it was difficult to stop when it was bright. So today, the outside is wet everywhere, even the temperature remaining in the air is like being washed away by the heavy rain last night. The cold wind keeps blowing, everyone can't help but shrink the neck. The three of the Harry walked along the other students on the slate road between the lawns, and they were all wrapped up in the body, but still did not feel much warmth. In the crowd, Hermione hid half of her face in the scarf. She pulled her eyelids slightly and couldn't help but yawn. It seems that even if the surroundings are so cold, it still does not dispel the lack of sleep caused by her lack of sleep. When I sneaked back into the dormitory last night, it was not very late. But when she tried to let herself fall asleep early in the bed, she found that everything in her mind was seen in the responsive room. In the case of turbulence in her heart, she squinted her eyes until she was dawn before she would fall asleep. You said, "What will Hagrid give us for a while?" Ron was a very excited look. Well, who knows? Harry shook his head. I only hope that he can try to restrain it. After all, this time is very tense everywhere, but it is best not to make any trouble. Yes. Ron heard this, and the excitement on his face was slightly depressed. There will be a riff from time to time in the school. I saw it today. I really don't know if they are all night. They are still screaming everywhere. Not at all. No, at night. Harry and Hermione almost denied Ron's guess at the same time. Hey? Ron said strangely. How do you know? It's Marauder's map. Harry lowered his voice and said, "Oh, this way." Ron nodded and looked at Hermione. Hermione, how are you? Hermione had just awake from the confusion, but regretted her own subconscious answer. Well, in fact, I came out last night. Come out? Outside? Ron said strangely. Is there a heavy rain last night? Hey, just a little noise. Hermione annoyed. I didn't come outside the castle, just in the hallway. I went to check out the training ground we're going to use soon. Why don't you call me? And you actually take the initiative to violate the school rules. This is really... Are you still going somewhere else? I don't believe you just went to the venue. Ron complained, dissatisfied. Stand up. Close your mouth. Hermione didn't feel good. Love doesn't believe. Not long after, they came to the class without knowing it. According to Umbridge in the past, today is the first lesson after Hagrid's return. She will come early with a disgusting smile. As Harry and the others have seen, there is only one Hagrid standing on the wet grass. No matter the surrounding open space or the woods next to it, there is no shadow of the old woman everywhere. It seems that Marks did, but what exactly he did, Hermione and the others are not willing to sneak a conclusion, although they don't mind if it's the role of Imperius Curse. If not, that's the best answer. Today we are here for class, Hagrid said happily to the forest behind him. There are often very dim in the woods. They don't like the bright places. That's right. He looks really happy, but one thing is really not very good, because he still has a half-head bloody dead cow on his shoulder. Malfoy, standing in the Slytherin crowd, looks a little nervous. Of course, he is not dizzy or anything, at least he is not afraid of dead cows. I remember that a long time ago, he only had another after stepping into Forbidden Forest that night. He saw a man who was born with the blood of unicorn, and thus left a large shadow in his heart. After that, he has been far from the forest and never wanted to go in. Malfoy, what's wrong? Soakers asked calmly. Well, no, nothing. Malfoy shook his head in a poor face. Are you ready? Hagrid had a pleasant smile on his face and scanned the young wizards of the two houses. Okay, then. I designed a forest study tour for your 5th year, so that you can now look at the life of a magical creature in a natural environment. Yes, I think. We are going to learn a fairly rare creature this time. Well, as far as I know, I am probably the entire Britain Magic Circle, only one after another, who tamed them. Are you sure? Tame? Malfoy looked a little trembling, and it seemed that he couldn't calm down. I don't want to be hurt by anything stupid, or I'm definitely called father to deal with them thoroughly. It seems that Malfoy's psychological shadow is more than just Forbidden Forest. The last hippogriff has a winged beast. At the reminder of Malfoy's face, Slytherin's students whispered. Not only that, but the students in other houses are also a little shaken, showing that Hagrid's class is really not reassuring. Of course, no problem, Hagrid frowned said. They are all child, as long as you don't fool them, they don't want to bite you. Enough, take the class seriously. Hagrid annoyed. Come with me, he said, turned and squatted into the woods and strode in. The students in the remaining two houses are a little hesitant. After all, Forbidden Forest has always allowed students to enter at will. Of course, that means that there is no teacher to accompany you. Let's go. Hermione licked some sour eyes, sighed. Harry and Ron followed, shrugged, and the three took the lead in the hesitant line of sight and followed Hagrid's pace. Harry walked. Ron suddenly turned his head, some doubts. Is it feeling warmer, or is it my illusion? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 395. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 395. Harry. Is it warmer around, or is it my illusion? Ron didn't feel wrong, because many young wizards found changes in ambient temperature. To be exact, each time they walk a few steps, the ambient temperature will rise. After everyone followed Hagrid along the forest path for a short walk, the students wearing the scarf had to undo them. Hagrid, what exactly did you get? Hermione asked, nervously, as she stuffed the scarf into her bag. Yes, she can't calm herself down, because the temperature here is not what the woods should have. If she is raised a little more, she is really afraid to face a terrifying forest fire. It's almost here. Hagrid looked calm. He even had the secret to be mysterious. The little guys are very easy to get along with. Of course, maybe you already feel it, it's a bit hot. However, even if everyone feels as if they are in the oven, the forest is still dark. Everyone expected the flame, but there was no sign at all. After more than 10 minutes of walking, Hagrid took another turn with everyone. Suddenly, the young wizards immediately discovered that there were several large wooden boxes in the darkness of the front, and the kind of flame-like heat seems to be emitted from those wooden boxes. Most of the students in the two houses were carefully staring at the wooden boxes through the cover of the trunk. Most people's eyes were full of surprises and surprises. Is it incredible? Hagrid smiled happily. Come on, all close together, they are very docile, almost harmless, and have a good temper. The box made of wood? Ron wondered. So high temperatures, why are the boards not there? What is there in the head? Good question. Hagrid stepped forward and reached out and patted one of the crates. I will open them in a moment, but before that, I have to tell you something first. I want to make a special note. He paused and said seriously, the little guys here are very precious and not very strong. Be careful. Then, these little guys are provided by your Professor McLawn. He said, female children may like them very much. The voice did not fall, and there was a scream of buzzing around immediately. As a professor, Marks is basically the most popular in Hogwarts. Of course, his popularity is not all from his new study of ancient runes, but more from his legendary experience. After all, Hogwarts has never been a professor like him since the beginning. As Hagrid said, everyone was provoked curiosity. And Hermione, three of them, also had a little peace of mind with the words of Hagrid. Okay, then I have to open the box. And everyone looks at it carefully. At the same time he said this, He had already smashed the top cover of the wooden box. Looking at his light appearance, it seems that these lids are not nailed, but they are so casually covered. When the wooden box was gently opened by Hagrid, the close-in-it student immediately saw a warm red color in that wooden crate. It seems that some little things are moving. The student behind Hagrid screamed, "Get out of the way!" Nothing, he said on his mouth. He could not stop at hand. I saw him with the slightest hesitation and extended his hand to the box that radiated high temperature all around. The next moment, a cute little creature covered in red was raised by him. "Hey, Scorpio!" Hermione, even if she couldn't help but sigh, "Cat!" in front of everyone. The back of the neck skin by Hagrid is a scarlet kitten with no motley on the whole body. In the hands of Hagrid, it was so clever that it didn't move, just used the pair of jewel-like orange eyes to watch the surroundings. To be honest, everyone is really weird. Why can Hagrid use it directly? Judging from the temperature they felt, the kitten should be hot and hot like magma. How can it be easily put in the hand? As you can see, this little guy is very embarrassed and not afraid of people. Hagrid is very excited. Really, when Professor McLaughlin handed them over to me, I also saw it for the first time. This kind of creature. But Professor McLaughlin has already introduced them to me in detail. They are said to be called fire cats. They are a very rare creature, at least I have never heard of it. But they look beautiful, aren't they? Hagrid walked 2 steps forward and stretched his arm to show the kitten in his hand to the class. "Professor Hagrid," Hermione said with a clear eye. "Is it not hot?" "Of course, it's not hot at all." Hagrid seems very happy that someone can ask. In fact, their body temperature is not much different from that of ordinary cats. We feel very hot. Yes, the closer the more they feel hot. In fact, this high temperature is not real. Not really there? Harry looked at the kitten in confusion, wondering, "What do you mean?" According to Professor McLaughlin, this kind of sensation comes from the soul. Hagrid first said in a mysterious tone, and the next second, but once again showed a smile. "Well, of course, in general, it only makes us feel it's hot. It won't hurt. Although this kind of heat will remind us of the flame at once. But this little guy is actually afraid of the flame. Remember what I said before? They don't like the bright place, let alone the flame." Having said that, Hagrid suddenly waved to the students. "Okay, then. Who wants the first one to hold it?" The young wizards have already seen Hagrid touch it unscathed, and the little animal that looks exactly the same as the cat looks very cute, and many people can't hold it. However, at this moment, there was a commotion in the depths of the forest. Then, the sensitive person suddenly felt that the land under his feet began to vibrate slightly. The students who noticed this change were a little confused at first, because the vibrations expanded over time and there seemed to be something rushing towards them. Hagrid frowned, slammed his head back and looked out through the gaps of the trees. But after all is forest, the trees are very dense, and the eyes are absolutely not far away. He is not observing with his eyes, but listening with his ears. It's Centaur. There are still a lot of them. What's wrong with them? Hagrid listened carefully, and then no longer wasted time thinking, hurrying to say to the students in the 2 houses, "Don't panic. Go back along the trails when you come, there is only one way, don't worry about getting lost. Move and move." Under his urging, the students hurriedly turned around and quickly left in the direction outside the forest. "Because I just walked like a walk, I went back to speed, so I ran out of Forbidden Forest in a few minutes." On the side of the forest, Hagrid did not continue to follow everyone, but stopped. "Harry, take everyone back to the castle." He was loudly shouted behind him. "There are other students on the road to pick up, and then inform Professor McGonagall as soon as possible." "Hagrid, what's wrong?" Harry asked, turning back. "Centaur is a lot, not normal," Hagrid said in a succinct manner, then waved at him. "Go ahead, I will go back and see the situation." After all, he turned away with the slightest hesitation, and plunged into the dim Forbidden Forest, and soon disappeared in Harry's field of vision. At the same time, 2 figures in the running crowd behind the 3 of Harry, 2 figures have slowed down, and they also looked to them. Hermione, you and Ron followed you first, and I went to see it, Harry said as he wanted to go back. But Hermione gave him a slap. What are you talking about? I have to go too, Hermione said with a wink. And me? Ron followed. You are prefect. Isn't it supposed to play the role of prefect now? Harry retorted seriously. We must not be able to enter the forest. Someone has to tell Professor McGonagall about it. Other students can't just leave it alone. After all, it has not been peaceful since. And in the event of such an accident, it must be treated with caution. The three people who knew this truth were clear, and Harry's decision was fine. That, you must be careful, don't smash. Hermione warned repeatedly. I understand. Harry immediately nodded. Hermione and Ron looked at each other and no longer said anything. They turned and chased the students to the direction of the castle. So, the Ministry of Magic's investigation team may really come in handy? Harry groaned in his mouth, his feet moving, and ran to Forbidden Forest again. Although Hagrid said it was Centaur, it wasn't whether Harry could still know. If it is Centaur, he has met in Forbidden Forest before, and it seems that he does not seem to be malicious to the wizard. As Hagrid said, the Centaur community has been with Hogwarts for a long time. Although the number of exchanges between the two parties is not much, it has always been everyone's own business. Centaur doesn't go out of the forest for half a step, and Hogwarts rarely goes to Forbidden Forest except Hagrid. After so many years have passed, the two sides have always been at peace, and this time, there should be no conflicts inexplicably. At least at this moment, Harry thought so. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 396. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 396. Wait a minute. What are you doing? In Forbidden Forest, Hagrid opened his arms inexplicably, trying to find the answer to the sudden collective action of the Centaur in the form of blocking the way. Firenze, what is going on here? The number of Centaur he saw was quite numerous, and the Centaur was so fast in the forest that the symbolic blockage of Hagrid was absolutely unstoppable. But they still stopped the pace of Mercedes, did not choose to deal with Hagrid, or easily bypass him. It seems that Harry's common sense speculation is not meaningless. Firenze is Hagrid. Well, can you be considered an acquaintance? Yes, the concepts of Centaur and Wizard are very different, although they don't take the initiative to fight against the Wizard. But that's just because they follow their nature. In general, Centaur is disgusted with the Wizard. Even if the two sides can coexist, it is unlikely that they will become their friends. This is not the case with Hagrid, who is a good-natured person. But Firenze has a big difference with his peers. Although he is also a godlike god, he uses the starry sky and destiny as a belief throughout his life. It can be different from other centaurs following the tide of fate. When faced with the Marshang choice, he took the initiative to fill in his own answer. When I was killed by Voldemort's Quirrell infiltrate Forbidden Forest, killing Unicorn to drink its blood. When a young wizard including Marks and Harry seemed to be in crisis, the other two centaurs stood by and Firenze chose to help. As far as Hagrid is concerned, Firenze is a relatively versatile centaur. So, when he faced a large group of silently staring at his mammoth, he chose Firenze as the breakthrough mouth of the conversation with the slightest hesitation. Dawn today, Venus's rays of light are sharp. Firenze looked at him with his bright eyes and said seriously, Hagrid, do you understand? What? Hagrid was confused. Is a change. Just as Hagrid was wondering, a sturdy centaur came out of the crowd and came to Firenze in the respect of other centaur gestures. In front of Hagrid, Delphi rose. Firenze turned and solemnly performed a ceremony. Since Marks last went to the centaur tribe, Centaur's previous generation of patriarchs stayed in that huge cave forever, and the young centaur is the newest centaur patriarch that Marks finally saw. This is the new Delphi Rose. With Hagrid's knowledge of the centaur family, you don't know anything about this slightly stranger. But even if he didn't know, after seeing the attitude of other centaur, he almost understood it. Oh, how are you? Hagrid said with some hesitation. So, you left the tribe this time. What is the reason? My family has been inspired by fate, Delphi-Rose said solemnly. The Star of Venus is a hidden mess, and the trend of change is inevitable. I will wait to move the Horde. Migrate, Hagrid repeated it in surprise, but before he could think about it, there was a sudden and far-reaching footstep in the woods behind him. The Centaur immediately raised the wooden bow in their hands and the feather arrows were put together. Voila! When the bushes behind him swayed, Harry suddenly got out of the gap. Hagrid, is it okay? He saw the huge body of Hagrid at first glance, and then found a lot of Centaur, and the arrows in their hands made him stand up. How come I didn't let you take them back? Hagrid said angrily, and then he turned back and shouted at the Centaurs, let's put down, let go of the weapon. He's just a child. The Centaurs were completely motionless and didn't care what he meant. Delphi-Rose looked at Harry and waved his clansmen to temporarily press the warning. The giants and the sons of the wizard don't have to be nervous, so they don't want to move immediately. The fate tells me that the migration of the tribes will be difficult, but the turmoil and the crisis are unstoppable, and the move is imperative. I wait for this trip. I want to seek help from the wizard. When Delphi-Rose said such a word, Hermione and Ron had successfully returned to the castle. Peng. It was probably anxious for a moment, and the strength was too great. The door of the Transfiguration classroom hit the wall and made a loud noise. Professor McGonagall. Ms. Granger? McGonagall, standing at the desk, turned his head and asked strangely, are you supposed to be on the care of magical creatures now? What happened, Professor? Hermione was trying to say that after a glance at some of the students in the classroom, the voice turned and said, Professor, please come out. Professor Hagrid is in a hurry to find you. Hagrid. Professor McGonagall paused, and looked at the seemingly impatient Hermione, and even turned to the young wizards in the classroom. Preview the contents of the next chapter. Don't talk. After all, she immediately walked down the stage and followed Hermione to the outside corridor, and took the door with her hand. Miss Granger, what's the matter? McGonagall asked with a squint. It's like this. Hermione gasped for breath in the air, and explained to McGonagall while he was finishing his thoughts. Professor Hagrid took us to the forest for a lecture, but it didn't take long. There is an unknown commotion in the depths of Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid will let us come back to inform you. She thought about it and added, Hagrid said it is Centaur, and it seems to be a lot. Centaur? McGonagall flashed a trace of doubt in his eyes. I know, you are doing very well. Now you have to let the students go back to the common room, understand? Got it. Hermione was about to turn and leave, but she just started to stop and stopped again. Professor, she said with some hesitation. That Harry also followed. McGonagall, who was rushing toward the stairs, suddenly turned back, and some angry expressions made Hermione's neck stiff. Potter? What is he going to do? McGonagall squinted. Noisy. Professor. Harry is also worried about Hagrid. Hermione hurried out of Harry. You don't have to explain, McGonagall interrupted Hermione. I know, I will pay attention to the whereabouts of Mr. Potter when you get there. You should do what you should do now. Always remember that you are now Gryffindor's prefect. After that, McGonagall immediately turned around and continued to rush to the direction of the stairs. Looking at the back of Professor McGonagall's departure, Hermione stood in the same place and snorted. It can be seen that she is somewhat confused about what she should do. She is a strong female child, and she is very smart. It is a very smart one in the wizard, but she also has shortcomings that cannot be ignored. In the event of an emergency, her smartness will turn into an obstacle, and complex and pursuit of perfect thinking will entangle her actions, so that it is always not decisive. At this point, Harry, and even Ron, whose brains are not enough, will be stronger than her. Now she is very hesitant. Is it going to fulfill Prefect's obligations step by step, or follow your own heart and catch up with Harry's pace? For her, both sides are important. What Centaur is doing is still unclear, so it may be a harbinger of the Voldemort side's actions. Her inability to get rid of Forbidden Forest's commotion is just a bait, but she is really worried about the situation at Harry and Hagrid's Forbidden Forest. Basically, Her most troublesome thing is her own powerlessness. No matter what kind of possibility, she has no ability to change the situation. This is the most troublesome place for her. Hermione. When she was hesitating, Ron's voice passed over the other side of the corridor. Ron? Hermione was busy sorting out her own thoughts so as not to infect uneasiness to others. How are you going back? In fact, without the reminder of Professor McGonagall, she first asked Ron to persuade the Gryffindor students to return to the common room. Of course, Slytherin is not in her possession. Well, everyone has returned to the common room. Ron walked around and said casually, "What about you? See Professor McGonagall?" "The professor is rushing over," Hermione pondered, and then continued. "No, maybe she is now informing other professors? Not to mention Snape, who hasn't talked so much. At least Flitwick is definitely a big boost. Don't look at Professor Flitwick, who has goblin bloodline, who is short and strong, and when he was young, he had the power of matching the title of dual champion." "Then let's go now," Ron urged. "Harry is still there." "But," Hermione grinned, not so firmly retorting, "we are prefect. We are responsible for the students if we are not sure if it is a bait." "The bait?" Ron said awkwardly, but then he slammed his head again. "Don't care what bait is not bait. Now it's an accident in the woods. Shouldn't we help them?" "Professor McGonagall is gone." Hermione is stubborn on the surface, but her heart is struggling. "Moreover, if we go there, what can we do?" "Insufficient strength can't be the reason for not going." Ron frowned. "We just want to help our friends." "That's right." Ron's words were just spoken, and the two heard the third voice here, and they came out a little. "If I don't mind, I also want to make more friends." Ron and Hermione turned their heads at the same time, but saw a thin silhouette on the corner of the corridor. The new student who was assigned to Slytherin, a boy who called himself Soakers. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 397. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 397. "If I don't mind, I also want to make more friends." The sudden appearance of the boy named Soakers made both Ron and Hermione feel completely unprepared. After Marx's warning was conveyed to their ears by Harry, they unconsciously wanted to stay away from this person. The other side is slightly inclined to Slytherin's posture, just to make them slightly relaxed. When the other party's intentions have not yet been revealed, it is the wisest act to keep a certain distance and secretly explore. I never thought that the other party would step into their circle so suddenly. This cannot help but let Hermione be secretly vigilant, cannot help but wonder. What do he want to do? Of course we are welcome to make friends, but... Hermione carefully organized the words. "We must stay in the castle. Professor McGonagall has just passed." "Is it?" Soakers laughed. "Yes. Since we are students, then the professor must understand how to listen." He first affirmed Hermione's words, but in a blink of an eye he began to calmly rebut. "In some emergencies, we must also know how to think, judge, and act," Soakers said seriously. "Like now, the situation in Forbidden Forest requires us to work together." "The situation in Forbidden Forest?" Hermione looked at him with inexplicable eyes. "Yes, haven't you found out yet?" Soakers greeted Hermione with a warning in his doubt, and calmly said, "There is a worse situation in Forbidden Forest, and Mr. Potter may be in danger." What are you talking about?" Ron frowned. "What happened in Forbidden Forest? And, are you not with us?" "How do you know that?" "You know it at a glance." Soakers waved at them, and then it was like knowing that they would follow up on their own and turned to the corner of the corridor when he came. Indeed, listening to him said that the two people who care about Harry and Hagrid could not go without a trip. Even if the other person is lying, it can only keep up with the pace of the other party while reminding them to stay alert. After the back of Soakers disappeared from the corner, Ron and Hermione looked at each other and then stepped forward. "On the other side of the corner, you can see the outside through the window. If you try to squat to the right, you can really see Forbidden Forest. Although you can only see a part, and at first glance, it must be a dense and boring canopy, that's all." As they turned the corner, they immediately saw the silhouette of Soakers. He did not go far, stood by the window and waited quietly for the arrival of Hermione and Ron. The two hesitated and glanced at Soakers, and then looked sideways out of the window in a state of nervous tension. At first glance, they found that the other party did not lie, because they soon saw the strangeness of the Forbidden Forest. In the middle of the undulating green crown, there was a crooked gap at the end of the gap. Somewhere near the outer ring of the Forbidden Forest, there is a black that is violently pushing the trees forward. Once again, Forbidden Forest is still some distance away from the castle. It is difficult to see what the black is. Hermione and Ron certainly know. No, I believe that individuals can see that the black must be a huge creature, which is so large that even the tall canopy cannot completely cover it. What is that? Hermione and Ron both snorted in surprise. Who knows? But that must not be a good thing. Standing on the side of Soakers shrugged, then seemed to want to continue to say something, but I do not know why hesitated. Well, he thought about it, and this was started again. Yes, I have a very bad news here. Would you like to listen? What? Hermione and Ron, hearing this, who want to turn around, stopped. This time Ron spoke first, but there was a hint of impatience in the tone. He never had a crush on this Soakers, even if he didn't talk about Marx's reminder. He didn't like this new student who seemed to have some talents. In Ron's opinion, this guy is somewhat hypocritical. If you want him to describe it, maybe he will compare this guy named Soakers to learn to make a deep and enhanced version of Malfoy. All in all, it is not pleasing to the eye. Before I went back to the castle, I accidentally saw another person ran into Forbidden Forest, Soakers said calmly in the eyes of the two people. Well, I was assigned to you. Helen of the house, Helenskin. Why don't you say that early? Hermione was really angry this time. She sighed angrily and then turned and flew up. Ron hurriedly stepped up and chased it up. While leaving, he did not forget to look back at Soakers, annoyedly glanced. HMPH, cheer as much as possible, too. Soakers chuckled. Stupid friendship. He didn't waste any more time. Even when he stepped on it, it can be seen that he is not as weak in physical fitness as ordinary wizard, and has not been far away from the distance between Hermione and Ron. On the other hand, Professor McGonagall is moving fast on the lawn with another silhouette, rushing to the edge of Forbidden Forest on the side of the hunting lodge. In fact, Hermione's guess is really reasonable, and Professor McGonagall's call to Flitwick is a very good idea. But this time she guessed it wrong. Beside Professor McGonagall is not a small Flitwick professor, but some short and chunky Hufflepuff head, herbology professor, Pomona Sprout. Among the professors at Hogwarts, except for the defense against the dark arts professor who has never been seated, everyone else can be called competent. Even the less recognized divination professor Trelawney, and the care of magical creatures Professor Hagrid, who always engages in dangerous species to scare people, is also very commensurate with their respective positions. However, if someone asks the young wizards, among the professors, which one has the highest combat capability, some people may support Professor Flitwick, and some may think that Snape is also very strong, and perhaps Professor McGonagall, who is the current acting headmaster, is certainly not bad. However, I am afraid that no one will think about the level of combat. Think of the amiable herbology Professor Sprout like a kindly fat grandmother. However, as a Hufflepuff head of house, is she really only good at making flowers and plants? Well, in fact, flowers and plants are not simple. Not at all. Especially the flowers and plants with a variety of strange magic power. Professor McGonagall, who had been with her for 2 years as a student, knows that if she is in some lush vegetation, she will let anyone who dares to look down on her suffer. Not long after, McGonagall and Sprout Portable Hand rushed into the woods. It was only after they had just stepped into the forest that they felt the trembling of the ground. It's not right. This is not the movement that Centaur can make. Professor McGonagall frowned. In the first place, I should go there. I should be the... Professor Sprout's face was not moderately normal. She pointed out some direction with the slightest hesitation. I hope Potter is okay. Oh, I really don't want much. Miss you. The two quickly ran in the forest, but the age was still big, and the intense exercise made the two old wizards seem a bit hard, and the gasping sounds in their ears. After running between the trees and the bushes, they quickly found themselves looking for the right place. The source of the shock that the two first noticed seemed to be not far from the front. When they once again opened a dense tree of half a person and bypassed a few trees, they immediately saw a scene of intense group battles. It is probably not appropriate to say that the group battle is accurate. It is a siege. The centaurs are agile and familiar in the woods, and the small trunks can't be their obstacles. These upper body is similar to the human figure, the lower body is the same as the horse, the end-bound place arrow, and the arrow whistling with the empty whistling again and again to the extremely large giant beast. On the other side, Hagrid was eagerly guarding Harry behind him, his eyes full of anger. The giant beast, which is being surrounded by the centaur and constantly shooting with the tree card, is a rare and magical creature in the dark. 3 giant dogs. It has another name, called Fluffy. That's right, this is actually the Cerberus that Hagrid raised while listening to music. When it was still young, it was Hagrid who bought it from a Greek wizard in the bar. But the creatures of Cerberus, how cute they are when they were young, can always grow up when they grow up. Their racial traits are determined early, and they cannot be raised at home as ordinary pets, because they eat much, grow faster, and the average size is quite amazing. I am afraid that Hagrid, who loves violent aesthetics from the bones, wants to use this creature as a pet. In the first year of Marx's enrollment, Hagrid loaned the Cerberus, named Fluffy, to Dumbledore as the first hurdle to guard Philosopher's Stone. They aren't terrifying as people think. As long as they have enough food and a little bit of music, they'll be quite satisfying, at least for Fluffy. Hagrid once said that, but just now, he saw the side of his Fluffy. In any case, all creatures with sharp fangs and sharp claws, no matter how obedient they are trained, always have the risk of sudden runaway. Who is it that angered little Fluffy? Hagrid's heart raged. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 398. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 398. Woohoo! The Forbidden Forest Outer Ring, which was still quiet and peaceful, was harassed by a behemoth and became trembling. A burst of violent and angry beasts came from the forest, one after another. The thick tree was slanted, and even the roots of the knot were ruthlessly pulled out of the ground. The 3 giant dogs, the powerful body and the tenacious thick fur, make the threat of the centaur feather arrows ineffective. Its 3 big heads are constantly biting around, and the front paws sweep from time to time, causing the wood chips to splash around. Its mouth is staggered in the mouth, and the drowning water flows down at the mouth of its mouth, revealing its desire to tear the flesh. And its eyes, but a kind of redness filled with bloodshot, is a blood red that is caught in madness. Compared to its ancestors, as early as the ancient era, the extinct hell of Cerberus, the 3 giant dogs did not spit out the terrifying giant fireball, but the great power and tyrannical body of its ancestors were inherited by it. And inherited with it, there is a mad bloodline that will automatically erupt when it is in danger. Who is it that angered little Fluffy? Hagrid stood in front of Harry, stubbornly blocking Harry from letting him close, because he knows the current state of Cerberus Fluffy. If Harry is slightly slammed by the heavy claws, I am afraid that he will be seriously injured immediately, and even die on the spot. The power of Cerberus, although not enough to compete with the real giants, can never be used to make fun of it. But at this moment, a sound rang from the woods in front of the side dash. Spread, the centaurs are all gone. It was the voice of Sprout, and Hagrid soon heard it. But he didn't use it. The centaur wasn't the creature that would do what the wizard said. Hagrid was busy with Harry's arm and leaned over to the other side. Hey, little Potter is fine, it's great. Sprout hugged Harry, almost letting him breathe. Professor Sprout. Oh, Professor McGonagall, you are here too. He said hello quickly, then immediately said, that. Please, help. Find a way to calm down little Fluffy. Yes, I was trying to do this, Sprout said, but it was difficult to face Centaur, which was surrounded by Fluffy, which seemed to be a little troublesome. "What's wrong?" Hagrid asked. "Is the centaurs obstructing you?" "Ah." Sprout looked worried and said, "You can't say it's obstructing for me." Professor McGonagall took the message and explained to Hagrid, "In order to safely and completely scream the mad Berberus, Pomona's means are necessary. But that's probably not easy to control, that is say, those centaurs will be involved together. But, you know," she frowned, "it will definitely cause dissatisfaction with the centaur race afterwards. Do you have a way to get Centaur to evacuate first?" "Oh. Those guys are stubborn," Hagrid thought. "I will try." And many more. I heard that McGonagall suddenly spoke, and Hagrid, who had just turned back, paused and looked at her in confusion. "No, it's not for you." Professor McGonagall stared at Harry's face. "You, stay here. Don't go anywhere. Also, because of your reckless move, Gryffindor deducts 10 points. Just as Harry was bitterly standing on the side of McGonagall, at a position not too far from here, the two young girls were slowly walking in the woods. "Miss Lovegood, it's really thanks to you, or I'm afraid I'm going to die." As Soakers said to Hermione and Ron, the chestnut young girl named Helen also ran into Forbidden Forest. Even Soakers did not find out, except for Helen, Luna was actually wandering here. At this moment, Helen was grateful to Luna for thanking him. Luna. "What?" She suddenly looked awkward for Luna's sudden words interrupting her. "Call me Luna just fine." The female child with a beautiful pale golden hair is still as sultry as ever. She walked forward like a sleepwalking, and looked at everything around her with a sly look. Oh, Helen smiled sweetly. "Is it so, Luna?" The female child looked back and gently nodded to her. "Well, in short, thank you very much for your help." Helen hesitated a little, then boldly reached out and took Luna's arms. "Really terrifying. How can there be such a terrible rare beast in this forest?" "Yeah, it's a little dangerous." Luna blinked. "But it's fun." "Where is it fun?" Helen shuddered. "Did you not see its teeth? That big, too scary." "The witness is a brush that describes existence," Luna sang in a strange tone. "When you are not sure that something exists, every person who witnesses it will have more 1 points. Possible existence." Helen, holding Luna's arm, stared at her head and slammed for a while, then giggled. "You are weird." She looked at Luna curiously, mimicking her tone of voice. "But it's fun." Luna didn't respond to her words, just squatting on her own, letting Helen cling to her arm. "Right." Helen suddenly silenced for a moment, then whispered, "Luna, what do you think? What kind of taste will death be?" Between the wizards, the topic of death is more taboo than the mole, because in the magic circle, death does not only represent the end of life, but there is also a more magical power in this vocabulary. If you suddenly mention such a topic to other people, I am afraid that everyone will feel awkward, but Luna does not care about it. "I don't know." She just replied so lightly. The two men huddled in the woods and walked for a little while. If there is still a burst of wild beast and a slight vibration not far away, I am afraid that it is really like taking a walk after a normal meal. But at this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared quietly on the side of a tree behind them, and the pair of slightly narrow eyes watched them silently. Luna and Helen, who walked in front, didn't seem to find the person's existence. They were still walking gently. "Hey, Luna," Helen asked again. "I heard that you are very familiar with Professor McLawn. What kind of person is he?" As soon as Luna heard the surname, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but squirm slightly, and a soft touch appeared. "He is a rich man." "Hey?" Helen was bored. "Is he rich?" The founder of Ravenclaw once said, "Wit beyond measure is a man's greatest treasure." When he said this, Luna's face had a light smile. "Oh, Helen seems to understand that the general point is nodded, but it shakes Luna's arm. "I already know that he is very powerful. I want to know, what is he usually like in life?" "Well." She paused and added, "For example, what does he like to eat, what he likes to do? And does he have a girlfriend or something?" "Girlfriend?" Luna looked a bit stunned by this vocabulary and even repeated it in a confused way. "Yeah? Helen eagerly urged. "I heard that you used to be a student. Hermione said that you have a good relationship with him. Are you his girlfriend?" However, the voice did not fall, but she shook her head. "No, I haven't seen you all the time. It doesn't look like." Helen could mutter incantations. It is reasonable to say that he is already a professor, so powerful, so welcome. Surely there is no shortage of girlfriends. Girl. What is it? Luna was somewhat confused. Helen looked at her and then laughed at Haim. Who knows? It was the moment Helen said this, and a lot of black vines suddenly appeared in the woods not far away. Each of the vines has arm thicknesses that entangle, extend, and cling to each other, like a group of pythons that gather together like a tidal wave. In a blink of an eye, large areas of vines immediately encroached on the area, whether it was land or trees, and was overwhelmed by these plants that grew so fast. If they are not Luna, they are still some distance away from there, maybe even they will be wrapped in them. Even so, some have spread to their feet. Surprisingly, Helen hurriedly pulled Luna back, away from the terrifying black plants. Hey! Luna stepped back under Helen's dragon down, devil's snare. On the other hand, in the heart of Devil's Snare where growth rates are quite unusual, McGonagall, Sprout and Harry are standing in the middle of a small circle. The circle was formed by some kind of red powder sprinkled on the ground, and it also glimmered with sparkling brilliance. Centaurs Delphiros agreed with Hagrid's persuasion, and they left the area far away with the rest of the Centaur. In front of Sprout and the others, the crazy and fierce Cerberus Fluffy was tied tightly by those Devil's Snare into a twisted wool yarn ball. It can be seen that Fluffy is still struggling in it, but the more struggling, the tighter the Devil's Snare has made its lean strength a display. Behind the Professor Sprout, Harry stared at the shaggy, kindly back and was stunned by surprise. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 399. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 399. After Marks was separated from Harry on the same day, he left the Hogwarts and disappeared into the bushes at the school gate. As Sirius told Hedwig to pass the blood book, he must have been in a very bad situation. But even if Hedwig can fly away, it might be too late. Marks didn't even think of it. When he reappeared from the Portk's space move, he directly crossed the North Atlantic. New York, USA, 2 in the morning. Late night in New York is not a dark gloomy. Even if it has just rained, the dark clouds in the air have not dissipated with the night wind, and the dazzling neon lights and a large number of traffic headlights will make the whole street shine like white. The mole citizens who lived in New York's nightlife walked fast or slow on the street to enjoy the wonderful air unique to the rain. Just next to this bustling street, in a dark, wet alley, a small spider is hanging upside down in the eaves of a bakery. Suddenly, the spider's belly shimmered with a glimmer of light, accompanied by a negligible light sound, and the space under the eaves shook a strange twist. Voila! A teenager with a costume different from the mole appeared in the distorted space, then sat down in the trash can located just below the spider. Who? The teenager's expression was subtly side, and then he waved his hand. Suddenly, the trash can slammed for half a week, and he poured out the garbage inside him. I never thought that the boy was agile and steady when he stood on the ground, and the garbage was still in the air. I saw him reaching out again, and it seemed to be a wave of dust. The rubbish bin and the various garbage in the air immediately returned to the original state like a film rewind. This boy is naturally Marks, as in the last Infiltrate Britain Ministry of Magic. He painted the rune for positioning on the belly of each acromantula. The flexible use of Portk allowed him to ease the trouble of not being able to properly disapparation. Which time difference? Marks looked around and said casually, "Little 8, come down." He didn't raise his head and waved at the eaves above, but he saw the grey awning in the spider's eye crawling under the eaves, and he slammed his 8 legs down to the back of his hand. "Don't look for this place again next time." Marks didn't feel good. As he spoke, he reconfirmed the mull that was not witnessed. Or something else. Then he turned and walked deep into the alley. "Little 8, Sirius. In the dim alley where the streetlights couldn't find him, he raised his back and asked the spider about the situation. Attack. Separate. It is not easy to let spiders learn to speak. Their father Aragog has spent decades with the help of Hagrid, and they are obviously better at learning than their father. But even so, in its awkward voice, the intermittent vocabulary patchwork still appears quite fragmented. It seems that Marx needs to spend a lot of effort to wait for them to have a smooth conversation. Because the time was not loose, Marx used legilimens a little, and read the thoughts of Xiao Baxen gently and accurately. Obscurus. Although Xiao Ba is hiding in the vicinity of Sirius most of the time, its wisdom is not enough to understand what to observe. In the days when Sirius left the Black House, it ran out of Sirius's robes for the rest of the day, except for occasionally taking Sirius to rest and hunting. It wasn't until the moment when Sirius suddenly suffered a violent attack that he ran out and joined the battle to protect Sirius. However, their opponents are a few different and powerful Black Fog. To be honest, the modified Alimarantula modified by Marx's hand is indeed very terrifying. Although Basilisk's ability to die gaze does not seem to be fully inherited for some reason, the petrified effect of its 4 pairs of grey eyes is outstanding. Whether it is a living creature or a dead ghost, it can't escape the influence of petrified sight. Even Marx, who has not yet discovered the specific nature of Obscurus, has covered a layer of visible grey under the eyes of Xiao Ba, and the action has become slower. It is a pity that the Obscurus who attacked Sirius is not 1 or 2, but 4. Xiao Ba dragged 2 of them, and the black fog that could be struck in the other direction forced Sirius to fight and avoid it. So he got rid of the protection of Xiao Ba and disappeared. I hope Sirius can be safe. Marx put the little 8 into the sleeves of the wizard's gown and frowned. The key is, what did he come to the US to do? Harry's owl Hedwig didn't attach a spell to keep flying long distances, and he didn't know the time. He is not sure whether Sirius is still in the United States. But Sirius came here and shelved her actions because of the attack. Then, as long as he is not dead, he will definitely set foot on the land of New York again. According to Sirius's stubbornness, that doesn't stop. Marx thinks that his speculation should not be wrong. So, the question now is, where is he? In the end, looking for Sirius and confirming its status is naturally the first priority. He didn't want to see this once again, but he had a bloody true-tempered man. After experiencing Dumbledore's death, Marx made it clear that even if it was dead, there should be a proper reason and a cemetery to hang, whether it is dead or alive. He should find the hopeless fool. After reconfirming that no one was watching, Marx took out the staff and stretched forward. In his vision, the flow of magic power became swift, and the name of Sirius was outlined at the top of the staff. Everyone's name is of magic power. The longer the name is used, the more people it knows, the stronger its magic power utility will be. This is the name magic power, a word. I know that it is a confusing topic to know how to apply. Adding meaning to magic for your own name, as Voldemort did, is not a difficult thing for Marx. But if the object is someone else's name, there is more to be involved. Using names to find people, even if you only perceive a general position, also requires considerable effort to analyze the other person's character, habits, appearance, experience, and so on. All in all, you must know each other as much as possible. Fortunately, Marx's understanding of Sirius is quite rich, and he knows about the aspects that should be known and what he should not know. A few minutes later, Marx rubbed his head. The result of induction can only be described in one word, that is, chaos. In the process of detecting and searching, all people or things related to Sirius will interfere with the detection, and the more closely they contact, the greater the interference. If you think of one of Sirius's treasures as himself, Marx has a headache. Fortunately, the goal that Marx confirmed seems to be somewhere in New York. If you want to say the general direction, west-northwest. If you sense other locations, then Marx's suspicions will be stronger. But in New York, Sirius is probably the most likely. After all, he has never heard of it. Sirius has been stranded in New York. Nothing to think about. Marx put a disillusionment charm on himself, and then he sprinted in the direction of perception with a thick magic book. In the fast flight, Marx's neat market was gradually receding, and he was quietly left behind. Not long after, the lights below began to diminish, and the night's faintness slowly turned into the main color of the field of vision. The dark clouds above the head still look heavy and depressed, and the previous rain does not seem to be the last rain of the night. The tidal air whistling in the ears of Marx, giving him a glimpse of getting wet. He continued to fly forward in a place that was not too high above the city, but at a certain moment, he seemed to be aware of what it was like. The magic book under his feet was suddenly swirled with his body and slammed down to the ground. It is a narrow street without people, and the surrounding houses are not too high, not far from a dense medium residential area. On both sides of the street, shops that are no longer open at night are closed to the door, and only one or two supermarkets are still lit. In this quiet street, on the light yellow street light, there is a feeling of loneliness. Marx didn't care about the supermarket. After 2 quick steps, he turned decisively and walked to the side of an old-fashioned pizza shop. This pizzeria looks more obsolete than the shop on both sides. Not only the signboard is fading, but even the window has only one frame left. On the side door handle of the pizza shop, there is a notice of timeout business. Marx noticed the pizza shop because it was constantly emitting regular magic power fluctuations, showing the hidden spells. In short, let's go ahead. He lifted his disillusionment charm and put away some conspicuous stuff, then reached out and held the doorknob and clicked to twist it. The threshold was opened smoothly by him, and he walked in and walked in. But his body did not go to the pizza shop where he could see it, but disappeared with a slight wave of volatility. The side door of the pizzeria slowly closed, and a breeze slammed through the door, blowing the old signboard standing beside the side door, and sounding a few squeaky light sounds. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 400. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 400. The long hair of white golden is airless in the air, like no weight, flying with the light dance. The smooth and delicate skin flows under the slightly dim light, and the soft light of the moon shines. Every inch has a tempting atmosphere. Among the soothing and singular bars of the music, the petite and feminine woman attracted the attention of most of the guests, but she did not care to continue her restrained publicity. It was a villa and it was the focus everywhere. Even if it can be seen, she has paid considerable attention to the size of the crowded small bar, but the innate talent that comes with the race still makes the atmosphere in this small space irritating. Marx leaned sideways on the corner of the bar deep in the bar, holding his hand on his cheek, and the other hand was gently placed on the bar, playing the gold galleon for a while. This is a casino bar in New York City. Unlike London, American wizards don't always gather on the entire wizard street. Perhaps it is the history of this land. Although the development of the American magic circle has a non-negligible fate with Britain, the race here is richer than the Briton, and the way of getting along with each other has some subtle features. At this point, Marx is sitting quietly in the corner of the bar, and there is already a little bit of it. The bartender at this bar is house elf, but it can be seen from the dialogue between him and the guests, although it seems that there is still more or less cautious in mind, but more as a service provider. Hold and greeted. Opposite the bar, between the small round tables similar to the Three Broomsticks in Ho Bar in Hogsmeade Village, several ethnic races of different looks are mixed with the male witch. Although it seems that there is still a long way to go from harmony and happiness, even if you can squeeze into a bar and laugh and scream for life, it is worthy of. Marx nodded. To be honest, Marx really doubts that the guy who is wrapped around the slippery robes, and the head brows have leaked a few clusters of dark green hair, is it a merpeople who climbed up from the bottom of the lake. You know, the wet robes on her body are still dripping down. You can find some records about merpeople from the data, saying that they can actually breathe above the water. But if world life, which is leaving the water, can last for a long time, Marx is completely unknown. He sat quietly in the corner of the bar full of worldliness, his eyes drifting back and forth between the crowds around him, trying to find a suitable object for him to pick up intelligence. Just then, His cuffs shook a little, and the little eight hidden in his sleeve climbed to his fingertips along his arm, and the mouthparts snapped a few times. "Oh, do you want some snacks too?" Marks glanced at it, then shook his head and shouted at the bar, "Trouble me 2 pieces of bread, thank you." "Okay, sir." The house elf, who is serving a certain witch, immediately bowed to him. Not long after, the croissant bag with snow-white powdered sugar was placed on the plate and floated in front of Marks. He picked up a lightly torn piece and sprinkled breadcrumbs on the bar table. Xiaoba immediately jumped from the back of his hand and ate with keen pleasure. "Oh, it's amazing, little guy. Are you raising?" Marks just put down the bread, and someone took the initiative to come up. "Do you mind if I sit next to you?" "Of course not," Marks said, pointing the goblet to the other side. "Please feel free." "Well, what kind of little guy is this? I seem to have seen it there, but I can't remember it." The other person spoke quickly and seemed quite familiar. "In short, I'm sure not a Glania tarantula, although it looks a bit like." "Ah, is it always closed?" Marks was staring at her when the other side was eagerly watching Xiaoba talking non-stop. "Yes, this is a lady with a dark brown short curly hair, and the dress she wears looks casual. Although the good looks are accompanied by a chic exquisite, the tone of speech is relaxed." For Marks, this looks like a teenager's wizard, but she doesn't care. "Well, beautiful lady, I am afraid that the topic of Xiaoba is not suitable for more talks. After all, I heard that the laws of the United States prohibit the free breeding of magical creatures." Marks lightly said with a smile, "However, it looks you seem to have had a lot of research on these little things." "Ah, sorry." The other party was apologetically apologetic. "I don't have too many hobby people. I have always been obsessed with magical creatures." I was a little rude. "Yes, you are coming to New York for the first time?" "Yes," Marks said calmly. "There are some things that need to be dealt with. It's a short rush trip." "Oh, this is really good. But don't you go to school? Or just graduated, want to adjust your mood before work?" The other person was curious. "To be honest, I just graduated from my FAMO. At that time, I didn't even have time to think about it and started working. Now I am jealous of you. I really regret it." "Well, I have already worked, but—" Cough cough. Marks shrugged. "As you can see, because of some unsteady factors, I seem to have some." "I understand that I understand," the other side said with a sense of empathy, and screamed at him again and again. "Once I stepped into the society, I discovered that although there is a lot of knowledge taught by the school, how can you do it yourself? Realizing comprehension. The decision of the boss is always messy, the feeling of restlessness. People want to escape from the cage from time to time." "Well, you listen to me." Seeing that the woman had a misunderstanding of what she said, and the more she said, the more she felt that she had opened her voice and opened her endless complaints about her work life, Marks was quite helplessly laughed, taking a sip of the goblet to his mouth, and his eyes began to move involuntarily elsewhere. Although the sisters are quite straightforward, it feels quite good to get along with them, but it is obviously not a suitable target for exchange of information. Marks is just to pass the time, then there is nothing wrong with making a friend, but he is looking for someone right now. "Just use my reporter's waste paper," you said. "What is this?" "It's too mad." "Like this boss, I don't understand the importance of professionalism. He only likes those gimmicks. As long as you can make money, when the sales volume goes up, he is satisfied." My colleague O'Sullivan, his kind of good thing is not something that can be encountered every day. Who would want to get it? Can walk into the street and hit the big spider. Hey, looks like this little guy is quite like... What? Big spider on the street? Marks suddenly returned sobered up, and his eyes flashed a little surprised. He didn't expect that if someone came together, they would get nucleus. Don't you know? The other said casually. "Yeah? Have you seen this news?" "Oh yes. Are you coming to New York soon?" "Well," Marks said curiously, "there are big spiders on the street." "It sounds weird." "Who said no?" The other party shook his head because of alcohol. and his head was awkward. It's a pity that our newspaper only published one issue, and Magic Congress intervened. Poor O'Sullivan, also by Congress, brought to assist in the investigation. This is really bad. Marx echoed. So, not many people paying attention to this. The incident was very eye-catching. After all, there were a lot of males injured at the scene. The people in Congress spent a lot of manpower to deal with this matter. The other party shook his head. I heard that the big spider has not yet found. How can you find such a large body? This is probably a long-planned event. It is all speculated. Well, have you been planning for a long time, just to attack the mole? Marx asked tentatively. No, I heard that there was something else at the time. After O'Sullivan came back, he talked with the president for a long time. Later, the articles written by O'Sullivan did not have much practical content. I just said, well, that bald head only likes hose. A magic photo that is not clear enough is enough for him. This is really... Marx shook her head as she followed her. Although the accident has been informed of some relevant information, the amount of information contained in it is too small. Having said that, it is always good to have clues. Sirius should be in this area, although it has not been found yet, but the scope has become smaller, and the possibility of finding it will increase. What? The woman who looks like a female reporter in front of her eyes is enough to be an alternate clue. Tell a question to you. Marx seemed to think of something, and then he asked, where does this bar lead to something else? For example, the wizard shop selling items? Do you want to buy something? There is no such thing here, but there is a little west. There is an entrance to the Jackson Square, and most of the students of IFA money are shopping there, but the daily necessities are not too many, mainly for retail learning and research. Oh, I will go back later. Can you tell me in detail? In this slightly noisy bar, the two chatted casually and looked very humble. But no one ever thought that the big spider that caused public opinion in the recent magic circle in the United States is now squatting on the bar and eating breadcrumbs from croissants. As for its master, it is a young wizard who is still young. No, maybe someone has noticed it. In a corner behind Marx, two wizards who were unwilling to take off their scarves in the house were staring at the bar counter on Marx's elbows, with a gloomy scent in their eyes.